Chapter 1732. Currently, the Black Armored Army is divided into 5 battalions, A, B, C, D, and E, respectively. They are located at the east, west, south, and north corners of the drill ground, as well as the center. Each battalion has 1,000 people. Lieutenant Zhang Shigui of the A Battalion is at the peak of the Qi stage. He has been in the army for 11 years. Back then, he fought alongside His Majesty against Wang Shichong and Dou Jinda. He is one of the oldest generals in the Black Armored Army. Lieutenant Zhang Kongmian of the C Battalion has been in the army for 7 years. Lieutenant Liu De of the D Battalion has been in the army for 7 years. Lieutenant Sun Jiping of the E Battalion has been in the army for 3 years. He just joined the Black Armored Army not long ago and is the only new recruit among the 5 Black Armored Army captains. Sun Jiping was originally a general in the Northern Imperial Army. He has outstanding military achievements and is good at commanding troops. At such a young age, he has already reached the peak of the Qi stage. He has great potential. In the Black Armored Army's main camp, Duan Jishuan brought Li Zishuan around the drill ground to inspect the 5 battalions. As he inspected them, he explained to Li Zishuan. Zhang Shigui? Sun Jiping? When Li Zishuan heard Duan Jishuan's explanation, he couldn't help but be surprised. Out of the 5 names that Duan Jishuan mentioned, 2 of them were Li Zishuan. They were Zhang Shigui and Sun Jiping. There was no need to talk about Zhang Shigui. Those who had watched the TV series, The Legend of Xueran Gui, would know that there was a villain in the Tang dynasty named Zhang Shigui. He was jealous of his subordinates' achievements and framed the famous general, Xueran Gui. In truth, this was just the novel vilifying Zhang Shigui's mission. In the official history books, Zhang Shigui was actually a famous general of the Great Tang, a founding general of the Great Tang. His military exploits were illustrious. Moreover, he knew people well, loved his soldiers, had a keen political insight, and was skilled in both civil and martial arts. He could definitely be called a famous general of his generation, completely different from the unofficial history books. Zhang Shigui joined the army at a young age and joined Li Yuan at the end of the Sui dynasty. Later, he gradually mingled with Li Er. When Li Er established the Black Armored Army, Zhang Shigui was one of the first Black Armored Army generals. His personal strength was not bad, but in that era of famous generals, his edge was completely overshadowed by Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingde, Qing Yaojin, and the other exceptional generals. It was to the extent that he was still only a mid-level general in the Black Armored Army, while Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the others had become great generals of one of the 12 guards of the capital. Li Zishuan never thought that he would meet someone like Zhang Shigui in the Black Armored Army's camp. He could not help but take a few more glances at Zhang Shigui. If meeting Zhang Shigui was a surprise, to Li Zishuan, meeting Sun Jiping in the Black Armored Army's camp was a pleasant surprise. Sun Jiping used to be a subordinate of Dugu Xian and held the position of a military officer in the Northern Yamen Imperial Army. Last year, when Li Zishuan led the army to besiege the Snake Spirit Mountain, the main force was the Northern Yamen Imperial Army. To a certain extent, Sun Jiping could be considered as a comrade who had fought side by side with Li Zishuan. In that battle, many Imperial Army soldiers were killed or injured, but Sun Jiping was lucky enough to survive. After returning to the capital, Sun Jiping was promoted to the position of a general in the Northern Yamen Imperial Army because of his military exploits. It was because of his participation in that battle that Sun Jiping's attitude towards Li Zishuan became extremely respectful. Although Li Zishuan was young, he was a man who had annihilated a mountain sect and avenged his fellow soldiers. He was worthy of Sun Jiping's respect for the rest of his life. Furthermore, when Cui Yunhan had led the students from the Hongwen school to besiege the Li Zishuan, it was Sun Jiping who had led the troops to rescue Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan would never have thought that he would meet Sun Jiping in the Black Armored Army. Moreover, Sun Jiping had even become a lieutenant. He was very curious as to how Duan Jishuan had managed to poach Sun Jiping from the Imperial Army. However, all these were not important. The most important thing was that he had finally met an old acquaintance in the Black Armored Army. This was really not easy. Why? Have you heard of these two people before? Duan Jishuan asked curiously when he saw Li Zishuan's reaction. Air. Cough cough. I've heard of them, of course I've heard of them. Li Zishuan coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. This black armored army is really filled with talented people. Duan Jishuan did not suspect anything and nodded. That's right. The soldiers in the black armored army are all elites from the various armies. It is because they are all elite soldiers that His Majesty was able to defeat Wang Shichong's army of 100,000 with just 3,000 black armored army during the crucial battle in Luoyang. Li Zishuan could not help but nod his head. Sometimes, quality was more important than quantity. It was the same principle as the special forces of the modern era. Those who could become special forces were the kings of soldiers. If such people were to form a group of elite soldiers, they would be like a sharp sword on the battlefield. They would often be able to achieve unexpected results. Half a month ago, His Majesty ordered the 12 military guards to step up their training. All the soldiers are urgently preparing for battle. As the black armored army has just been expanded and His Majesty has high hopes for them, the training pressure on the black armored army is undoubtedly the greatest. Now that Li Zishuan has come to the barracks, I hope that you can integrate into the black armored army as soon as possible so that the black armored army can become a fighting force as soon as possible. Duan Jishuan suddenly sighed and said faintly. Li Zishuan clasped his fist and said, "It is my duty to do so." Let me bring you to continue watching. Duan Jishuan nodded and pointed to a group of soldiers who were training on the drill ground. He said, "Ever since His Majesty led the officials to Yanhuang College to watch your military training ceremony last year, the various barracks in the capital have gradually begun to implement your formation training method. It is not difficult and has some similarities with the previous training methods in the barracks. You saw it when the soldiers gathered on the drill ground this morning. They stood in neat formation. However, the black armored army is still cavalry. The focus of our training is on their horse skills." After listening to Duan Jishuan's explanation, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel enlightened. With a face full of approval, he said, "Great General, you're right. Posture and formation are only the basics of military training. It's only to allow the soldiers to maintain better spirit and a more orderly formation. In a war, it's more about the individual qualities of the soldiers. I believe that the black armored army's training will focus on two aspects. First, it is to train the soldiers' physical fitness. The black armored army is a heavy cavalry. All the soldiers wear armor and armor. In war, it is very taxing on their physical fitness. We must ensure that all the soldiers have sufficient physical fitness. Second, it is to cultivate the rapport between the soldiers and their horses. The horses are the cavalry's second life on the battlefield. Only when the two work together can the advantages of the cavalry be maximized." Haha. Not bad, not bad. In such a short period of time, Li Zishuan was able to understand these 2 points. This is already very commendable. Next, I can rest assured that the training of the black armored army will be handed over to you," Duan Jishuan said with a face full of praise. Chapter 1733. This is my first time in military affairs and there are many things I do not understand. I hope that General will enlighten me when the time comes. After conversing with Duan Jishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's Mirror of 6 Armies, and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Kiki. Of course, of course. Duan Jishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A Battalion doing? Are they preparing for the equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the 1st Battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out warhorses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 warhorses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Jishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and smiled, Kiki. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "General, what do you mean?" Seeing Li Zishuan humbly asking for advice, Duan Zhishuan patiently explained, "The black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they have to train them first. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. This is not an easy task and requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out their equestrian archery training, the soldiers must have some intimate interactions with their war horses. For example, caressing them, scratching them, washing them, providing them with clean water, and feeding them fresh fodder. This is to increase the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their full potential on the battlefield." Li Zishuan was enlightened when he heard this. "I see. Just now, I said that I would increase the rapport between the soldiers and the horses in future training. I did not expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I am ashamed." At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. "This general is new to military affairs, so there are still many things I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the general will not be stingy with his guidance." After talking to Duan Zhishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Haha. Well said, well said. Duan Zhishuan smiled knowingly and agreed. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are you preparing for equestrian archery training? At this moment, the formation of the A battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out war horses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 war horses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Zhishuan followed the voice and looked over. Stroking his beard, he said with a smile, Her. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, Great General, what do you mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Zhishuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they must first train them. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. This is not an easy task. It requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out equestrian archery training, the soldiers must interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water, and feeding fresh grass to strengthen the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their greatest combat prowess on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was enlightened. So that's the case. Just now, I said that in the future training, we should increase the tacit understanding between the soldiers and the horses. I didn't expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such power in this era, I'm new to the military and there are many things I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the great general will enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Zhishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the future training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he needed to combine it with Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Haha. Sure. Duan Zhishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the 1st Battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out war horses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 war horses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Jishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and stroked his beard. Haha. Yes and no. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but ask, Great General, what do you mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Jishuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they must first train them. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. To do this, it is not easy. It requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out equestrian archery training, the soldiers must interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water, and feeding fresh grass to strengthen the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their greatest combat prowess on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was enlightened. So that's the case. Just now, I said that in the future training, we should increase the tacit understanding between the soldiers and their horses. I didn't expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such a great military force in this era, there are still many things that I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the great general will enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Jishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the future training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Hee. Of course. Duan Jishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the A battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out war horses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 war horses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Jishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and smiled. Hee. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, what does the great general mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Jishuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, in order to use the horses, they must first train the horses. Even though horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. This is not an easy task and requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out equestrian archery training, the soldiers must interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water, and feeding fresh grass to strengthen the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their greatest combat prowess on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was enlightened. So that's how it is. Just now, I said that in the future training, would increase the content of developing a tacit understanding between the soldiers and the horses. I didn't expect the black armored troops to have already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such a great military force in this era, there are still many things that I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the Grand General will enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Zhishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the black armored troops' future training. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. He. Of course, of course. Duan Zhishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Grand General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the 1st Battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out warhorses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 warhorses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Zhishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and smiled. He. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, what does the Grand General mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly seeking advice, Duan Zhishuan patiently explained, the Black Armored Army is a cavalry unit. Other than physical training, the soldiers also have horsemanship training. However, in order to use a horse, they must first train the horse. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make them accept the intentions of the soldiers and use the strength of the horses effectively, the soldiers and the horses have to develop a tacit understanding and relationship. This was not an easy task. It required a lot of meticulous and patient training of the warhorse. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out their equestrian archery training, the soldiers must have some intimate interactions with their war horses. For example, caressing them, scratching them, washing them, providing them with clean water, and feeding them fresh fodder. This is to increase the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their full potential on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was enlightened. So that's the case. Just now, I said that in the future training, we should increase the tacit understanding between the soldiers and the horses. I didn't expect the black armored troops to have already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such power in this era, I'm new to the military and there are many things I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope the Grand General can enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Zhishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the future training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. He. Sure. Duan Zhishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Grand General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? At this moment, the formation of the A battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out warhorses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 warhorses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Zhishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and stroked his beard. He. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, Grand General, what do you mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Zhishuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they have to train them first. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. To do this, it is not easy. It requires meticulous and patient training of the war horses. Hence, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops undergo equestrian archery training, the soldiers have to interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water and feeding fresh grass to increase the bond between the soldiers and the war horses. On the battlefield, only then can the cavalry unleash their full potential. Li Zishuan heard this and was enlightened. So that's how it is. Just now, I said that in the future training would increase the content of developing a tacit understanding between the soldiers and the war horses. I didn't expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. Chapter 1734. Qiu Xingong was originally inspecting the training of the soldiers in 2nd Battalion. Before Li Zishuan came to the barracks, he was in charge of the daily training of the black armored army. Just now, one of his personal guards suddenly came to report that Li Zishuan was going to display his archery skills on the drill ground. Qiu Xingong was instantly energized. Li Zishuan's master was spiritual master Ling Su and his martial arts were superb. This was something that the entire Chang and city and even the entire world knew. However, at the same time, everyone also knew that Li Zishuan's weapon of choice was the sword and not the bow. One had to know that there were many types of bows. The horn bow used by the black armored army was completely different from the bow used by the common people. Even though Li Zishuan had used a bow before, it was impossible for him to adapt and familiarize himself with the special horn bow in the army in such a short period of time. Therefore, Li Zishuan's archery skills demonstration this time was undoubtedly a humiliation to Qiu Xingong. How could he miss such a good show? It's not a demonstration. It's just that I have never used a bow before. Now that I have joined the black armored army, I should at least learn the art of equestrian archery. Therefore, I asked someone to bring me a bow to give it a try. Li Zishuan had lived 2 lifetimes. Although he wasn't considered to be a sophisticated person, his emotional intelligence was definitely not bad. How could he not see that Qiu Xingong wanted to see him make a fool out of himself? However, after all, he had never used a bow before and he wasn't sure how he would perform later. Therefore, he didn't boast. He didn't like to show off something that he wasn't confident in. Haha. You are too humble, Instructor Li. Qiu Xingong walked to Li Zishuan and said with a fake smile, in the entire Chang and city, who doesn't know that Instructor Li is the son of an immortal and has unparalleled martial arts? Why would you be stumped by a mere bow? Oh. This is a 3-stone bow? TSK, Instructor Li's arm strength is indeed amazing. It was this old man who couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh when he saw the horn bow that one of Duan Jishuan's personal guards handed to Li Zishuan. In the Tang dynasty, 1 stone was equivalent to 106 caddies in modern times. Hence, a 3-stone bow would require an arm strength of more than 300 caddies to draw. To most people, this requirement was quite high. To most people in modern times who were in suboptimal health all year round, an arm strength of more than 300 caddies was simply unattainable. However, to those who practiced martial arts, it was not difficult, especially for a martial arts master like Li Zishuan. In addition, when the soldiers of the Tang dynasty joined the army, there was usually a hard condition, and that was that they had to be able to draw at least 1 stone bow. General Qiu has been through hundreds of battles and your archery skills are unparalleled. Why are you making fun of me? Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to Qiu Xingong, this young man. He pulled out an arrow from the quiver on the back of the soldier beside him. On the other side, there was naturally a soldier who had set up a target 300 zhang away from Li Zishuan. 300 feet, 100 meters, 100 steps away. This distance wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. The maximum range of an ancient bow was about 200 meters, and its effective range was only about 100 meters. Cho Nyo, look. What is Yamacho doing? On the other side, at the training ground of the Wu Battalion, Yuchi Baolin, who had just finished his military formation training and was taking a short break, saw a group of people surrounding Li Zishuan in the middle of the training ground. He hurriedly pushed Qing Chumo's arm and pointed in Li Zishuan's direction. What? Qing Chumo didn't react at first, but when he looked at where Yuchi Baolin was pointing, he was shocked. What the F***ck, why is Xiao Xian holding a bow? Is he going to compete with someone in archery? I've never heard of him using a bow before. Archery? Yamacho knows how to use a bow. Hearing this, Yuchi Baolin was also puzzled. It was true that he worshipped Li Zixuan, but an outstanding archer had to go through many years of practice. Could it be that Li Zixuan had been practicing archery for a long time? Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Ching Chimo waved his hand and said. But what if the lieutenant wants us to gather for training later? Although Yuchi Baolin wanted to go and take a look, he hesitated when he remembered that this was a military camp and he had to follow the military rules. Are you stupid? Let's just go for a while, and didn't you see that Lieutenant's son is also there? Let's go quickly. Ching Chimo patted Yuchi Baolin's arm in disappointment. Coincidentally, the lieutenant of the Wu Battalion, Sun Jiping, was also walking towards Li Zixuan. Sun Jiping's eyes suddenly lit up, and without saying anything, he dragged Yuchi Baolin and ran towards Li Zixuan. This is my first time shooting an arrow, please don't laugh at me. On the other side, Li Zixuan took a deep breath and said to Duan Jixuan and Qiu Xingong who were beside him. Then he took 2 steps back and stood still. He nocked an arrow and focused all his energy on the arrow. At this moment, his eyes were only focused on the center of the target that was 300 feet away. During this short period of time, there were already quite a number of soldiers who had noticed the commotion. Those who had training missions only dared to sneak a peek at Li Zixuan's side. Soldiers like the Wu Battalion who happened to be taking a half-time break came closer, wanting to see how good Li Zixuan's archery skills were. After all, before Li Zixuan entered the Black Armored Army, he was already a famous figure in the Great Tang Empire. Now that he was about to show off his archery skills, how could the soldiers not be curious? Qiu Xingong, on the other hand, was secretly laughing in his heart. Because from Li Zixuan's action of drawing the bow and knocking the arrow just now, Li Zixuan was definitely a complete novice in archery. It was hard to say if such a novice could even hit the target at such a distance, let alone the center of the target. At this moment, Qiu Xingong really hoped that all the soldiers in the army would come over to take a look. If that happened, Li Zixuan would definitely become the laughing stock of the soldiers. He might even be too ashamed to continue staying in the Black Armored Army. On the other hand, Duan Jixuan's heart sank. Obviously, he could also see that Li Zixuan's archery was a little unfamiliar. Initially, he only wanted to see how good Li Zixuan's archery skills were. But after Qiu Xingong came, the nature of the situation changed completely. If Li Zixuan didn't perform well, Qiu Xingong could use this as an excuse to suppress Li Zixuan's reputation in the Black Armored Army. But now, the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be released. Even if Duan Jixuan wanted to stop it, he couldn't. He could only wait and see. Li Zixuan, who was in the eye of the storm, didn't have the slightest bit of worry like Duan Jixuan. At this moment, his eyes were only on the target and his heart was only on the arrow. He had already felt the weight of the arrow and the force of the angle bow when he was knocking the arrow. At this moment, he was using his powerful mental strength and knowledge of physics and mathematics to deduce and calculate the trajectory and landing point of the arrow in the air. In the eyes of others, there was only Li Zixuan knocking the arrow and the target in the distance. But in Li Zixuan's world, there were many invisible parabola lines between the arrow and the target. Different force and angle of release corresponded to different trajectories and landing points. A simple engineering student could easily deduce the trajectory and landing point of an arrow with a known speed and angle of release, but unfortunately, this engineering student couldn't pull the bow. A strong martial artist could easily pull the 3-stone bow, but when he tried to shoot the arrow for the first time, he would definitely not be able to hit the target 300 feet away. This was because he lacked experience and couldn't calculate the landing point of the arrow. And Li Zixuan happened to be the perfect combination of the two. He was an engineering otaku with excellent martial arts skills. It's done. This is the force and the angle. Although it was a complicated process to deduce and calculate the trajectory and landing point of the arrow, for Li Zixuan who had powerful mental strength, it only took him a few breaths to complete. Soon, he found a perfect parabola among the many invisible trajectories of the arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow that left the bowstring made a whistling sound as it flew rapidly toward the target 300 feet away. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Qiu Xingong was already prepared to burst into laughter, while Duan Jishuan had a serious look on his face. He was already thinking about how he could help Li Zishuan out of this predicament later. Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin just happened to arrive at this moment. The two of them could only look at the arrow that had left the bowstring and pray in their hearts that it would definitely hit the target. Bang! A distance of 300 feet was nothing more than a blink of an eye for the arrow that had been shot out. Under everyone's gaze, the arrow hit the target hard and made a dull sound. It hit the target. It hit the target. Yuqi Baolin couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. What a pity that it almost hit the bullseye. Qing Chumo said regretfully as the arrow hit the fourth ring. Most of the archery targets in the Tang dynasty only had 5 rings, which was different from modern times. It was only a few inches away from the bullseye of the 5th ring. On the other side, the smile on Qiu Xingong's face suddenly froze. Although the arrow did not hit the bullseye, it was still very close to the bullseye. One had to know that this was Li Zishuan's first time shooting an arrow. It was definitely not embarrassing to have such a result. One had to know that in the Black Armored Army, it was extremely rare for someone to be able to hit the bullseye from 300 feet away. At first, he thought that Li Zishuan would definitely miss the target on his first try. But now, with such an ending, how could he still smile? Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Qiu Xingong was stunned, but Duan Jishuan was happy. He was stunned for a while before he could not help but clap his hands and laugh. Adjunct Li can hit the bullseye from 300 feet away on his first try. Such talent is really rare. What? This is Adjunct Li's first time shooting an arrow? When the surrounding soldiers who came to watch the fun heard Duan Jishuan say that this was Li Zishuan's first time shooting an arrow, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just now, they only thought that Li Zishuan hitting the 4th ring of the target from such a long distance was already very good, but after hearing Duan Jishuan's words, how good was this? It was simply a monster. Who could shoot an arrow so accurately on their first try? Alas! What a miscalculation. I actually neglected the wind speed. What a pity. The crowd around him exclaimed in surprise, but our main character didn't seem to have heard the praises and exclamations from the audience. At first, he was disappointed because according to his calculations, this arrow should have hit the bullseye perfectly. But now, he only hit the 4th ring. Of course, he was disappointed. After being disappointed, he tried to find the reason. He squatted down and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he understood and could not help but murmur. At the beginning, he had considered the speed, angle, and gravity of the arrow, but he had neglected the wind speed. Fortunately, the distance between him and the target was not long, and the speed of the arrow was fast enough. Otherwise, if he missed the target by a millimeter or 1,000 miles, his arrow might have missed the target directly. If that happened, it would be a joke. What? Li Zishuan's voice was too soft, so Duan Jishuan did not hear it clearly. However, he could feel the regret in Li Zishuan's voice. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his fists towards Duan Jishuan. When this general was shooting the arrow, I neglected the wind speed, so I did not hit the bullseye. This general wants to try again. I hope that the Grand General will allow it. Adjunct Li wants to try again? Duan Jishuan was shocked when he heard this, but at the same time, he was also a little troubled. Who knew if Li Zishuan's arrow was a fluke, or if the next arrow would miss the target? Right. You should shoot a few more times. Archery is very dependent on luck. Qiu Xingong's eyes lit up as he hurriedly agreed. Obviously, this old man thought that Li Zishuan's first arrow was purely luck. If he tried a few more times, he would definitely not be so lucky. As for Li Zishuan's claim that his first arrow did not hit the bullseye because he neglected the wind speed, Qiu Xingong felt that it was completely boasting. The young man did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and did not know when to stop. He had to pay the price. This. All right. Then Adjunct Li will try again. Duan Jishuan's face darkened. After hearing Qiu Xingong's words, he had to agree even if he did not want to. Thank you, Grand General. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and then smiled at Qiu Xingong. Then, without wasting any time, he squatted down and picked up a handful of grass. Then, he released his hand and the grass fell with the wind. Southeast wind, 3.5 meters per second. Soon, Li Zishuan estimated the current wind speed. Then, he directly took out an arrow from the quiver on the soldier's back. His powerful spiritual power began to move. Countless invisible lines appeared before his eyes. This time, the lines were different from the previous ones. There was an additional correction of wind speed compensation. It should be about time. Soon, Li Zishuan finished his deduction and calculation. He chose the best shooting angle and speed, and the arrow was shot out again. With a whoosh, there was a sonic boom in the air. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the arrow that left the bowstring. At this time, Li Zishuan looked away. This was because when the arrow was in mid-air, he was already sure that this arrow would hit the bullseye. He did not stop and quickly took out another arrow. Using the same speed and angle as before, he shot the arrow again. In this way, 3 arrows were shot consecutively. Bang, bang, bang. Li Zishuan's hand movements were as fast as lightning. The arrow's speed in the air was also as fast as lightning. Soon, the 3 arrows hit the target and made 3 sounds of impact. It hit. 3 consecutive arrows, all hit the bullseye. Duan Jishuan's eyes were fixed on the target. When the 3rd arrow hit the bullseye, he suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost and could not help but exclaim. At the center of the bullseye, 3 arrows hit the bullseye one after the other. Moreover, the arrow at the back just happened to hit the arrow in front. In other words, all 3 arrows hit the same spot. This level of archery was simply amazing. The scene fell into a dead silence. However, after the silence, there was madness. Everyone was shocked. These 3 consecutive arrows all hit the bullseye. And all 3 arrows hit the same spot. How is this possible? Instructor Li's archery is amazing. All hail Instructor Li. The surrounding soldiers could not help but exclaim. At this time, Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not understand how Li Zishuan could hit the bullseye with all 3 arrows on his first try. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to attack Li Zishuan's reputation in the Black Armored Army. However, who knew that in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. Chapter 1735. Good. 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 On the training ground, Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Duan Jishuan, on the other hand, was in a good mood. He clapped his hands and laughed. I didn't expect Adjunct Li to be so talented in archery. Haha. General Qiu, what do you think of Adjunct Li's archery skills? As he finished speaking, Duan Jishuan glanced at Qiu Xingong with a spurious smile. Earlier, Qiu Xingong wanted to humiliate Li Zishuan at every turn, so wasn't that the same as slapping Duan Jishuan's face? It was impossible for Duan Jishuan to not be unhappy. Now that Li Zishuan had exceeded everyone's expectations, not only did he not embarrass himself, he even made a name for himself with these 3 arrows. Duan Jishuan obviously wanted to counterattack Qiu Xingong. Hearing that, Qiu Xingong instantly felt as if he had eaten feces. His old face flushed red, and after a moment of stuttering, he finally opened his mouth and said, Adjunct Li, it's your first time shooting, and you're already so accurate. Of course, you're talented. Cough cough, but on the battlefield, there won't be such a dead target standing there for others to shoot at. So, Adjunct Li needs to practice diligently in the future. After saying this, Qiu Xingong felt that he couldn't stay here any longer and wanted to find an excuse to leave. However, He saw that there were already quite a number of black armored army soldiers surrounding him. He rolled his eyes and immediately shouted, "What are you all doing here? Don't you think the training mission is heavy enough? Get back to your training." "Yes, General Chiu." When the soldiers saw Qiu Xingong's expression, they knew that this old fellow was not in a good mood right now. Thus, they hurriedly responded and scattered like birds, returning to their respective camps for training. "Let's go. Let's go back to training." Even Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin didn't dare to provoke Qiu Xingong at this time. Qing Chumo saw Li Zishuan's prowess just now and wanted to talk to Li Zishuan for a while. Hearing this, he could only yell and leave with Yuchi Baolin. As the lieutenant of the V camp, Sun Jiping naturally had no reason to stay. He cupped his fist towards Li Zishuan and left without caring if Li Zishuan could see him. "General Duan, the A camp hasn't been patrolled yet. I won't keep you company." Qiu Xingong's expression became slightly better when he saw that the soldiers had dispersed. He cupped his fists towards Duan Jishuan and said indifferently. Duan Jishuan nodded and said, "Jishuan, Duan, General." "Yes." Only then did Qiu Xingong turn and leave. Only Li Zishuan, Duan Jishuan, and two of Duan Jishuan's personal guards were left in the temporary shooting range that had been quite lively just a moment ago. Li Zishuan returned the bow to one of the personal guards, then went up to Duan Jishuan and said, "This general was just interested in testing the bows in the army. I didn't expect to cause such a big commotion and attract General Qiu and the other generals here. This is truly a crime." Duan Jishuan laughed and said, "Haha. No worries. There are some people who want to see you make a fool of yourself. Even if you didn't call them over, they would have come by themselves. You can't be blamed for this." Although Duan Jishuan didn't mention any names, everyone knew who the person who wanted to see Li Zishuan make a fool of himself was. Li Zishuan's expression was normal and he didn't say anything. Duan Jishuan could say that about Qiu Xingong, but he couldn't. No matter what, Qiu Xingong's position in the black armored army was higher than his. Whether it was in the ancient times or modern times, it wasn't good to criticize one's superior in front of others. Seeing that Li Zishuan didn't say anything, Duan Jishuan looked at him with admiration and took the initiative to say, "Instructor Li, you should be more familiar with the black armored army now, right? I still have things to do. Instructor Li, you can walk around by yourself." He only wanted to bring Li Zishuan to familiarize himself with the black armored army. He didn't expect to cause so much trouble. Li Zishuan clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, Grand General." Duan Jishuan waved his hand and left. Li Zishuan thought for a while and then walked towards the training square of the Wu Battalion. When he was doing the roll call in the morning, he didn't notice that the lieutenant of the Black Armored Army's Wu Battalion was Sun Jiping. After all, there were so many people and he couldn't see how everyone looked like. However, when Sun Jiping clasped his fist and bowed to him, he had already noticed it. Since he met someone he knew here, he naturally wanted to meet him. No matter what, they would be colleagues in the future. Every unit is bringing people to the stables to get their horses and bows. Next, we will begin the equestrian archery training. Same rules, before noon, those who fail 3 tests are not allowed to eat lunch. Do you hear me? Li Zishuan had just arrived near the square of the Wu Battalion when he heard Sun Jiping lecturing the soldiers. His voice was loud and clear, and his tone was serious. He had the dignity of a general. He couldn't help but praise Sun Jiping in his heart. It seemed that this Sun Jiping had some talent as a general. Yes, sir. The soldiers were already used to this. It was obvious that they had been through this before. Hearing Sun Jiping's words, they responded loudly. Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were completely dumbfounded. They had just joined the Black Armored Army today and didn't know what the equestrian archery assessment was. They had to undergo such a harsh punishment. If they failed the assessment, wouldn't they not be able to eat lunch? Then how would they train in the afternoon? Lieutenant Sun, Baolin, and I have to take the assessment too. The soldiers dispersed in all directions. Ching Chimo walked up to Sun Jiping unwillingly and asked anxiously. Sun Jiping frowned and said with a serious face, regardless of the background of the soldiers in the black armored army, once they enter the camp, they will be treated the same. Although the two of you have just joined the black armored army today, there will be no exceptions for the assessment. If you fail the assessment, you will still be punished. In the Wu battalion, if you want to eat, you have to train hard. Isn't that a little too unfair? Ching Chimo was suddenly dumbfounded. Sun Jiping's words had blocked all his escape routes. He could already foresee that he could only watch others eat at noon while he had to starve. Humph. Fair? There is no such thing as fairness in this world. There is only strength. Sun Jiping snorted. He thought for a while and said, however, the two of you are from a family of generals and have a strong foundation. As long as you don't slack off during training, the assessment in the black armored army shouldn't be too difficult for you. But no matter what, since the two of you have joined the black armored army, the general and I will treat you the same. There is no exception. When the black armored army was expanding and the new recruits just entered the camp, they were all treated the same way. Do you understand? Ching Chimo could only say helplessly, understood. Then why aren't you going to the stables to get the horses? Sun Jiping said indifferently. Yes, sir. Ching Chimo replied and left with Yuchi Baolin. Chapter 1736. Hee. Field Officer Sun is indeed a strict commander. In front of the Wu battalion, Ching Chimo and Yuchi Baolin left after listening to Sun Jiping's lecture. Li Zishuan walked up to Sun Jiping and smiled. Marquis. Sun Jiping was shocked to see Li Zishuan. He quickly cupped his fist and greeted him respectfully. Last year, Li Zishuan led the Imperial Guards to attack the Snake Spirit Mountain. In that battle, the Imperial Guards suffered heavy casualties. Sun Jiping could only watch helplessly as his fellow soldiers died in the hands of Een Batian and the belly of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. It was extremely painful. However, Li Zishuan destroyed the Snake Spirit Mountain single-handedly and avenged the Imperial Guards. Ever since then, Sun Jiping respected Li Zishuan immensely. Seeing Sun Jiping's respectful look, Li Zishuan chuckled and waved his hand, saying, haha. This is the military camp. We can address each other as soldiers. You don't have to be so polite. Yes. I'm joining the army. Hearing Li Zishuan's sincere tone, Sun Jiping hesitated for a moment and cupped his fist. Hee. Tell me, how did you become the field officer of the Wu battalion? Li Zishuan smiled and asked. He was overjoyed to meet an old acquaintance in the black armored army. However, he was still curious as to how Sun Jiping came to be in the black armored army. Sun Jiping thought for a moment and replied, ever since the rebellion in the 4th month, the black armored army suffered heavy losses. His Majesty ordered the reorganization of the black armored army. The soldiers of the black armored army were all selected from the 12 battalions in the capital. General Gudu recommended me. I passed the black armored army's assessment and became the field officer of the Wu battalion. To be able to become the field officer of the black armored army, it proves that your personal ability is outstanding. Hearing this, Li Zishuan nodded and couldn't help but smile. An unnatural expression flashed across Sun Jiping's face. He forced a smile and said, I'm only at the middle stage of Qi transformation. How can this insignificant ability be considered outstanding? It was pure luck that he was able to become the lieutenant of the Wu battalion. This general's ability is far inferior to General Dugu and Ho. Lieutenant General, you. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, your personal martial arts realm may not be as good as mine, but you were born in the military after all. In terms of military experience, you are far above me. There is no need to belittle yourself. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said, you flatter me, Colonel. Li Zishuan still wanted to say something, but he saw that the soldiers of the Wu battalion were already leading their horses and walking towards them. So he said to Sun Jiping, haha. Then continue with your training, I won't hold you up any longer. Come to my tent tonight and let's have a good chat. Yes. Join the army. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said. Li Zishuan nodded and turned to leave. He didn't go far, but he stood at the edge of the drill ground and watched the soldiers of the Wu battalion from afar. Because of Sun Jiping, Qing Chumo, and Yuchi Baolin, he paid special attention to the Wu battalion. He wanted to see how the most elite heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty trained on a daily basis. These were not shown on TV in his previous life. He could only speculate and imagine from the words in the history books. Now that he could see it with his own eyes, he naturally didn't want to miss it. It was just that he felt that Sun Jiping seemed to have something that he couldn't say. But this wasn't the place to talk, so they could only talk in private at night. Ahem. Campus broadcast for the first time. Campus broadcast for the first time. Li Zishuan started his military career in the Black Armored Army's camp. But at Yanhuang College, everything was as usual. It was not appropriate to say that everything was as usual, because today, Yanhuang College ushered in a new thing that appeared for the first time in this era, radio. In the afternoon, the square and beehive-shaped objects on the electric poles on both sides of the road suddenly sounded a person's voice at the same time. Those teachers and students who participated in the killer project and stayed back during the summer vacation were all shocked at this moment. They all looked at the square box on the electric poles nearby. What is this thing? How can it speak? This thing seems to be installed in the early morning, right? I saw someone climb up with a ladder to install it. Was that the sound just now made by that thing? Seems like it. Why does this voice sound so familiar? I think I've heard it somewhere before. I also think it sounds familiar. Hey. I remember now. Listen, doesn't this sound like the voice of the Green Sparrow? The teachers and students of the academy surrounded the square box, radio, on the electric poles in groups of 3 to 5. They could not help but point and talk about it. Fortunately, they were used to all kinds of new things in Yanhuang College in the past year. If an ordinary person at the foot of the mountain encountered such a bizarre thing, he would definitely be scared and think that God or Buddha had come down to earth. There was a high chance that he would kowtow and worship. But after all, these teachers and students of the academy had experienced the influence of engineering knowledge for a year. Moreover, the academy had just developed a loudspeaker not long ago. Although this thing in front of them looked different from a loudspeaker, its function was more or less the same, which was to transmit sound. The only difference was that one needed to be placed next to the speaker's mouth, while the other did not need to be placed next to the speaker. Therefore, not only were the teachers and students of the academy not frightened by the radio on the electric poles, but they were also very curious and wanted to find out what it was. And soon, someone identified the owner of the voice in the radio just now. It was Li Tai. Li Tai's identity was special. Many people in the academy knew him, so it was not strange that someone recognized his voice at this time. Is it really the voice of the Green Sparrow? Could it be that this thing was made by Qingke? Too amazing. This thing seems to be able to transmit a person's voice very far away. I wonder where Qingke is now. After figuring out the owner of the voice, the teachers and students of the academy immediately exclaimed. Thinking of Li Tai's identity as the deputy chief engineer of the second and third trump card projects of the academy, everyone easily guessed that the radio on the electric poles was probably made by Li Tai. After all, even some teachers in the academy were convinced by Li Tai's talent in engineering. Qingke, the sound can be heard from test points 1 to 10. Your radio is a success. Everyone in the academy is talking about you now. Everyone was guessing where Li Tai was at this time. In fact, this little fatty was in the Guanghua building of the academy. Li Tai had applied for a small room from the academy to be used as a radio room. At this time, Iron Egg, Sun Zifan, Qin Huayu, Meng Wenhao, and the others pushed the door open and said excitedly to Li Tai, who was sitting in front of the desk. Chapter 1737. Good. That's great. This is our first success, and we'll have a lot less trouble in the future. In a classroom in the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College, Li Tai said excitedly when he heard the news from Iron Egg. Qingke, you're really amazing. Everyone has never heard of this broadcast before. Not only did you come up with it, but you also made it. No wonder even Mr. Mo usually praises you for your outstanding talent. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but sigh. He and Li Tai were competitors in the beginning. Back then, when they were in the mathematics school, either he or Li Tai would be first in every exam. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched in the field of mathematics. However, since the establishment of Yanhuang College last year, Li Zishuan proposed engineering on the basis of the new mathematics. Engineering not only included mathematics, but also physics, chemistry, and other subjects. This made Meng Wenhao a little overwhelmed. Although his exam results were still among the best in the academy, it was difficult for him to pose a strong threat to Li Tai like before. This was because the current Li Tai had transcended the scope of a student, and began to lead the students and teachers of the academy to do scientific research projects. No matter what, Li Tai was born into the royal family. His vision and knowledge were naturally not something an ordinary person could compare with. When a person was not only born into a good family, but also worked harder than others, then this person would be very difficult to surpass. Ha! Didn't I tell you before? This broadcast was not my idea. It was all Yamacho's idea. I just followed Yamacho's instructions. Li Tai shook his head and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open from the outside. It was Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai, the three big shots of the academy together. Wenji, it's here. It's a gadget made by Qin Ke. I heard it's called the broadcast. Yen Silu pointed to Li Tai inside and said with a smile. Broadcast, broadcast, spread widely and widely. What a fitting name. Li Gang thought for a moment and said with a smile. When the people in the room saw Li Gang and the others enter, they hurriedly stood up and saluted. Greetings, Mr. Wenji, Mr. Yen, and Mr. Mo. Li Gang was basically in a state of semi-retirement. He neither taught for the students nor managed the affairs of the academy. However, he still lived in Yunshan. Other than teaching little Anren, he would come to the academy. In the eyes of the old man, the students of the academy were also his children. The old man happened to be in the academy today. When he heard Li Tai's voice resounding throughout the academy, the old teacher was shocked and wanted to find out what was going on. In the end, he happened to meet Yen Silu and Mo Huai. As the current administrator of the academy, Yen Silu naturally knew what Li Tai was doing recently. Thus, the three of them directly came to this small classroom. Haha. No need to be so polite. Li Gang smiled and waved his hand. Then, he looked at Li Tai with a kind face and asked, Qin Ke, those radio broadcasts outside, were you the one who created them? Li Tai nodded and said, yes. Mr. Wenji. The principle of the broadcast was told to Tai by Yamacho. Today, the first test was successful. Tomorrow, Tai plans to have the broadcast installed in every corner of the academy and in every classroom. This way, if the academy has any important announcements to inform the students in the future, it can be directly announced through the broadcast. There's no need to inform each class. Good, good, good. This is a very convenient thing. Li Gang could not help but nod when he heard this. After a pause, he said with emotion, haha. In just a short year, our Yanhuang College, from its initial establishment until now, has been tinkering with many new things that are convenient for the people's livelihood. It seems that Yamacho was right to insist on engineering. Things like the telegraph, the electric light, and the radio, this old man could not even think of them before. Now, we've actually made them all. It's really amazing. Yen Silu could not help but stroke his beard and laugh, haha. This old man thinks so too. After staying in the academy for so long, this old man feels that what Yamacho said back then was very correct. Confucianism cultivates the mind, while engineering benefits the world. Confucianism and engineering do not conflict. This old man believes that with the two complementing each other, our Tang Empire will soon usher in an unprecedented golden age. Li Gang nodded in agreement. At this time, he turned to Mo Huai and asked, Mr. Mo, how is the expansion of the academy and the construction of the mountain guarding formation going? Are there any difficulties? Before Li Zixuan left the academy, he had handed over several very important matters, the most urgent of which were the expansion of Yanhuang College and the construction of the mountain guarding formation. The former was to establish an independent institute for the medical school, similar to the Imperial Medical Department, while the latter was to protect the safety of Yunshan and prevent the crisis of Wu Jie's sneak attack on the academy. Mo Huai cupped his hands and replied, This old man has already begun to recruit workers and craftsmen a few days ago, focusing on those who have participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. After all, they have experience. Oh, the construction team formed by Hu Lijing of the Han village is also here this time. Not only did they participate in the construction of Yanhuang College, they were also the main participants in the construction of the Dragon Gate Inn in Lantian County. They can be said to be very experienced. This time, the expansion of the academy is not very big. Only 3 more courtyards need to be built, and then a few buildings to the west of the academy will be divided. Then, a wall will be used to completely separate the School of Engineering and the medical school. On the contrary, the construction of the mountain guarding formation will be quite tedious. Although the School of Mo is proficient in the construction of mechanisms, and the Divine Ancestor once built a mechanism array in the School of Mo's headquarters, the world was in turmoil and most of the drawings of the mechanism array were lost. Moreover, the terrain of Yunshan is very different from that of the School of Mo's headquarters, so it is not suitable to be mechanically copied. I can only modify it according to the terrain of Yunshan and with the help of the School of Mo's mechanism technique. However, Taoist Li Chuanfeng's words have enlightened me. He said that the mountain guarding formation of Yunshan can be changed by the Taoists 1 yuan, 2 forms, 3 talents, for symbols, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 directions. Combined with the School of Mo's mechanism technique, it will make it difficult for those who want to harm the academy to get close to Yunshan. The first draft of the mountain guarding formation's blueprint has basically been completed. Previously, I heard from Yamacho that Taoist Xian Qing should be coming to Yunshan soon. When the time comes, I will let Taoist Xian Qing check it out. After all, the Celestial Master Path has always been very knowledgeable about the way of formations. Upon hearing this, Li Gang was silent for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, Yes. That would be the best. The academy has gone through the previous disaster and was almost destroyed. It really can't take any more twists and turns. The construction of the mountain guarding formation must be considered thoroughly. Mo Huai cupped his hands and said, I understand. Qingke, I heard that you are going to Bingzhou and Yunzhou to build telegraph relay stations. When do you plan to set off? At this moment, Li Gang looked at Li Tai and asked kindly. Chapter 1738. Replying to Teacher Ji, everything needed for the telegraph relay station has been prepared yesterday. Tai had originally planned to set off for Bingzhou after the academy's broadcast was completed. I didn't expect the first experiment to be so successful, so Tai plans to set off tomorrow. The telegraph relay station concerns the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turks. It cannot be delayed. Yanhuang College. Li Tai cupped his hands in greeting to Li Gang in a classroom in Guanghua Building. Although Li Gang wasn't in the imperial court, he had experienced ups and downs in the officialdom all his life. He had long since become shrewd with age, and he had always paid attention to national affairs. When he heard Li Tai say that the telegraph relay station concerns the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turks, he wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he nodded solemnly. Qingke, you're right. The telegraph relay station should be built as soon as possible. Yamacho emphasized this matter before leaving Yunshan. Since you've already prepared everything, you can bring some of the academy's teachers and students who are participating in the Trump Card Project with you to the north tomorrow. The academy will fully cooperate with you in all the manpower and resources you require. We must complete the telegraph relay station as soon as possible. Li Tai cupped his hands in a solemn manner. Tai, I will not disappoint Yamacho and the rest of you. Li Gang nodded. Suddenly, his eyes focused and he said in a deep voice, "Qingke, this old man isn't worried about the technical problems when you lead the team to the north to build the telegraph relay station. This old man and Yamacho both believe that with your talent in engineering, you will be able to solve any problems in front of you. This old man is only worried about your safety. There are many experts in the Turkic kingdom. Although this old man doesn't know about the martial arts world, I know that the Turkic state preceptor is an expert among experts. Previously, he was able to sneak into Yunshan alone to steal confidential information. If he learns that Qingke is going to the north to build the telegraph relay station, it's hard to guarantee that he won't do the same thing again. This time, in addition to the teachers and students from the Trump Card Project going north with you, half of the Academy's guards will also go with you. This is because Qingke and the rest of you are the hope of our Yanhuang College." Replying to Teacher Ji, everything needed for the telegraph relay station has been prepared yesterday. Tai originally planned to set off for Bingzhou after the Academy's broadcast system was set up. I didn't expect the first experiment to be so successful, so Tai plans to set off tomorrow. The telegraph relay station concerns the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Kingdom. Yanhuang College. Li Tai cupped his hands in greeting to Li Gang in a classroom in Guanghua Building. Although Li Gang wasn't part of the court, he had experienced ups and downs in the officialdom all his life. He had long since become a shrewd old man. Moreover, he had always paid attention to national affairs. When he heard Li Tai say that the telegraph relay station concerned the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Kingdom, he wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he solemnly nodded. "Qingke, you're right. The telegraph relay station needs to be built sooner rather than later." Before Yamacho left Yunshan, he emphasized this matter. "Since you've already prepared everything, tomorrow, you can bring some of the teachers and students from the Academy who are participating in the Trump Card Project to the north with you. The Academy will provide all the manpower and resources you need. We must complete the telegraph relay station as soon as possible." Li Tai solemnly clasped his hands and said, "Tai, I will not disappoint Yamacho and the rest of you." Li Gang nodded. Suddenly, his eyes focused and he sternly said, "Qingke, this old man isn't worried about the technical problems when you lead the team north to build the telegraph relay station. This old man and Yamacho both believe that with your talent in engineering, you will be able to solve any problems in front of you. This old man is only worried about your safety. In the Turkic kingdom, there are many experts. Although this old man doesn't know about the martial arts world, I know that the Turkic state preceptor is an expert among experts. Previously, he was able to sneak into Yunshan alone to steal confidential information. If he learns that you're going north to build a telegraph relay station, there's no guarantee that he won't repeat the same trick. Thus, in addition to the teachers and students from the Trump Card Project going north with you, half of the Academy's guards will also go with you. Qingke, you are the hope of Yanhuang College." Li Gang nodded. Suddenly, his eyes focused and sternly said, "Qingke, this old man isn't worried about the technical problems when you lead the team north to build the telegraph relay station. This old man and Yamacho both believe that with your talent in engineering, you will be able to solve any problems in front of you. This old man is only worried about your safety. In the Turkic kingdom, there are many experts. Although this old man doesn't know about the martial arts world, I know that the Turkic state preceptor is an expert among experts. Previously, he was able to sneak into Yunshan alone to steal confidential information. If he learns that you're going north to build a telegraph relay station, there's no guarantee that he won't repeat the same trick. Thus, in addition to the teachers and students from the Trump Card Project going north with you, half of the Academy's guards will also go with you. This old man is the hope of Yanhuang College." Chapter 1739. Your Majesty, Prince Wei requests an audience. Afternoon, Suite Du Hall. Li Er was absent-mindedly reviewing the memorials. In the morning, the Central Secretariat had already sent out the conscription notices to the various prefectures. This made him feel more or less relieved. However, there was still a problem as to how to deal with the provisions and equipment for the 150,000 soldiers. Li Er couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, a chamberlain suddenly walked in quietly and bowed to Li Er. "Oh. Qingke. Let him in." Li Er, who was in a mess, raised his head and said to the chamberlain. "Yes, sir." The chamberlain accepted the order and left. After a while, Li Tai, who was wearing the academy's scholar's robe, walked in and bowed to Li Er. "Your son pays his respects to father." "Yes. You may rise." Seeing Li Tai, Li Er's mood instantly improved. Just as Li Gang had said, Li Tai's current actions could be said to be the hope of Yanhuang College and the Tang Empire. How could a father not be gratified to see his son's ability and achievements? "Qingke, why are you not at Yunshan? Why did you return to the palace?" Li Er asked with a smile. Li Tai cupped his hands and replied, "Father, I returned to the palace today to bid farewell to father and mother." "Bid farewell?" Li Er was stunned when he heard this. Then, his expression changed. He leaned forward and asked in a deep voice, "Qingke, are you leaving for the north?" At dusk yesterday, he had received news that the steam engine invented by Li Tai had been successfully tested. Today, Li Tai had entered the palace to bid farewell. There was only one possibility. Li Tai nodded and said, "Yes, father. The manpower and materials needed for the telegraph relay station have been prepared. Your son plans to bring the elites of the academy to Bingzhou tomorrow morning to build the telegraph relay station." Li Er was silent for a moment and nodded. "Since you have made your decision, Qingke, I will support you. Later, go and tell your mother. After all, you have never left Chang'an for so many years. The furthest place you have been to was Yunshan." Li Tai was originally very favored in the palace. As the saying goes, a son travels 1,000 miles and his mother worries. Although Li Er and Empress Zhangsun were the emperor and empress, they were also parents. They would inevitably be worried about Li Tai's departure to the north. "Yes, father." Li Tai cupped his hands in acknowledgement, but he did not leave. Li Er asked Li Er, "Why? Qingke, do you have anything else?" Li Tai cupped his hands and replied, "Father, the teachers and students of the academy who are following me to the north are all talented in engineering. Previously, the academy was attacked. This time, Teacher Wenji was worried that we would encounter danger and wanted to let most of the academy guards follow me to the north. However, I am worried that the academy's defense will be greatly weakened, so I rejected Teacher Wenji's good intentions." Li Er's eyes focused and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Mr. Li Gang's worries are not without reason. I originally planned to only send a few dozen guards to send you to the north. Now that the Tang Empire and the Turks are at daggers drawn, it is hard to guarantee that the thief Shili will not attack you and the academy." Speaking of this, Li Er stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Then, he said, "How about this? I will let the two brothers of the Dugu family lead 1,000 imperial guards to follow you to Bingzhou and Yunzhou. I will also order the commandant of the two prefectures to protect you." As the ruler of the Tang Empire, Li Er certainly had the ability to send more people to protect the safety of Li Tai and the rest. However, the academy was only going to deploy the telegraph relay station and not to the front line. If he sent too many troops, it would be suspicious of mobilizing the army. Moreover, Li Tai and the rest were still in the Tang Empire's territory. The probability of encountering danger was relatively small. After the Turk wolf cavalry sneaked into the Tang Empire, the northern border was now heavily guarded. It would be difficult to repeat the situation of 50,000 wolf cavalry entering the pass last time. Therefore, Li Er only sent 1,000 imperial guards to accompany Li Tai to the north. This was not a small number. With 1,000 imperial guards and the cooperation of the local prefectures, Li Tai and the rest would not encounter any danger unless the Turks gathered their forces and directly went to war with the Tang Empire. "Thank you, father." Li Tai hurriedly clasped his hands and thanked him. Go and pay respects to your mother." Li Er waved his hand. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly stopped Li Tai, saying, "Wait. Qingke, after paying respects to your mother, send a message to Li Zixuan and remind him not to forget what he promised me yesterday. He was naturally referring to Li Zixuan's call for merchants to donate military funds to the imperial court. Hearing this, Li Tai looked puzzled and said, "Yes, Father. It's just that, this son doesn't know what matter imperial father is talking about." Li Er blushed and said, "It's just a small matter. Just say it like that. Li Zixuan will definitely understand what I mean." Li Er felt that this kind of thing was too degrading to his identity as the emperor. There was no need to say it in front of Li Tai. Seeing that Li Er was unwilling to say, Li Tai did not probe further. He clasped his hands and said, "Yes, Father. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Li Er nodded and his expression returned to normal. Chapter 1740. Clang. 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 In the evening, when the sun was setting, the sound of a golden gong could be heard from the Black Armored Army's camp in the northwest of Chang'an City. The soldiers who were sweating profusely on the drill ground heaved a sigh of relief. The sound of the gong signaled the end of the day's tough training. "Listen up, everyone. Disperse, eat and return to camp." Soldiers on night duty, prepare to patrol after dinner. Sun Jiping, who was in full armor, shouted at the soldiers in front of him. "Yes, sir." In the scorching summer, the group of people who were wearing airtight plate armor had long been soaked through from the heat. In addition, after a day of high-intensity military training, they were simply exhausted, and all of them were so hungry that their stomachs were growling. At this moment, when they heard Sun Jiping announce that they were disbanding, all of the soldiers could not help but shout out in agreement. Then, everyone took off their helmets at the same time and let out a long breath. As the new armor made by the workshop was connected to the whole body, it was more troublesome to put it on or take it off. It was impossible to do it in a short period of time. Now, they had more important things to do: eat. Therefore, they didn't have time to take off their armor. For a group of people who had been training for the whole day, eating was the most important thing. "Xiao Xian, let's go. Let's go eat." Qing Chimo rushed over with Yuqi Baolin and said to Li Zixuan anxiously. Although these two unlucky children were both descendants of military families, and Qing Chimo had personally been on the battlefield before, their equestrian archery skills were nothing to write home about. In the morning, they had not passed the Black Armored Troops equestrian archery test, so in the afternoon, Sun Jiping really did not let them eat. This made the two children starve to death. Fortunately, after a period of emergency training in the afternoon and under the guidance of Li Zixuan and Sun Jiping, Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin finally grasped all the tricks and passed the Black Armored Army's equestrian archery test. Otherwise, these two unlucky kids wouldn't have dinner. Now that it was finally time for lunch, Qing Chimo wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly straight to the Wu Battalion's kitchen. However, he had never been to the Black Armored Army's camp before, and he didn't have the chance to have lunch either. Therefore, he had no choice but to drag Li Zixuan along. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not like the kitchen is short on food for the two of you." Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said grumpily. Even though he said that, he still led Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin to the kitchen of the Wu Battalion. "Xiao Xian, it's easy for you to say that. You may have eaten lunch, but Baolin and I are still hungry. I feel like I can eat an entire cow right now. I don't care anymore, I want to eat meat." Qing Chimo dragged Li Zixuan along as he ran, his mouth chattering non-stop. "Hey hey hey. Wrong. Over here. Do you know the way or not?" It was just that this fellow was walking in the wrong direction. They were heading to the Ding Battalion. Li Zixuan had no choice but to shake off Qing Chimo's paw and lead the way. On the drill ground, Sun Jiping looked at the backs of the three of them as they left. He couldn't help but shake his head. Actually, he was just about to invite Li Zixuan to have dinner with him. As a senior general in the army, under non-wartime circumstances, he wouldn't usually share a big pot of food with a normal soldier. Although it wasn't to the extent of being given preferential treatment, but in terms of the variety and quantity of food, it was much better than a normal soldier. But seeing Li Zishuan being dragged away by Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin, Sun Jiping gave up on the idea of inviting Li Zishuan for dinner. After a moment of hesitation, he also followed behind the three of them and walked towards the kitchen of the Wu battalion. On the other side, Li Zishuan led Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin to the kitchen of the Wu battalion at the speed of the wind. At this time, there was already a long queue. But it couldn't really be considered a long queue because they arrived earlier. There were only a dozen people in front of them. This Wu battalion's kitchen is quite big, huh? I wonder if there's meat for dinner. Qing Chumo looked at the wooden and brick kitchen in front of him and couldn't help but lick his lips and say. The biggest fear of fire in the military camp was that the soldiers were strictly forbidden from cooking in private. There was only one place to cook, and that was the kitchen. Taking into account the number of soldiers eating and the fact that the kitchen itself had to be fireproof, the kitchen in the military camp was built with bricks and wood instead of tents. If the army was marching outside, there wouldn't be so many rules. The soldiers would usually just eat dry rations or cook in the open air. After the expansion of the Black Armored Army, there were a total of 5,000 people. It wasn't realistic for so many people to rely on one kitchen to provide food. Therefore, every battalion had their own kitchen. The rice, noodles, vegetables and meat were all distributed centrally. As for the allocation of cooks, it was about one cook for every 10 people. To be precise, it was the cook's army. The famous general of the Ming dynasty who fought against the Japanese, Qi Jiguang, was originally from the cook's army. Because in ancient times, there wasn't gas, liquefied gas, electrical appliances, steam boxes and so on. One person needed to burn firewood to prepare the food for 10 people was already the limit. Therefore, in the past dynasties, there were usually 10 or 15 people to a single kitchen. In the Wu battalion, there were still 2 hours before the end of the afternoon training. The cook's army had already stopped the training in advance and went to prepare the food. Therefore, when Qing Chumo and the others arrived, the cook's army was already in the kitchen getting food for the soldiers. While Qing Chumo was waiting anxiously, the soldiers in front of him finally got their food. Qing Chumo quickly took out the big bowl that he had just received. It was a very big porcelain bowl, about the same size as the soup bowl used to hold vegetables, and shouted to the cook who was getting the food, "Brother, get more meat, I haven't eaten lunch yet." The cook looked at Qing Chumo and said indifferently, "There's no meat for dinner in the army, only for lunch." Huh? Qing Chumo was dumbfounded. He had been hungry for the whole day, and now that he could finally eat, he couldn't eat any meat. Wasn't this asking him to die? Ignore him, just get more food for him. Li Zishuan, who was standing behind Qing Chumo, couldn't help but say to the cook. He was mainly worried that Qing Chumo was wasting time here and the soldiers would have a problem with him. Yes, join the army. The cook recognized Li Zishuan. After all, they had just had extra training today. Hearing this, he quickly took the big bowl from Qing Chumo's hand and started to fill it with food. After a while, 3 people walked out from the group with big bowls filled with food. There were so many people in the army, there was definitely no place for them to sit down and eat. All the soldiers squatted in groups of 3 to 5 in the open space in front of the kitchen and started to eat. The Black Armored Army is the #1 cavalry force in Tang Empire. Why can't they provide meat for 2 meals a day? How are we going to eat without meat? Looking at the white rice and green vegetables in his bowl, Qing Chumo couldn't help but sigh. Li Zishuan glared at this idiot and said unhappily, "Are you going to eat or not? If you're not eating, you're going to give your food to Baolin. You still have the energy to complain. I think you're not hungry, right?" On the other side, Yuqi Baolin was hugging his bowl of rice and began to eat heartily, huffing and puffing. Grumble, grumble, grumble. At this moment, Qing Chumo's stomach started to grumble again. He quickly said, "Eat, eat, eat." Who said I'm not eating? I've been hungry for the whole day, even if it's white rice. Old Qing, we'll eat it. Delicious, really delicious. Chapter 1741. Firstly, there was no meat or fish in the army's food. Secondly, it was a big pot of rice. Naturally, there was little oil and water. It was bland and tasteless. But to these rough men who had trained hard all day, this bland and tasteless food was the only way to maintain their strength and life. Hence, the empty space outside the kitchen was filled with the sound of food being eaten. Other than Chingchumo, no one else complained that the food was not tasty. Although Li Zishuan's family was extremely wealthy in this life, and he lived a life of luxury, he wasn't a pampered young master who couldn't endure hardships. After all, in his previous life, he was a village boy through and through. When he was young, he suffered a lot. Therefore, although the military food was bland and tasteless, to him, it was still barely edible. During the day, although he did not train for the whole day like Chingchumo, but he still had to observe the training situation of each battalion and learn the training methods of each battalion. These were also very physically and mentally draining. After a whole day, his stomach was not light. "Field officer's son, why are you here today?" Just as everyone was burying their heads in eating, Li Zishuan suddenly heard the cook who had served them food earlier speak up. "Why can't I be here? Get me a bowl of food." The person who had come was Sun Jiping. Facing the cook's surprise, he did not say much and directly handed over the bowl of food in his hands. Yes. Field officer's son." The cook was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He quickly took the bowl of food and bent over to get some for Sun Jiping. "Haha. Join the army, Chumo, Baolin, you don't mind if I eat with you, right?" After a while, Sun Jiping walked over to Li Zishuan with a bowl of food and said with a smile. "Humph. This is Field Officer's son's territory. If Field Officer's son wants to come, who would dare to object?" Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Chingchumo couldn't help but speak first, his voice dripping with sarcasm. This guy did not get to eat lunch and was still angry. After all, in the black armored troops, they only had meat in the afternoon. He had missed out on lunch and would not be able to make up for it at night. It was really a huge loss. "You brat, can't food shut your mouth?" Li Zishuan glared at Chingchumo, then looked at Sun Jiping and said, "Jiping, since you're here, let's eat together." "Thank you for joining the army." Sun Jiping smiled. He did not take Chingchumo's mockery to heart. In other words, he had a general impression of Chingchumo's character before this. "I heard from that guy's tone that you didn't eat here often, Jiping?" Li Zishuan asked as Sun Jiping squatted down. Although he had listened to Li Jing's military books for most of the day, there were still many things he did not understand about the military. If he did not understand, he could just ask. Sun Jiping replied as he ate, "The generals in the army usually have their meals alone. The people in the kitchen will send the food over after it's done." Chingchumo's eyes lit up and said, "Doesn't that mean that Field Officer's son can eat meat every meal?" This fellow did not like to eat meat before, but he was so tired on his first day in the army camp. If he did not eat meat, how could he survive on a vegetarian diet? So when he heard Sun Jiping's words, he immediately became excited, completely forgetting that he had mocked Sun Jiping earlier. "That's not true. Actually, the meals of the generals in the army are similar to yours. They only have meat in the afternoon. The only difference is that the food is more exquisite, there is more food, and there is no need to queue for food." Sun Jiping shook his head and said, "Oh. I didn't expect the meals of the black armored troops to be so mediocre." Chingchumo's face was filled with disappointment when he heard this, and he muttered. Sun Jiping thought for a moment and said, "Chumo, today is different from the past. Now, all the soldiers in the capital are nervously training and preparing for war. The consumption of grain, vegetables, and meat everywhere is an astronomical figure. It is not easy for the imperial court to guarantee that the soldiers have a meal of meat every day. We can't ask for more." At this time, Li Zishuan was almost done with his meal. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment and said, "Jiping is right. Right now, we're only preparing the army for war. When the imperial court attacks the prairie one day, we'll need more food. No one knows how long this war will last, so it is not wrong to be frugal now." "Oh." Chingchumo replied. He probably felt that Li Zishuan's words made sense, so he lowered his head and ate without saying another word. Field officer, after today's observation, do you have any thoughts on the training of the black armored troops in the future? Sun Jiping took 2 mouthfuls of food and wolfed it down like Ching Chimo. Then, he raised his head and asked. Li Zishuan put down his bowl and moved a rock over to sit on it. He thought for a moment and said, I saw the training of the soldiers in the morning. I've seen the soldiers training during the day. Generally speaking, the black armored troops training should be the same as before. But now that the soldiers are all wearing new armors, it's no longer appropriate to use the old training methods. Come to my tent later and I will explain to you in detail. As for the improvement of the training methods, I will suggest some ideas. Help me check them out. After all, you have been in the army longer than me. Due to various reasons, Li Zishuan had already taken Sun Jiping as his confidant. This was an inexplicable trust, but at the same time, this trust was not mixed with any benefits, so it was more reliable. With Sun Jiping as his confidant, he could discuss tactics anytime and anywhere. To Li Zishuan, who had just joined the black armored troops, this was already a very good start. Field officer, you are exaggerating. I am not qualified to check for you. At most, I will give you some suggestions. Facing Li Zishuan, Sun Jiping was actually a little restrained. Part of it was because of his status, but more importantly, Li Zishuan's superb martial arts skills. After all, the army had always respected the strong. Li Zishuan's strength was worthy of his respect. Haha. Xian and I are like brothers. You used to be his subordinate. Now that we are fellow soldiers, there is no need to be so formal. If you continue to be like this, how can I trust you with my back when we are on the battlefield? Just call me Xiao Xian from now on, just like Chimo. Li Zishuan's eyes were like torches. How could he not see Sun Jiping's restraint? He laughed and patted Sun Jiping's shoulder. This. I wouldn't dare. Sun Jiping was shocked. He hurriedly put down his bowl and cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan. What's there to be afraid of? We are all in the same battalion, so we are brothers. Look at Xiao Xian and me. Although we are his personal guards on the surface, we still quarrel in private and do whatever we want. Lieutenant, you're not a man at all when you're being so restrained. Ching Chimo grinned and patted Sun Jiping's shoulder. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Cho Nyo is right. Although we are superior and subordinate in the army, this does not prevent us from calling each other brothers in private. What do you think? Seeing Li Zishuan and Ching Chimo being so friendly and natural, Sun Jiping's eyes flashed with envy. After hesitating for a long time, he clasped his fists and said, Then I will accept your invitation. Haha. That's how it should be. Ching Chimo laughed and said, Then next time if I don't pass the exam, Lieutenant's son, don't punish me by starving me. We are brothers after all, no. Military orders cannot be disobeyed, military rules cannot be changed. Before Ching Chimo could finish, Sun Jiping said coldly with a straight face. Ching Chimo immediately choked on his words. Haha. Li Zishuan could not help but smile. Then he scolded Ching Chimo jokingly, Looks like Cho Nyo is full now, or else why would you start to talk? It's still early, why don't you go to the drill ground later? Not full? Who said I'm full? I'll go get another bowl of food. Ching Chimo suddenly felt as if his tail had been stepped on. He quickly got up and ran towards the kitchen. Chapter 1742. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened, but it was not completely dark yet. In the Black Armored Army's camp, all the soldiers returned to rest. Of course, other than the soldiers patrolling the camp. Although the military camp was located in Jianghu city and would not encounter any enemy attack in the middle of the night, the guards in the military camp did not relax at all. This was not only to maintain the vigilance of the soldiers, but also to prevent thieves from sneaking into the military camp. Isn't it too early for them to rest? As a member of the army, Li Zishuan had his own tent. At this moment, when he saw Ching Chimo and Yuchi Baolin taking off their armor and getting ready to sleep, he could not help but sigh. It was almost 6 or 7 o'clock at night in modern times. If they were to sleep now, how could they possibly fall asleep? Although Li Zishuan had not been in the army in his previous life, he had participated in military training in university. At that time, they had gone through a month of intensive military training in a military camp. It could be said that they had experienced military life for almost a month. At that time, they would stand at attention and train in formation during the day. However, at night, they did not immediately rest after dinner. Usually, after dinner, everyone would gather together to practice formations or military boxing. If they still had time after practice, they would do what many people liked the most, singing. The so-called singing was the practice of singing lyrics between different formations. It was mainly to boost the soldiers' morale and the spirit of fighting for first place. There were only a few kinds of lyrics for singing. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we waited so hard, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we waited so anxiously, I asked you to sing, but you didn't sing. Why are you so shy, like a big girl, and so on. Although the lyrics for singing were simple and crude, there was a hot-blooded atmosphere in the army. It was easy to be influenced by it. At that time, the students who participated in the military training were all shouting louder than the other. Everyone's faces and necks were all red. Now that Li Zishuan thought about it, he could not help but feel nostalgic. That was why he felt that the soldiers of this era, who did not need to patrol, slept too early at night. What? Early? It's almost 7 o'clock. Is it early? And it's already dark. What else can we do other than sleep? Ching Chimo glared and muttered. Then he reached out to take off his shoes and said, alas. This military camp is not as good as the academy. It doesn't even have a light source. It's too dark. F***ck. Stop it, you bastard. While they were talking, Li Zishuan suddenly covered his nose and said angrily to Ching Chimo, you've been training for a whole day and you haven't even washed your feet. How are you going to sleep with this stench? Go and wash up. Bao Lin, you go wash up too. The moment Ching Chimo took off his shoes, a thick stench spread throughout the tent. That stench could definitely make the 5 venomous creatures avoid it and make demons bow their heads. He was still breathing, unparalleled in the world. Even though Li Zishuan wasn't a clean freak, he obviously had better conditions to fight for. There were several wells in the black armored troops camp. Why should he endure such influence? Oh. Xiao Xian, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Wait here. I'll go wash up with Bao Lin. Ching Chimo scratched his head awkwardly. Then he put on his shoes and got up to call Captain Chi Bao Lin. Then he seemed to have thought of something and asked, oh, right. Xiao Xian, where's the well? Go straight out and turn left. Then you'll see it. Li Zishuan waved his hand. Ching Chimo grinned and answered. Then he carried the wooden bucket and left the tent with Yuchi Bao Lin. Li Zishuan took out the military book Mirror of the 6 Armies, that Li Jing had given him yesterday and started reading it under the dim light. In the YY novels from his previous life, when the main character transmigrated to ancient times and entered the military camp, the first thing he did was to kill the troublemakers. Then he shook his body and released his domineering aura, attracting the admiration of many little fans. After that, the main character would use some of the military training methods from his previous life. He would be instantly shocked and become the god of war. Looking at it this way, it was easy for a modern person to lead an army in ancient times. But was that really the case? Obviously not. First of all, the people of ancient times weren't fools. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. It was impossible to make everyone in the army submit to you just by showing off your domineering aura. Secondly, any change that deviated from reality was bound to end in failure. Li Zishuan paid close attention to the black armored troops camp and the training of the soldiers. He wanted to understand the training methods of the soldiers of this era, especially the heavy cavalry. Only then could he make targeted suggestions for improvement. Therefore, in ancient times, leading an army to war was not easy. May I ask if the commander is in the tent? I, Sun Jiping, would like to see him. Just as Li Zishuan was immersed in Li Jing's world of military strategy, a man's voice came from outside the tent. It was Sun Jiping. Li Zishuan immediately came back to his senses. He kept the military book and turned his head to the outside of the tent. Come in. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jiping lifted the curtain and walked in from outside. Jiping, you're here? There are no outsiders here, so there's no need for formalities. Have a seat. Li Zishuan pointed at the mat opposite him and smiled at Sun Jiping. Thank you. After the conversation at dinner, Sun Jiping, Li Zishuan, Qing Chumo, and the others had quietly become closer. Therefore, Sun Jiping did not stand on ceremony and sat directly opposite Li Zishuan. Then he took out the wooden box beside him and said, "There is no meat for dinner in the army. I reckon that Chumo and Bao Lin are not full yet, so I brought some food from the kitchen. Commander, don't worry. These are all extra meals today, and they won't violate the military rules." Where are Chumo and Bao Lin? Speaking of this, Sun Jiping looked at the tent and could not help but wonder. Although Li Zishuan had asked Sun Jiping to address each other as brothers during dinner, Sun Jiping still had some respect for Li Zishuan and did not dare to call him by his name. Calling him commander was already his limit. The two of them went out and will be back in a while. Li Zishuan replied and then said, "If the two of them knew that you brought food for them, they would be overjoyed. But this kind of thing should not happen again. Being in the army, you shouldn't act like you're special. It's easy to be criticized." These words were not only for Sun Jiping's sake, but also Qing Chumo and Yuqi Bao Lin's. This general understands. Sun Jiping cupped his fist and replied. Li Zishuan nodded. He pondered for a moment and then said seriously, "Jiping, you came at the right time. During the day, I saw the training of the Black Armored Army and have some questions. You can help me solve them." Chapter 1743. Sir, please speak. In the tent, Sun Jiping clasped his fists towards Li Zishuan. First question, which of the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army has the strongest combat power? Li Zishuan asked in a low voice. Sun Jiping replied without hesitation, based on the current situation, within the Black Armored Army, the A Battalion is undeniably the strongest. This is because the A Battalion has the most original Black Armored Army soldiers and their coordination in battle formations is the best. As for the other 4 battalions, most of them are new recruits. Before this, although they were all elites of their respective guards, they were not familiar with each other and their coordination was not good enough. I see. Li Zishuan nodded his head thoughtfully. During the day, when he was inspecting the military camp and inspecting the training of the soldiers, he had noticed that the training of the soldiers of the battalion was the most outstanding. No matter if it was battle formation training or equestrian archery training, they all felt very relaxed when they trained, as if they didn't take the training seriously at all. As for the soldiers of the other battalions, they would more or less make some mistakes in their training. This was already very telling. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan continued to ask. Other than the E Battalion, do you know about the other 4 battalions? How are they like? As the Black Armored Army's adjutant, Li Zishuan's main task was to coordinate the daily training of the soldiers of the different battalions. In the future, he would have to interact with the commanders of the other battalions. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy. Sun Jiping's face darkened. After a moment of thought, he replied, I have just joined the Black Armored Army and have only interacted with the other 4 battalions on official matters. I have not interacted with them personally and can only give you a general overview. Li Zishuan nodded. Sun Jiping began to explain, the lieutenant of the A Battalion is Zhang Shigui. If you know anything about the Black Armored Army before joining the army, you should have heard of him. Zhang Shigui was one of the earliest generals of the Black Armored troops. He fought bravely and had been through hundreds of battles. He had participated in battles such as eliminating Wang Shichong and defeating Dou Jianda. In the entire black armored troops, other than General Duan and General Chiu, he had the highest prestige. In the time that this general has been in the black armored army, I have not had any direct contact with Zhang Shigui. The only time I met him was a month ago in the commander's tent. At that time, General Chiu, 2nd Battalion Lieutenant Sun Tao, and 3rd Battalion Lieutenant Zhang Kangnian were all strongly opposed to the black armored army changing into the new equipment that you were about to bring. They said that the country war was imminent and it was not appropriate to seek for new equipment. Otherwise, the black armored army's battle prowess would be greatly reduced and they would not be able to contend against the Turkic wolf cavalry. However, General Duan and Zhang Shigui stood firmly on Kunjan's side at that time. They believed that the black armored troops were no longer as strong as they used to be. If they wanted to form a fighting force in a short period of time, they had to change. Moreover, General Duan had already experienced the power of the new armor. After a heated discussion, General Duan stood his ground and decided to introduce the new equipment. He also decided that the moment Kanjun joined the black armored army, he would hand over the responsibility of overseeing the training of the soldiers to you. Li Zishuan was enlightened. He nodded thoughtfully and sighed. I didn't expect that before I came, so many people in the black armored army were already against me. But from the looks of it, Zhang Shigui should be on General Duan's side, while 2nd Battalion Lieutenant Sun Tao and 3rd Battalion Lieutenant Zhang Kangnian should be on General Chiu's side. Hearing this, Sun Jiping's gaze turned cold. He didn't dare to make another sound. There were definitely issues regarding factions in the military, but everyone had a tacit understanding. No one would openly speak of it like Li Zishuan. This was a taboo, and once it was heard by outsiders, it was very likely that it would become a source of gossip. However, from this, it could be seen that Li Zishuan really treated him as a trusted aide. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such things in front of him. Ahem. All right, I understand now. Jiping, you can continue. Li Zishuan also realized that he had lost his composure. He coughed dryly and waved his hand. Sun Jiping straightened his face and continued, 2nd Battalion Lieutenant Sun Tao was originally a general of the Black Armored Army. After the expansion of the Black Armored Army, he was appointed as the 2nd Battalion Lieutenant. This person is arrogant and unruly. During the day, Duan Jishuan had introduced Li Zishuan to the generals of the different battalions. However, the introduction back then was too rough. Now, with Sun Jiping's explanation, Li Zishuan had a rough understanding of the other 4 battalions of the Black Armored Army. At the very least, he had a rough understanding of their personalities. 1st Battalion Lieutenant Zhang Shigui was a man of few words. However, he fought bravely and belonged to the practical faction. In terms of factions, Zhang Shigui was on Duan Jishuan's side. 2nd Battalion Lieutenant Sun Tao was an arrogant person. Now that he had been appointed, he was a little arrogant and belonged to Qiu Xinggong's faction. 3rd Battalion Lieutenant Zhang Kangnian was a smiling tiger. Qiu Xinggong's faction was a military general. He welcomed everyone with a smile. However, it was hard to say if he would stab someone in the back. Li Zishuan felt that this kind of personality was more suitable to be an official and not a military general. 4th Battalion Lieutenant Lu De was a man of few words. His faction was unclear. However, he was resolute in his work and was strict in his management of the army. The soldiers under him were also very hard-working in their training. As for the 5th Battalion Lieutenant Sun Jiping, Li Zishuan already had a good understanding of him. From these introductions, Li Zishuan had a rough understanding of the power distribution of the Black Armored Army. He also had a rough idea of who he should put in important positions and who he should be wary of in the future. I understand now. After thinking about it for a while, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping and smiled. It's all thanks to you. If not for you, it would have been impossible for me to understand the situation within the Black Armored Army without 3 to 5 days. And in these 3 to 5 days, we can do a lot of things. You're too kind, sir. Sun Jiping quickly clasped his fist. Regarding the training of the soldiers of each battalion, I have some ideas after today's visit. Li Zishuan suddenly said. The current training method of the Black Armored Army should still be the same as before. In my opinion, the current training method only focuses on form and not intention. Sun Jiping's interest was piqued. He asked, "Sir, what do you mean by that?" Li Zishuan smiled and explained, "What I mean is that the current training method of the Black Armored Army is too focused on form. Whether it is the military drill or the riding and archery assessment, these can only improve the soldier's individual skills. However, can these skills be used to fight on the battlefield? No. If the Black Armored Army wants to be the #1 heavy cavalry of the Tang Empire, it should be focused on killing and breaking through enemy lines. I can't feel any killing intent from the current Black Armored Army. At most, they are like a group of tigers that are locked in a cage and trained all day long to perform. This is not what I want to see. I believe His Majesty doesn't want to see this either. Therefore, there must be a change." Sun Jiping frowned. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "I seem to have the same feeling too. May I ask, how should we change?" Chapter 1744. Rome wasn't built in a day. Our Tang Empire's cavalry has been using this training method for a long time. If we suddenly make a big change, I'm afraid there will be a lot of opposition. Especially in the Black Armored Army, there are many people who don't like me. Therefore, I plan to try out the change in the training method on a small scale." Since he had decided to make Sun Jiping his trusted aide, Li Zishuan had nothing to hide from him. His gaze darkened as he spoke bluntly. Sun Jiping pondered for a moment and understood what Li Zishuan wanted to say next. Therefore, he cupped his fists and said, "I'm willing to open the way for you and be the vanguard." Sun Jiping was grateful that Li Zishuan trusted him so wholeheartedly. He didn't want to form a clique in the Black Armored Army, but he also understood the principle of, where there are people, there will be conflicts. If he didn't form a clique, others would do so and isolate him from the other guards. Therefore, it was better to hold on to Li Zishuan. Not only could he stabilize his position in the Black Armored Army, but he could also help Li Zishuan to control the entire Black Armored Army as soon as possible. Haha. Good. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel very happy. He looked at Sun Jiping and said firmly, "Since you trust me so much, then I won't let you down. Don't worry, the training methods that I'm going to propose are all carefully thought out and tested. Although I don't dare to say that they are the best in the world, but they are definitely many times better than the current training methods." "Oh, right, Jiping, you are now the lieutenant of the Wu Battalion. Are the soldiers under your command disciplined?" He was worried that Sun Jiping had just joined the Black Armored Army. Even if he became the lieutenant of the Wu Battalion, his subordinates might not be obedient to him. Sun Jiping smiled confidently and said, "You can rest assured about this. As long as you don't violate military orders, my words are still effective in the Wu Battalion." Before coming to the Black Armored Army, Sun Jiping was a member of the Imperial Guard. He definitely had the qualifications. Moreover, his martial arts strength was also quite good. If not, he would not have been appointed by Duan Jishuan as an adjutant of the Wu Battalion. Of course, the most important thing was that the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were all new recruits who had just joined the Black Armored Army. Otherwise, no matter how experienced Sun Jiping was, it would be hard for him to convince them. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "N. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Tomorrow, I will summon all the generals of the 5 battalions to my tent for a discussion, and I will tell them about my modified training method. I don't care about other people's opinions, but you have to stand on my side. At worst, I will start with the trial in the Wu Battalion, and after some results, even if other people are against it, they will still have to follow my new training method." Seeing Li Zishuan's solemn vow, Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said, "This general obeys. Hey! Xiao Xian, let me tell you, the water in the well is really King cool, why don't you?" At this moment, Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin entered the tent, carrying wooden buckets. When they saw Sun Jiping sitting inside, Qing Chumo couldn't help but be taken aback. A moment later, he reacted and dryly coughed. "Ahem. Field Officer Sun is here?" N. Sun Jiping stood up and nodded. He then looked at Li Zishuan and cupped his fists. If there's nothing else, this general will take his leave. N. Go ahead. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Sun Jiping then turned and left. Xiao Xian, why is Sun Jiping here? After Sun Jiping left, Qing Chimo immediately came over and asked curiously. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and pointed at the wooden box on the table. There, he was worried that you two didn't have enough for dinner, so he brought you some food. What? There's such a good thing? Qing Chimo's eyes suddenly lit up. Without any explanation, he rushed to the table next to him and opened the food box. He immediately saw a few plates of fragrant dishes and 2 big bowls of rice inside. He couldn't help but laugh and say, hee hee. I couldn't tell that this field officer's son was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He punished me and Baolin cleanly during the day, and he even brought us food at night. I, old Cheng, will recognize this brother of mine. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating again. Brother Chon Yo, I didn't have enough for dinner either. Leave some for me. Yuchi Baolin saw this and quickly came over. Speaking of which, if he didn't take the initiative at this time, Qing Chimo probably wouldn't even leave him a bowl of rice. Faced with these 2 buffoons, Li Zishuan could only smile helplessly. He thought to himself, these 2 kids are famous popinjays in the capital. Why do they look like they haven't eaten before? Beep, beep, beep. Just as Li Zishuan was about to continue reading his military books, the wooden box at his bedside rang. It was the sound of the telegraph inside. This time, he entered the military camp with the telegraph so that he could communicate with the outside world. If something happened at the academy or at home, he could be the first to know and deal with it, right? Li Zishuan quickly got up and strode to the bedside. He took out the telegraph and placed it on the table. Is it Green Sparrow? Did something happen at the academy? After listening for a while and learning the identity of the sender, Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown as he muttered to himself. At the same time, he casually sent a message to confirm the sender's identity, informing Li Tai that he had received it. Soon, the telegraph rang again. Beep, 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 beep. Li Zishuan listened quietly without taking notes. His spiritual power was strong enough to translate while listening. Gradually, his expression relaxed. Because the content of the telegram had nothing to do with the academy. Yamacho, Tai plans to leave for the north tomorrow. Today, I'm going to the palace to bid farewell. Father asked Tai to tell you not to forget what you promised yesterday. Remember. The content of the telegram was very brief. Li Zishuan quickly understood what Li Tai meant, but he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Li Er asked him not to forget what he promised yesterday. What did he promise old Li yesterday? Li Zishuan's thoughts involuntarily flew back to the conversation with Li Er at Qin Xiong's house yesterday, so it's about this. A moment later, Li Zishuan finally came to a realization. He understood why Li Er was looking for him. Beep, 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 I know. Be careful on your way north. Li Zishuan, who came back to his senses, sent a message back to Li Tai. The other side quickly replied with a beep, 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 yes, Yamacho, and the telegraph went completely silent. Xiao Xian, whose telegram is it? Qing Chimo, who was at the side, asked while eating. When Li Zishuan received the telegram just now, the 2 of them deliberately lowered the sound of their eating so as not to disturb Li Zishuan. Now that the telegram was received, they could finally eat without restraint. Qin Ke. Li Zishuan replied casually, and then said unhappily, you 2 hurry up and eat, then go to sleep. The training in the Wu battalion tomorrow will be much more intensive than today. Huh? You want to increase the training tomorrow? Qing Chimo was dumbfounded. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered with him, and began to think about how to solve the problem that he promised Li Er yesterday. Chapter 1745. In the tent, Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin continued to eat. They had already eaten their fill, but when they heard Li Zishuan say that they would increase their training tomorrow, they couldn't help but feel a little hungry. the two of them immediately felt even more motivated to eat. They looked like they wouldn't stop until they had finished all the food in their boxes. They weren't afraid of indigestion at all. Li Zishuan, after a long moment of thought, turned on the telegraph and sent out another message. Beep beep beep. Chang'an, king of Shu's residence. Ever since Li Ku had been crowned king of Shu several months ago, he had moved out of the imperial palace. In the last few days, he and Li Junxian had been busy setting up the gold-clothed guards for the Yanhuang Bank. He had just eaten dinner and had just bathed and changed his clothes. As he was reading in his study, he suddenly heard a beeping sound coming from a wooden box on a nearby bookshelf. Could it be a message from Yamacho? As a student of Yanhuang College, Li Ku was naturally very familiar with this beeping sound. When he had gone north to exterminate the locusts, he had helped Li Zishuan manage the telegraph. Now that Li Ku was in charge of the Yanhuang Bank, Li Zishuan had given him a telegraph for daily communication purposes. In truth, with Li Zishuan's wealth and the Academy's current technology, he could mass-produce telegraph machines. However, the number of telegraph machines in the Great Tang could be counted on one's fingers. The Academy had one, the workshop had one, the Imperial Palace had one, the Marquis residence had one, Li Tai had one, Li Ku had one, and Li Zishuan had one. There were two reasons why they hadn't mass-produced telegraph machines. One reason was that there was no need, and the other was that Li Zishuan had too many telegraph machines, which could lead to the leak of technical secrets. After all, it was much easier to keep a secret with 7 telegraph machines than with 70. However, if the imperial court needed a large number of telegrams, such as when the war between the Great Tang and the Turks was about to break out, with the technological foundation of the Strange Taste Pavilion, they were completely capable of producing dozens of telegrams in just a few days for the army to use. In the study of the king of Shu's mansion, Li Ku walked quickly to the bookshelf and placed the wooden box on the desk. He took out the telegraph and began to record the code skillfully. It really is Yamacho. A moment later, Li Ku confirmed the identity of the person on the other end of the telegraph. He was suddenly energized and quickly replied a string of codes to confirm his identity with Li Zishuan. Beep beep beep. A moment later, the telegraph machine rang again. This time, the ringing lasted for more than 15 minutes. Li Ku used a pencil to write down 2 pages of code on the rice paper. Only then did the beeping sound of the telegraph machine gradually stop. Li Ku hurriedly took the password book from the bookshelf and began to translate the code sent by Li Zishuan. He did not have Li Zishuan's monstrous memory, who could translate the code in his mind while listening to it. Little Ku, the kingdom war is imminent. Yesterday, I promised His Majesty to gather all the merchants of Great Tang to gather military funds for the country. However, I am currently in the military and cannot travel. I can only entrust this matter to you. Tomorrow, go to my residence to find your mistress and ask for the seal of the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. After that, go find a member of the Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wenyuan, and ask him to help you complete this matter. You are talented and intelligent. I believe that you will be able to complete this task. After about 5 minutes, Li Ku heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally finished translating. Looking at the content on the rice paper, Li Ku fell into deep thought. Chapter 1746. Li Zishuan had imitated the Gothic armor of the 15th century. As a masterpiece of medieval plate armor, although the Gothic armor covered the entire body, it only weighed 25 kilograms. There were no steel plates in the joints or inside the shoulder pads, allowing the limbs to move more freely. In the era of cold weapons, the Gothic armor was invincible in terms of defensive power. Speaking of armor, the heavy cavalry of Europe had to be mentioned. Whether it was the Milan armor or the Gothic armor, they were all tailor-made for heavy cavalry. Knights in the Middle Ages were basically heavy cavalry. They had been trying their best to wear thicker and heavier armor. A complete set of medieval knight armor could protect the knight from his teeth to his toes. It was as if the knight was encased in a metal bucket or sealed in a specially designed can. This was the true definition of armed to the teeth. Their strong mobility and agility gave them great tactical and strategic significance. As the pinnacle of the cold weapons era, the heavy cavalry was the pinnacle of cavalry. With a strong defense and a fearsome impact, this type of troop could be considered the ultimate force on the battlefield. Generally speaking, once a general decided to send the heavy cavalry into the battlefield, it meant that the war had reached the most critical moment. Generally speaking, even if the knights were constantly in a rain of spears, it was not necessarily that dangerous. This armor could be said to be airtight in terms of defense. No matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, it would not move. For knights, the real danger did not come from direct confrontation. For example, the rain of arrows shot by the enemy archers or the spear formation of the infantry. The arrows shot by the archers often had a hard time penetrating the armor of the knights. Even if they did, they would at most scratch the surface of the skin. Once during the Crusades, the English knights were ambushed by the Arabs. The Arabs shot arrows from afar, but the only defense the English knights could make was to raise their shields and maintain a tight formation. The spears used by the infantry were usually made of wood. The knights could easily break these cheap spears with their momentum. In reality, as long as they were on horseback, the heavy cavalry and heavy armor could not be defeated in a direct confrontation. On the battlefield, they were like an armored tank, able to move unhindered and rampage. They were practically invincible. This was also why Li Zishuan had chosen to create a new set of plate armor for the Black Armored Army. The Black Armored Army was the most elite heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty. If they were equipped with the toughest armor of the medieval era, as long as they were properly trained, the 5,000 Black Armored Army would be able to quickly adapt to the new equipment. By then, they would be practically invincible. When that time came, the Turkic Wolf cavalry would definitely not be a match for the Black Armored Army. Unless the 5,000 Black Armored Army were exhausted or lost their rations, these 5,000 heavy cavalry would definitely be an invincible existence in this era. But then again, it wasn't as if they were invincible just by wearing the new armor. To a soldier, advanced equipment was just an external source of strength. Whether or not they could fully utilize this external source of strength depended on scientific training. Li Zishuan was currently combining the training methods of the medieval era with the Black Armored Army's training manual. During the day, Li Zishuan had been observing the Black Armored Army's training for the entire day. He had a rough understanding of the training methods of the Black Armored Army. In summary, there were only 2 points: military formation training and equestrian training. Li Zishuan felt that this was far from enough. He wanted to improve the training methods of the Black Armored Army. Heavy Cavalry Training Manual. At 5:45 a.m., physical fitness training. All soldiers will wear their armor and run 10 li. Those who fail to complete it in half an hour will be fined 5 li. Those who fail to complete the 5 li within 15 minutes will not be allowed to have lunch. At 7:00 a.m., martial arts training. All soldiers will be armed with wooden spears and battle in their armor. A martial arts competition will be held every 7 days. Those who come in first will be rewarded handsomely. At 9:00 a.m., arm strength training. The training includes but is not limited to push-ups and pull-ups. There will be 100 push-ups and 15 pull-ups. Those who fail to complete the training will be given additional training every day. Those who fail to complete the training after 5 days will be expelled from the Black Armored Army. After lunch, all soldiers will rest for an hour. At 5:00 p.m., formation training will be held. This includes individual formation training and military posture training. The formation training will last for 2 hours. At 5:00 p.m., cavalry training will be held. All soldiers will wear their armor and horse armor. They will practice the art of charging. Everyone will follow orders and be in sync. Those who do not meet the requirements will be given additional training on the same day. The cavalry training will last for 3 hours. At 5:45 p.m., equestrian archery training will last for an hour. At 7:00 p.m., all soldiers will have lunch. At 5:45 p.m., all soldiers will wear their armor and run 10 li. Those who fail to complete the training in half an hour will be fined 5 li. After that, they will rest in their tents. This. Joining the army? Forgive me for being blunt. Since the establishment of the Black Armored Army, there has never been such a ridiculous training method. What the hell is push-ups? What are pull-ups? Also, the Black Armored Army is cavalry, not infantry. Why do they need long-distance running and combat training? This is ridiculous. The next day, Li Zixuan summoned all the captains of the 5 battalions to the side tent next to the main tent. Then, he took out the results of his hard work last night and let the 5 captains read it one by one. Although some of the captains were illiterate, some of them read it out for him in a low voice. After everyone had read the contents of the heavy cavalry drill, a tall and strong middle-aged man saluted Li Zixuan with an ugly face. Li Zixuan's gaze sharpened as he looked at the burly man in front of him. When these 5 people had entered the tent just now, they had all introduced themselves. Li Zixuan naturally knew the identity of this person. He was the 2nd Battalion's lieutenant, Sun Tao. Li Zixuan had expected this guy to be the first to speak up. Sun Tao was a staunch supporter of the Hill Protector faction, while Li Zixuan was on Duan Jishuan's side. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Sun Jiping telling him about the factions within the Black Armored Army last night. Otherwise, he would have been caught off guard in this situation. Ha! Captain Sun has never seen these training methods. How can you be so sure that they are useless to the Black Armored Army? Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean it is useless. There are too many things in this world that you haven't seen. Since Li Zixuan was sure that this guy was a staunch supporter of the Hill Protector faction, he didn't hold back. He sneered and mocked Sun Tao. Chapter 1747. You. In the tent, Sun Tao was enraged by Li Zixuan's blatant mockery. He was a veteran who had been in the Black Armored Army for 7 to 8 years. Who would dare to disrespect him? Even Duan Jishuan rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Now that he was being mocked by Li Zixuan, a brat who had just joined the army, how could he tolerate it? He immediately exploded. His face was red with anger and his eyes were wide open as he glared at Li Zixuan. Humph. No matter how useless this general is, I have been in the army for more than 10 years. I have even been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. In terms of military experience, I'm afraid I'm not inferior to Sir Consul, am I? Tit for tat. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. Li Zixuan looked at Sun Tao with a smile while Sun Tao looked at Li Zixuan angrily. The two of them did not give in to each other's gazes. It could be said that they were at daggers drawn. Speaking of which, Sun Tao had originally planned to maintain a harmonious relationship with Li Zixuan on the surface. Even if he did not want to deal with Li Zixuan on the surface, he did not want to fall out with Li Zixuan on the surface. After all, other than the fact that he was a consul, Li Zixuan's background in the imperial court was too powerful. However, Li Zixuan's mockery just now made Sun Tao completely lose his mind. What did he mean by, there are many things that he has not seen? He was, after all, a veteran in the army. What right did Li Zixuan, a rookie, have to criticize a veteran like him? He admitted that he was indeed inferior to Li Zixuan in other aspects. However, in terms of military experience, he would never bow down to Li Zixuan. For Li Zixuan to say that he was incompetent in this aspect was a great insult to him. For this reason, he did not mind falling out with Li Zixuan openly. After all, he had the upper hand and was not afraid of Li Zixuan secretly taking revenge. After all, Qiu Xinggong was backing him up. Sun Jiping saw the tense atmosphere and couldn't help but tighten his grip on the sword at his waist. No matter what, he would definitely stand firmly on Li Zixuan's side. If Sun Tao dared to make any moves against Li Zixuan, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and stop him. Although this would be against the military rules, Sun Jiping would not hesitate. Ahem. Field Officer Sun, Sir Consul, please don't be angry. We are all fellow soldiers, why should we fall out over such a small matter? Just as the temperature in the tent dropped to freezing point, another middle-aged officer standing beside Sun Tao stepped forward. He first patted Sun Tao's arm and then smiled at Li Zixuan. Sir Consul, you may not know this, but Field Officer Sun has been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. Although he may not be an experienced veteran, he has at least been through dozens of battles. Field Officer Sun is usually an upright person and does not know how to be flexible with his words. If he offends the consul, I hope that the consul will forgive him. You. In the tent, Sun Tao was enraged by Li Zixuan's blatant mockery. After all, he was a veteran who had been in the Black Armored Army for 7 to 8 years. Who around him dared to disrespect him? Even Duan Zixuan rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Now that he was being mocked by Li Zixuan, a brat who had just entered the army, how could he tolerate it? He immediately exploded. His face was red and his eyes were wide open. He glared at Li Zixuan and said, "Humph. No matter how incompetent I am, I have been in the army for more than 10 years. I have even been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. In terms of military experience, I am afraid that I am not inferior to the consul." Tit for tat. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. Li Zixuan looked at Sun Tao with a smile while Sun Tao looked at Li Zixuan angrily. The two of them did not give in to each other's gazes. It could be said that they were at loggerheads. Speaking of which, Sun Tao had originally planned to maintain a harmonious relationship with Li Zixuan, this parachuted recruit, on the surface. Even if they didn't want to deal with each other in secret, he didn't plan on falling out with Li Zixuan on the surface. After all, other than his identity as a recruit, Li Zixuan's background in the imperial court wasn't too powerful. However, Li Zixuan's mockery just now made Sun Tao completely lose his mind. How could it be called, there are many things that he has not seen? He was, after all, a veteran in the army. What right did Li Zixuan, a new recruit, have to criticize him, a veteran? He admitted that he was indeed inferior to Li Zixuan in other aspects. However, in terms of military experience, he would definitely not lower his head to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan saying that he was not good in this aspect was a great insult to him. For this reason, he did not mind falling out with Li Zixuan on the surface. In any case, he was in the position and was not afraid of Li Zixuan secretly taking revenge. After all, Qiu Xinggong was supporting him. Sun Jiping, who was at the side, saw the tense atmosphere and could not help but tighten his grip on the sword at his waist. No matter what, he would definitely stand firmly on Li Zixuan's side. If Sun Tao dared to make any moves against Li Zixuan, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and stop him. Although this move would violate the military rules, Sun Jiping still did not hesitate. Cough cough. Field Officer Sun, Sir Consul, please do not be angry. We are all fellow soldiers, why should we harm our relationship over such a small matter? Just as the temperature in the tent dropped to freezing point, another middle-aged general standing beside Sun Tao stepped forward. He first patted Sun Tao's arm, then smiled and cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan. Sir Colonel, you may not know this, but Field Officer Sun has been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. Even if I can't say that I have experienced hundreds of battles, I still have at least dozens of them. Field Officer Sun is usually an upright person and doesn't know how to be flexible with his words. If he has offended the colonel, please forgive this lowly one's offense. You. In the side tent, Sun Tao was enraged by Li Zixuan's blatant mockery. He was a veteran who had been in the Black Armored Army for 7 to 8 years. Who around him did not respect him? Even Duan Zixuan rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Now that he was being mocked by Li Zixuan, a brat who had just entered the army, how could he tolerate it? He immediately exploded. His face was red and his eyes were wide open. He glared at Li Zixuan and said, "Humph. No matter how useless I am, I have been in the army for more than 10 years. I have even been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. In terms of military experience, I am afraid that I am not inferior to Sir Consul." Tit for tat. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. Li Zixuan looked at Sun Tao with a smile, while Sun Tao looked at Li Zixuan angrily. The two of them did not give in to each other's gazes. It could be said that they were at daggers drawn. Speaking of which, Sun Tao had originally planned to maintain a harmonious relationship with Li Zixuan on the surface. Even if he did not want to deal with Li Zixuan on the surface, he did not want to fall out with Li Zixuan on the surface. After all, other than his identity as a consul, he did not want to offend Li Zixuan on the surface. However, Li Zixuan's mockery just now made Sun Tao completely lose his mind. What did he mean by, there are many things that he has not seen? No matter what, he was still a veteran in the army. What right did Li Zixuan, a new recruit, have to criticize a veteran like him? He admitted that he was not as good as Li Zixuan in other aspects. However, in terms of military experience, he would definitely not lower his head to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan saying that he was not good in this aspect was a huge insult to him. For this reason, he did not mind falling out with Li Zixuan on the surface. After all, he was in the position and was not afraid of Li Zixuan secretly taking revenge. After all, Qiu Xinggong was supporting him. Sun Jiping, who was at the side, saw the tense atmosphere and could not help but tighten his grip on the sword at his waist. No matter what, he would definitely stand firmly on Li Zixuan's side. If Sun Tao dared to make any moves against Li Zixuan, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and stop him. Although this move would violate military rules, Sun Jiping still did not hesitate. Cough cough. Field Officer Sun, Sir Colonel, please don't be angry. We are all fellow soldiers, why should we harm each other over such a small matter? Just as the temperature in the tent dropped to freezing point, another middle-aged officer who was standing beside Sun Tao stood out. He first patted Sun Tao's arm and then smiled at Li Zixuan as he clasped his fist and said, Sir Colonel, you may not know this, but Field Officer Sun has been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. Although he may not be an experienced veteran, he has at least experienced dozens of battles. Field Officer Sun is usually an upright person and does not know how to be flexible in his words. If he offends you, please forgive me. You. In the tent, Sun Tao was enraged by Li Zixuan's blatant mockery. He was a veteran who had been in the Black Armored Army for 7 to 8 years. Who around him did not respect him? Even Duan Zixuan rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Now that he was being mocked by Li Zixuan, a brat who had just joined the army, how could he tolerate it? He immediately exploded. His face was red and his eyes were wide open. He glared at Li Zixuan and said, "Humph. No matter how useless I am, I have been in the army for more than 10 years. I have even been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. In terms of military experience, I am afraid that I am not inferior to Sir Colonel." Tit for tat. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. Li Zixuan looked at Sun Tao with a smile, while Sun Tao looked at Li Zixuan angrily. The two of them did not give in to each other's gazes. It could be said that they were at daggers drawn. Speaking of which, Sun Tao had originally planned to maintain a harmonious relationship with Li Zixuan on the surface. Even if he did not want to deal with Li Zixuan on the surface, he did not want to fall out with Li Zixuan on the surface. After all, other than his identity as a colonel, he did not want to offend Li Zixuan on the surface. However, Li Zixuan's mockery just now made Sun Tao completely lose his mind. What did he mean by, there are many things that he has not seen? No matter what, he was still a veteran in the army. What right did Li Zixuan, a new recruit, have to criticize a veteran like him? He admitted that he was indeed not as good as Li Zixuan in other aspects. However, in terms of military experience, he would definitely not bow down to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan said that he was not good in this aspect. To him, it was a great insult. For this reason, he did not mind falling out with Li Zixuan on the surface. Anyway, he was in the position and was not afraid of Li Zixuan secretly taking revenge. After all, Qiu Xinggong was backing him up. Sun Jiping, who was at the side, saw the tense atmosphere and could not help but tighten his grip on the sword at his waist. No matter what, he would definitely stand firmly on Li Zixuan's side. If Sun Tao dared to make any moves against Li Zixuan, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and stop him. Although this move was against military rules, Sun Jiping still did not hesitate. Cough cough. Field Officer Sun, Sir Colonel, please don't be angry. We are all fellow soldiers. Why should we harm our friendship over such a small matter? Just as the temperature in the tent dropped to freezing point, another middle-aged general standing beside Sun Tao stepped forward. He first patted Sun Tao's arm, then smiled and cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan. Sir Colonel, you may not know this, but Field Officer Sun has been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. Although I can't say that he has experienced hundreds of battles, he has at least experienced dozens of battles. Field Officer Sun is usually an upright person and doesn't know how to be flexible with his words. If he has offended the Colonel, please forgive this lowly one's offense. You. In the side tent, Sun Tao was enraged by Li Zixuan's blatant mockery. He was a veteran who had been in the Black Armored Army for 7 to 8 years. Who around him did not respect him? Even Duan Zixuan rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Now that he was being mocked by Li Zixuan, a brat who had just joined the army, how could he tolerate it? He immediately exploded. His face was red and his eyes were wide open in anger. He looked at Li Zixuan and said, "Humph. No matter how useless I am, I have been in the army for more than 10 years. I have even been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. In terms of military experience, I am afraid that I am not inferior to Sir Colonel." Tit for tat. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. Li Zixuan looked at Sun Tao with a smile, while Sun Tao looked at Li Zixuan angrily. The two of them did not give in to each other's gazes. It could be said that they were at daggers drawn. Speaking of which, Sun Tao had originally planned to maintain a harmonious relationship with Li Zixuan, this parachuted recruit, on the surface. Even if he didn't want to deal with Li Zixuan in the dark, he didn't plan on falling out with Li Zixuan on the surface. After all, other than his identity as a recruit, Li Zixuan's background in the imperial court wasn't too powerful. However, Li Zixuan's mockery just now made Sun Tao completely lose his mind. What did he mean by, "There are many things that he has not seen"? No matter what, he was still a veteran in the army. What right did Li Zixuan, a new recruit, have to criticize a veteran like him? He admitted that he was not as good as Li Zixuan in other aspects, but in terms of military experience, he would definitely not lower his head to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan saying that he was not good in this aspect was a huge insult to him. For this reason, he did not mind falling out with Li Zixuan on the surface. After all, he was in the position and was not afraid of Li Zixuan secretly taking revenge. After all, Qiu Xinggong was backing him up. Sun Jiping, who was at the side, saw the tense atmosphere and could not help but tighten his grip on the sword at his waist. No matter what, he would definitely stand firmly on Li Zixuan's side. If Sun Tao dared to do anything to Li Zixuan, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and stop him. Although this action would violate military rules, Sun Jiping still did not hesitate. Cough cough. Field Officer Sun, "Sir Colonel, please don't be angry. We are all fellow soldiers, why should we harm our friendship over such a small matter?" Just as the temperature in the tent dropped to freezing point, another middle-aged officer who was standing beside Sun Tao stood out. He first patted Sun Tao's arm and then smiled at Li Zixuan. He clasped his fist and said, "Sir Colonel, you may not know this, but Field Officer Sun has been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. Although he may not have experienced hundreds of battles, he has at least experienced dozens of battles. Field Officer Sun is usually an upright person and does not know how to be flexible with his words. If he has offended the Colonel, please forgive this lowly one." Chapter 1748. Push-ups are a way to train your shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, your body needs to be in a straight line from your shoulders to your ankles. Both arms should be placed on your chest, with the distance between your hands slightly wider than your shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support your body as you go up and down. 1 round trip counts as 1. 100 rounds is a pass. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zixuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the rest while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced such a training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. For a moment, no one commented on it. After all, the scene of Li Zixuan berating Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian was still fresh in their minds. At this moment, no one was willing to put themselves in danger. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the beam, you need to rely entirely on the strength of your arms to pull your body up. Similarly, 1 round trip counts as 1 round. 15 rounds is a pass. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it himself. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain it. Push-ups are a way to train your shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, your body needs to be in a straight line from your shoulders to your ankles. Both arms should be placed on your chest, with the distance between your hands slightly wider than your shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support your body as you go up and down. 1 round trip counts as 1 round trip. 100 rounds is a pass. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the rest while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced such a training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. At this moment, no one commented on it. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan berating Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian was still fresh in their minds. At this moment, no one was willing to put themselves in danger. As for pull-ups, you need to grab a fixed beam with both hands. The height of the beam is slightly higher than your height. After grabbing the beam, you need to rely on the strength of your arms to pull your body up. Similarly, 1 up, 1 down, and 1 back and forth is counted as 1 round. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he could not give a personal demonstration. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. 1 round trip counts as 1 round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the rest while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced such a training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. At this moment, no one commented on it. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan berating Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian was still fresh in their minds. At this moment, no one was willing to put themselves in danger. As for pull-ups, you need to grab a fixed beam with both hands. The height of the beam is slightly higher than your height. After grabbing the beam, you need to rely on the strength of your arms to pull your body up. Similarly, 1 up, 1 down, and 1 back and forth is counted as 1 round. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't do it himself. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain it. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body up and down. 1 round trip is counted as 1 round. 100 rounds is a pass. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the rest while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced such a training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. At this moment, no one commented on it. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian was still vivid in everyone's mind. At this time, no one wanted to get into trouble. As for pull-ups, you need to grab a fixed beam with both hands. The height of the beam is slightly higher than your height. After grabbing the beam, you need to rely on the strength of your arms to pull your body up. Similarly, one up, one down, and one back and forth is counted as one round. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zixuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't do it himself. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain it. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. One round trip counts as one round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zixuan was explaining the essentials of push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others. At the same time, he demonstrated it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it was. For a moment, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zixuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian was still vivid in everyone's mind. At this time, no one wanted to get into trouble. As for pull-ups, you need to grab a fixed beam with both hands. The height of the beam is slightly higher than your height. After grabbing the beam, you need to rely on the strength of your arms to pull your body up. Similarly, one up, one down, and one back and forth is counted as one round. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zixuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it himself. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain it. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. One round trip counts as one round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zixuan was explaining the essentials of push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others. At the same time, he demonstrated it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it was. At this time, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zixuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian was still vivid in their minds. At this time, no one wanted to bump into the muzzle of a gun. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the beam, you need to grab onto the floor to support your body. One round trip counts as one round trip. 15 rounds counts as one round trip. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zixuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it himself. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain it. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. One round trip counts as one round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zixuan was explaining the essentials of push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. For a moment, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zixuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian was still vivid in their minds. At this time, no one wanted to bump into the muzzle of a gun. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the beam, you need to grab onto the floor to support your body. 1 round trip counts as 1 round trip. 15 rounds counts as 1 round trip. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it to everyone. He could only explain it with words and some simple body movements. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. 1 round trip counts as 1 round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. At this time, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian was still vivid in everyone's mind. At this time, no one wanted to get into trouble. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the floor to support your body, you need to grab onto the floor to support your body. 1 round trip counts as 1 round trip. 15 rounds counts as 1 round trip. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it to everyone. He could only explain it with words and some simple body movements. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. 1 round trip counts as 1 round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. For a moment, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian was still vivid in everyone's mind. At this time, no one wanted to get into trouble. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the floor to support your body, you need to grab onto the floor to support your body. 1 round trip counts as 1 round trip. 15 rounds counts as 1 round trip. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it to everyone. He could only explain it with words and some simple body movements. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. 1 round trip counts as 1 round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. At this time, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian was still vivid in everyone's mind. At this time, no one wanted to get into trouble. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the floor to support your body, you need to grab onto the floor to support your body. 1 round trip counts as 1 round trip. 15 rounds counts as 1 round trip. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it to everyone. He could only explain it with words and some simple body movements. Chapter 1749. The kinetic energy formula in physics tells us that if you want to increase the kinetic energy of an object, you have to work on speed and mass. For heavy cavalry, the warhorse's speed is relatively stable. Thus, if you want to increase kinetic energy, you have to work on mass. For individual cavalry, the way to increase mass is to increase armor. This way, you can increase both the impact and defense. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, heavy cavalry was developed according to this train of thought. However, compared to cavalry as a whole, the way to increase mass is to increase the number of cavalry. The impact of a massive heavy cavalry formation is not inferior to a modern armored formation. Thus, regardless of east or west, heavy cavalry formations are shockingly similar. China's armored cavalry and iron stupa all pursue a powerful impact to crush the opponent. In the Song dynasty, the Jin dynasty's heavy cavalry unit, Guzi Ma, in order to increase the impact of the heavy cavalry formation, they were even connected by iron chains. As for the West, due to the importance of cavalry's impact, they placed far more importance on their mobility. Thus, the greatest characteristic of heavy cavalry tactics is their cohesion. Cavalry battles are the same as infantry. Both sides are arranged in a neat formation to charge at each other. In order to demonstrate this simple tactic, maintaining a neat formation is extremely important for heavy cavalry. This is extremely rare in light cavalry tactics. The heavy cavalry group charging tactic was the key for an army to form a powerful first assault force. Under normal circumstances, the attacking side would use the heavy cavalry formation to directly tear apart the opponent's first or second defensive formation, providing the conditions for the following troops to join in the battle. As early as the 8th century AD, the heavy cavalry of the Carolingian dynasty started using cavalry formation to charge. Ever since the fall of the Roman Empire, Charlemagne established the Carolingian army with heavy cavalry as the core. In every battle, they have performed well. The Carolingian cavalry was the first recorded unit to use heavy cavalry to charge. The classic charging action is to hold the javelin horizontally, using the warhorse's speed to imbue the javelin with great impact, causing great damage to the opponent. Therefore, a strong shoulder and arm strength was absolutely necessary for a heavy cavalry. Of course, in addition to this, heavy cavalry also had to have a certain level of close combat skills. This was because when the impact tactic tore apart the enemy's defensive line, the heavy cavalry needed to engage in close combat with the scattered enemy. Regarding this point, the Western heavy cavalry history was especially crazy. According to records, during the Middle Ages in France, where heavy cavalry tactics were prevalent, one of the qualifications for a knight was to fight with a wild boar barehanded without any armor. Only by killing the wild boar could one pass. This was also the reason why the cavalrymen of Abba tried their best to avoid close combat with the Crusaders. Due to the almost crazy pursuit of individual combat skills, the Western heavy cavalry used a large number of competitions to maintain combat skills when there was no war. This kind of competition later developed into an important social activity, an important means to win honor, solve disputes, and even attract the opposite sex. Li Zishuan had referred to the charging tactics of the Western heavy cavalry in the Middle Ages and combined them with the current situation of the Tang Empire. He had come up with a training manual for the Black Armored Army. It might not be the best, but it was definitely the most suitable for the current Black Armored Army. Chapter 1750. Good. Since Jiping trusts me so much, I won't let you down. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Sun Jiping stepped forward and took the lead in accepting the new drill. Although this was a prearranged scene, Li Zishuan still clapped his hands excitedly and said, "From today onwards, all the soldiers of the Wu battalion will start training according to the new drill. I will supervise and guide the whole process. I believe that in less than half a month, the results will be seen." "Yes, sir." Sun Jiping clasped his fist and said loudly. Li Zishuan glanced at Sun Jiping and Sun Tao and Zhang Kangnian and said, 2nd and 3rd battalions will train according to the previous method. After half a month, we will see the results of the Wu battalion's training. Then you too can decide if you want to accept the new drill. Even though I won't force you on this matter, I still have to remind the two of you that the Black Armored Army has only been expanded for a short period of time. The training will affect the reputation of the Black Armored Army over the past decade. The war 2 months later will affect the survival of the Great Tang. I hope that the two of you won't mix your personal feelings with this matter and ruin the reputation and glory of the Black Armored Army over the past decade. Li Zishuan's words clearly had a hidden meaning. Sun Tao and Zhang Kangnian's expressions froze when they heard this, their faces filled with embarrassment. But at this time, they couldn't say anything, because this kind of matter would only make things worse. Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Shigui and Lu De. These two didn't belong to any specific faction and should be able to persuade them. He thought for a while and said, General Zhang, Lieutenant Lu, what's your decision? In the tent, everyone's eyes focused on Zhang Shigui and Lu De. After a moment of silence, Zhang Shigui clasped his fist and said, I think the new drill is feasible. I'm willing to accept the new training method on behalf of the soldiers of the 1st Battalion. As one of the earliest generals of the Black Armored Troops, Zhang Shigui was still able to differentiate between the importance of the situation. Although most of the soldiers in the A Battalion were veterans of the Black Armored Troops, they were all wearing the new plate armor and wielding vanadium steel horse lances. Different equipment would lead to different training methods and battle strategies. Zhang Shigui thought about it seriously and realized that if the Black Armored Troops wanted to quickly adapt to the new equipment, they would have to follow Li Zishuan's training methods. That was why he stood out to support Li Zishuan. Good. Li Zishuan's spirit shook as he nodded approvingly. Seeing that Zhang Shigui had expressed his stance, Lu De also bowed to Li Zishuan and clasped his fist. I'm willing to accept the new training method on behalf of the soldiers of the 4th Battalion. Lu De was considered a veteran of the Black Armored Army. However, the 4th Battalion under him were almost all new recruits, who had just joined the Black Armored Army. New recruits and new equipment. If they wanted to quickly develop their combat strength, they had to use the new training method. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu De had always respected Zhang Shigui. Since Zhang Shigui had agreed to the new drill method compiled by Li Zishuan, then what was there to hesitate about? As long as it could help the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion increase their combat strength, there was nothing that Lu De couldn't agree to. He wasn't loyal to Qiu Xinggong, nor was he loyal to Duan Jishuan. He was only loyal to Li Er. Seeing that Lu De had also stood out to express his willingness to accept the new drill method, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. Before this, he had already prepared for the worst, which was that only Sun Jiping stood out to support him. The other 4 strongly opposed the new drill method. But he didn't think that the final result would far exceed his expectations. Out of the 5 captains, 3 of them were actually willing to support him. How could he not be overjoyed? Good. I am indebted to the 3 of you for your trust. Since that's the case, then from today onwards, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army's 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion and 5th Battalion will all strictly implement the new drill method. Those who train diligently will be heavily rewarded. Those who slack off and cheat will be severely punished and will not be tolerated. Li Zishuan was energized. Looking at the crowd, he spoke with full vigor. As you wish. Zhang Shigui, Lu De and Sun Jiping clasped their fists and replied in unison. Good. Then everyone will follow your own plans and return to the barracks to arrange the training for the soldiers. Li Zishuan waved his hands and ordered them to leave. The main thing was that it was getting late and the soldiers should be training. Yes. The 5 of them each had their own thoughts as they clasped their fists and left. Half an hour later, all the soldiers of the Black Armored Army gathered on the drill ground once again. A day of training had begun. But today's training was a little different. All soldiers of the 1st Battalion, attention. Turn to the left. Run 5 laps around the drill ground. If you don't finish within half an hour, you will be punished with 2 extra laps. In the past, at this time, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army would start their training in formation. But today was different. Following Zhang Shigui's series of orders, all the soldiers of the 1st Battalion were stunned. Run 5 laps around the drill ground? What's going on? Why do we have to run today? But we are all wearing armor right now. How are we going to run? The Black Armored Army's drill ground took up a huge area. 1 lap was at least 2 miles long. 10 laps would be more than 10 miles long. Logically speaking, 10 miles of running wasn't a difficult task for the soldiers of the Black Armored Army. But they were all wearing heavy armor right now. How are we going to run? Hence, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. What are you all standing there for? Do you think it's too long? Everyone, record down. If you don't finish the 5 laps in half an hour, you will be punished with 2 extra laps. If you don't finish after 2 laps, you will not be allowed to eat lunch. Zhang Shigui's face was cold as he shouted loudly in the face of the soldiers' discussion. Yes. The soldiers were startled, and they hurriedly started to run. The soldiers of the Black Armored Army weren't alone. After they got up and started running, the 4th and 5th Battalions followed closely behind. After the initial shock and disbelief, the 3,000 soldiers of the Black Armored Army began a vigorous and exhausting day under the morning sun. Isn't that Zhang Shigui? What's he doing with his men? Qiu Xingong, who had just finished his breakfast and came to the drill ground to observe the training, saw the 3,000 soldiers running around the drill ground. He couldn't help but frown and ask curiously. Go and call Zhang Kangnian over. After thinking for a moment, Qiu Xingong ordered his personal guard behind him. It was a little unrealistic to ask someone to call Zhang Shigui over directly. Firstly, Zhang Shigui wasn't on his side. Secondly, Zhang Shigui's seniority and status in the Black Armored Army was not lower than his. If he sent someone to call Zhang Shigui over, Zhang Shigui would probably ignore him. Hence, he could only call his little brother, Zhang Kangnian. Yes, sir. The personal guard cupped his fists and left. Chapter 1751. General, I heard you were looking for me. On the side of the Black Armored Army drill ground, 3rd Camp Lieutenant Zhang Kangnian ran over to greet Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong nodded. Perhaps he realized that this wasn't the place to talk. After all, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army were still training. He turned around and led Zhang Kangnian towards the tents outside the drill ground. As he walked, he asked, what's up with the A, D, and V camps today? Why didn't they follow the usual practice? At this time, Zhang Kangnian wiped the sweat on his forehead and hurriedly replying to the general, Adjunct Li made a new training manual last night. Zhang Shigui, Lu De, and Sun Jiping are now leading the soldiers to train according to the new training manual. New training manuals? Qiu Xingong was stunned when he heard this. Then, he suddenly had a bad premonition, so he quickly asked, what new training manual? Li Zishuan just joined the army for a day. How could he come up with new training manuals? Tell me what the new training manuals are about. Zhang Kangnian pondered for a moment and said, early this morning, Adjunct Li asked all the commanders of the 5 camps to go to the side tent for a meeting. He showed us his new training manuals. The first rule of the new training manuals is long-distance running. As Zhang Kangnian explained, Qiu Xingong's face turned darker and darker. After Zhang Kangnian finished, Qiu Xingong finally couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded. Bastard. Nonsense. The Black Armored Army is cavalry. Why would they practice long-distance running? Why would they practice martial arts? And what are these push-ups and pull-ups? I've never heard of them before. What's even more ridiculous is that Li Zishuan is a brat who doesn't know anything about military affairs. He just joined the army and he's already causing trouble. Why would Zhang Shigui, Lu De, and the rest follow suit? No, if this continues, the Black Armored Army will be ruined by Li Zishuan. Order Zhang Shigui, Lu De, and Sun Jiping to stop running and resume their usual training. Qiu Xingong's anger was justified. Before Li Zixuan came to the camp, he had been in charge of the daily training of the black armored troops. In the end, Li Zixuan had only been in the black armored troops for a day and he had already overthrown the training system that he had painstakingly built. How could he not be angry? Furthermore, in his view, Li Zixuan's new training method was completely ridiculous. If they were to continue training like this, the black armored army would become the laughingstock of Great Tang. However, Zhang Kangnian did not immediately relay Qiu Xingong's order. Instead, a troubled look flashed across his face. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Kangnian said with a troubled expression, "General, I'm afraid this is inappropriate." If one were to differentiate between civil and military, Zhang Kangnian would be more of a civil official than a military general. This fellow was extremely quick-witted. Compared to his ability in civil affairs, his military strength was simply trash. Thus, he had always been Qiu Xingong's think tank. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong frowned and said unhappily, "What's inappropriate about it?" Zhang Kangnian's brows furrowed as he explained, replying to the general, after Adjunct Li finished introducing his new training drill this morning. He claimed that he wouldn't force the battalion commanders to train their soldiers according to his drill, that it would all be voluntary. Zhang Shigui, Lu De, Sun Jiping, and the others, they all voluntarily accepted the new training drill. "General, if you order them to stop training now, I don't think they would listen." "Outrageous. Do you think they would dare to disobey my orders?" Hearing this, Qiu Xingong was instantly enraged. Zhang Kangnian immediately kept quiet out of fear, not daring to utter a single word. Sigh. "Forget it, I'll go look for General Duan. Li Zixuan, this brat, this old man has really underestimated him. This old man has truly underestimated him. I can't let him continue messing around like this." After a moment, Qiu Xingong probably felt that Zhang Shigui and the rest might really dare to disobey his orders, so he sighed and changed his words. After all, Duan Zixuan had said yesterday that he would hand over the daily training of the black armored troops to Li Zixuan. Even if Zhang Shigui and the rest did not listen to his orders, it was understandable. General is wise. Zhang Kangnian clasped his fist and flattered him. You and Sun Tao did well. On this matter, you can't mess around with Li Zixuan. You go and lead the training. I'll go look for General Duan." Qiu Xingong looked at Zhang Kangnian and waved his hand. "Yes, sir." Zhang Kangnian accepted the order and left. Qiu Xingong stood there for a while before walking towards the commander's tent. Half a month ago, the black armored troops had entered a state of close training. Under normal circumstances, they were only allowed to enter and not leave the camp. This included Duan Zixuan and Qiu Xingong. These days, they had been living and eating in the camp. Of course, if there was an important court meeting, they could still leave the camp to attend it. The day before yesterday, Li Zixuan had come to Chang'an to visit Duan Zixuan. Coincidentally, Duan Zixuan had just finished attending the morning court meeting. Otherwise, he could only come to the camp to look for Duan Zixuan. At this moment, Duan Zixuan was staring blankly at a map in the command tent. Qiu Xingong did not wait for the guard to come in and announce his arrival and strode in. Lawless. Simply lawless. "General Duan, go and see what Li Zixuan has done. If he continues messing around like this, the black armored troops will be completely crippled." Qiu Xingong shouted at Duan Zixuan, who was sitting at the head of the table, in a flustered and exasperated manner. His loud shout immediately snapped Duan Zixuan out of his thoughts. He could not help but frown and ask, "Xingong, what did Li Zixuan do to make you so angry?" Qiu Xingong said angrily, "Humph. This Qiu just heard that Li Zixuan summoned all the commanders of the 5 battalions to the side tent early this morning to discuss his new training manual. Zixuan, tell me, this kid has only been in the barracks for a day. What kind of training manual can he write? Isn't this nonsense?" "Oh. New training manual?" In contrast to Qiu Xingong's angry face, Duan Zixuan's eyes lit up when he heard that Li Zixuan had written a new training manual. He asked with interest, "Xingong, tell me, what is the content of the training manual that Li Zixuan wrote?" To be honest, Duan Jishuan was not angry at all. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. That's right, pleasantly surprised. According to his original expectations, after Li Zishuan entered the black armored troops, it would take at least 3 to 5 days before he could come up with any useful suggestions. He never expected that Li Zishuan would write a training manual within a day of entering the camp. This was too fast. Cough cough. Of course, Duan Jishuan still had some doubts about the quality of the training manual. Humph. That kid's training manual is all nonsense. General Duan, listen to it first. The first rule states that the soldiers of each camp must start running 10 miles in their armor at 4 in the morning. Chapter 1752. Long-distance running with armor trains endurance, cavalry charging with hidden sharpness, and combat training for close combat. These are all good ideas. In the Black Armored Army's commander's tent, Duan Jishuan couldn't help but nod as he listened to Qiu Xingong describe the contents of Li Zishuan's new training manual. Seeing this, Qiu Xingong's face darkened. Duan Jishuan was obviously brainlessly siding with Li Zishuan. That's right. In Qiu Xingong's opinion, Li Zishuan's new training manual was ridiculous, yet Qiu Xingong was still nodding his head. What else could he be if he wasn't siding with Li Zishuan? However, he had misunderstood Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong didn't know that he was in the situation. The one who was looking at things objectively from the outside was Duan Jishuan, not him. In fact, even though Duan Jishuan admired Li Zishuan, it was only admiration. If he had to choose between the Black Armored Army and Li Zishuan, he would choose the Black Armored Army without hesitation. Therefore, when Duan Jishuan heard that Li Zishuan had come up with a new training manual, he was only pleasantly surprised for a moment. Following that, he became worried. He was worried that Li Zishuan's new training manual would have some illogical aspects that would cripple the black armored troops. Luckily, Duan Jishuan felt that most of the content in Li Zishuan's training manual was pretty good. However, when he saw Qiu Xingong's old face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, he quickly coughed and said, "Cough cough. But what are the push-ups and pull-ups in Army Commander Li's training manual?" Qiu Xingong could only swallow his anger. He replied in a low voice, "I don't know either. I think it's Li Zishuan's playful behavior. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. It's fine if he's frivolous and unruly in the imperial court, but he's also fooling around in the military. General, if you don't stop him, the Black Armored Army will be completely destroyed. Long-distance running with armor trains endurance, cavalry charging with hidden sharpness, combat training for close combat. These are all good ideas." In the Black Armored Army's commander's tent, Duan Jishuan couldn't help but nod as he listened to Qiu Xingong describe the contents of Li Zishuan's new training manual. Seeing this, Qiu Xingong's face darkened. Duan Jishuan was obviously brainlessly siding with Li Zishuan. That's right, from Qiu Xingong's point of view, Li Zishuan's new training manual was so ridiculous, yet Qiu Xingong still nodded his head. If this wasn't brainless standing on the side, then what was? However, he had misunderstood Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong himself didn't know that he was in the situation. The person who was looking at things objectively from the outside was Duan Jishuan, not him. In fact, even though Duan Jishuan admired Li Zishuan, it was only admiration. If he had to choose between the Black Armored Army and Li Zishuan, Duan Jishuan would choose the Black Armored Army without hesitation. Therefore, when Duan Jishuan heard that Li Zishuan had come up with a new training manual, he was only pleasantly surprised for a moment. Following that, he became worried. He was worried that Li Zishuan's new training manual would have some illogical aspects that would cripple the black armored troops. Luckily, Duan Jishuan felt that most of the content in Li Zishuan's training manual was pretty good. However, when he saw Qiu Xingong's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, he quickly coughed and said, "Cough cough. But what are the push-ups and pull-ups in Army Li's training manual?" Qiu Xingong could only swallow his anger gloomily and replied with a muffled voice, "I have no idea about that either. I think Li Zishuan is just fooling around. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. It's fine if he's frivolous and unruly in the imperial court, but he's also fooling around in the military. General, if you don't stop him, the Black Armored Army will be completely destroyed. Chapter 1753. Greetings, Grand General. Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao were led by Duan Jishuan's personal guard to the Black Armored Army's drill ground. They cupped their fists and greeted Duan Jishuan. The two of them were bowing so they couldn't see Duan Jishuan's expression. However, they had a bad feeling about being called over at this time. Humph. Sun Tao, Zhang Kongnian, you two are the captains of the Black Armored Army. Do you know what is the most important thing in the Black Armored Army? Duan Jishuan didn't ask them to stand up after they finished their greetings. Instead, he snorted coldly and asked. Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao's hearts skipped a beat. They knew that the situation was not good, but the two of them still braced themselves and replied, reporting to the Grand General, in the Black Armored Army, military orders are the most important. Military orders are like mountains. Haha. Good. It's good that you two still remember. Duan Jishuan sneered. Then let me ask you too. Yesterday morning, when we were at the drill ground, didn't I say that Adjunct Li will be in charge of the Black Armored Army's daily training? Adjunct Li's orders are military orders and my orders. No one, no matter what position they hold, can disobey. The two of them snapped out of their daze and roughly understood why Duan Jishuan was angry. Zhang Kongnian hurriedly bowed and apologized. Please calm down, Grand General. You did say that yesterday. Today, because our training philosophy is different from Adjunct Li's, we disobeyed him. Please forgive us, Grand General. Different philosophy? Duan Jishuan's expression was frosty as he reprimanded them mercilessly. In the Black Armored Army, military orders are like mountains and must be obeyed. I've already said that Adjunct Li's orders are military orders. How dare the two of you disobey a military order just because of a difference in philosophy? Even if Adjunct Li's new training regimen is full of loopholes, the two of you should follow it unconditionally and not rashly criticize it. You don't have the right to do so. Duan Jishuan's words could be said to be stern. He didn't give any face to Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian because he wanted to help Li Zishuan establish his might. Li Zishuan had just arrived at the Black Armored Army. If he, as the commander-in-chief, did not support Li Zishuan would not be able to do anything. He wanted to use this opportunity to build up Li Zishuan's prestige. Men. Drag Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian away and flog them 50 times as a warning to others. Duan Jishuan waved his hand and shouted. Zhang Kongnian's face immediately turned pale, while Sun Tao's face flushed red. Although he could withstand 50 beatings, this would make him lose face in front of his subordinates. Old Sun still had some sense of shame. General Duan, since this is their first offense and they did it for the good of the soldiers under their command, please give them a lighter punishment. Since his own underling was beaten up, Qiu Xingong, as the big brother, naturally had to stand up and plead for leniency. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to continue being the big brother in the future. Lighter punishment? Duan Jishuan glanced at Qiu Xingong and said, Xingong, you have been in the Black Armored Army for more than 10 years. You should know the consequences of disobeying a military order. I have already shown mercy by not chopping off their heads. Do you still want me to let bygones be bygones? That's impossible. Duan Jishuan was determined to build up Li Zishuan's prestige today. He didn't even intend to give Qiu Xingong any face. Qiu Xingong's expression froze. Although he was furious, he knew that Duan Jishuan was right. The Black Armored Army was the trump card of the Tang Empire's cavalry. Their military discipline had always been strict. Disobeying a military order here was punishable by death. What are you all waiting for? Drag the two of them away. Seeing that Qiu Xingong was speechless, Duan Jishuan glared at the two bodyguards beside him and ordered sternly. Yes, sir. The two bodyguards responded and immediately rushed towards Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao. Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao didn't dare to resist. They could only let Duan Jishuan's bodyguards drag them away. Seeing that the matter was settled, a voice suddenly came from outside the training ground. Wait. The two personal guards stopped in their tracks, and everyone looked towards the source of the sound. They saw a young general in silver armor walking towards them. As the visor on his helmet was lifted, everyone quickly recognized the person. Who else could it be but Li Zishuan? "General, please wait. Can you allow me to say a few words?" Li Zishuan was originally training with the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. The new training manual was proposed by him. He felt that he had to set an example and follow the soldiers to train according to the manual. This was because only by personally training could he make targeted improvements. Li Zishuan felt that as the person who made the training plan, he should be the one at the bottom and experience it personally. He shouldn't just be an armchair strategist from a high position. Although the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were all new to the Black Armored Army, they were all elites among the 12 guards of the capital. In terms of physical fitness, every one of them was still very outstanding. Therefore, even though the training of running 10 li with their armor on was a bit strenuous for them, most of them still managed to complete it within the time limit of half an hour. As for Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin, they were both martial arts experts in the Qi transformation realm. Although they hadn't received such high-intensity military training before, they still had a good foundation in martial arts. Moreover, the military training at the beginning of the academy last year had also improved their physical fitness by a lot. Therefore, Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin also completed the 10 miles in armor within half an hour. However, after the run, the two boys were as tired as dogs. They could only pant heavily and couldn't say a word. As a grandmaster, Li Zishuan naturally still had energy left after the run. After he told Sun Jiping not to let the soldiers sit on the ground to rest immediately, he left the main group and came to the drill ground. With his excellent hearing, he happened to hear the conversation between Duan Jishuan and Qiu Xinggong. At this moment, seeing Sun Tao and Zhang Kangnian being dragged away by Duan Jishuan's bodyguards, Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and walked over to stop them. "Oh. What do you want to say, General Li?" An inexplicable look flashed across Duan Jishuan's eyes. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan with a serious expression and said. Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Kangnian and Sun Tao, then saluted Duan Jishuan and said, "General, please allow me to report that Captain Sun and Captain Zhang can't be blamed for this matter. When I gathered all the generals to discuss the new drill this morning, I already said in advance that it was up to everyone whether they wanted to accept the new drill. Those who didn't want to accept it, it wouldn't be too late to accept it when the results of the new drill are seen. The generals of the Black Armored Army are all veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles. It is normal for everyone to have their own views on military affairs. Therefore, I think that it is normal for Captain Sun and Captain Zhang to disagree with my views on the new drill. I hope that the general can give them a way out and let them off." Plead for mercy. Li Zishuan actually came to plead for mercy for Sun Tao and Zhang Kangnian? Sun Tao and Zhang Kangnian, who were being detained, suddenly had a look of disbelief on their faces. Then, they were pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, Qiu Xinggong's face was stunned at first, but then he realized something. He couldn't help but look at Li Zishuan with eyes full of resentment. Because Li Zishuan's move of requiting evil with good was checkmate. Chapter 1754. Since Adjunct Li personally pleaded for you, I will not pursue the crime of disobeying military orders this time. But the two of you must remember this lesson. If you do it again, I will settle all the old and new debts with you. On the Black Armor military drill ground, facing Li Zishuan who suddenly appeared to plead for Zhang Kangnian and Sun Tao, Duan Jishuan squinted his eyes and looked deeply at Li Zishuan. Then, his old face turned serious as he spoke sternly to Zhang Kangnian and Sun Tao. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, great general. Thank you, great general. Hearing this, Zhang Kangnian and Sun Tao hurriedly walked over and bowed to Duan Jishuan as if they had been granted amnesty. Duan Jishuan waved his hand and said, "If you want to thank someone, thank Adjunct Li. All right, the two of you can go and lead the team for training." "Yes, sir." Zhang Kangnian and Sun Tao replied. Then, they clasped their fists to Li Zishuan to thank him for pleading for them just now. Then, they left. General Duan, I am going to the A Battalion to take a look at Adjunct Li's new training method. I will not accompany you. At this moment, Qiu Xingong clasped his fists to Duan Jishuan and said with a dark face. Previously, when he pleaded for Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao, Duan Jishuan did not give him any face at all. But when Li Zishuan came, he only said a few words and asked Duan Jishuan to let Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao go. Such obvious favoritism made Qiu Xingong very angry. Of course, what made him even more angry was that Li Zishuan had used Duan Jishuan's favoritism to sell Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao a favor. Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao were his loyal followers. Li Zishuan was trying to steal his men. Even if he didn't succeed in poaching this corner, he had still planted a seed of suspicion between Qiu Xingong, Zhang Kongnian, and Sun Tao. Just imagine, after this incident, would Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian still stand firmly on Qiu Xingong's side in the future? Even if they did, Qiu Xingong would not dare to completely trust the two of them like before. This was because he could not guarantee that the two of them would not betray him. Therefore, Qiu Xingong felt as disgusted as if he had eaten sh*t. He couldn't stay here any longer. Duan Jishuan obviously knew that Qiu Xingong was unhappy in his heart right now, but it wasn't good for him to point it out to his face. He could only nod and say, "All right. Xingong, you can go back to your work." Qiu Xingong cupped his fists and turned around to leave, not even sparing a glance at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't mind at all. After Qiu Xingong left, he cupped his fists towards Duan Jishuan and said, "General Duan, if there's nothing else, this general will go and instruct the soldiers in their training. After all, the new drill has just been introduced today. Many soldiers, including the commanders of the various battalions, still don't know the specific movements. I can only rest assured if I watch from the side." Duan Jishuan nodded and said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo. Good. This general still has some doubts about the contents of your drill. I'll go take a look with you." Even though Duan Jishuan was on Li Zishuan's side when it came to Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao, Duan Jishuan still had his doubts about the new training manual. If he didn't clear up his doubts, he wouldn't be at ease to fully implement Li Zishuan's training manual in the Black Armored Army. "Good. Grand General, please." Hearing this, Li Zishuan made a sound of agreement and made an inviting gesture. He had originally planned to wait a few days before letting Duan Jishuan see the results of the drill. But since Duan Jishuan wanted to see it now, he had no reason to refuse. It was a good opportunity for Duan Jishuan to give him some advice and prevent him from going astray. "Old Master. Old Master. His Highness King of Shu is here." South of Chang'an City, Lin family's front hall. Lin Wenyuan was having breakfast with his wife in the front hall. Suddenly, a servant rushed in and bowed to Lin Wenyuan. "What? His Highness King of Shu? Why is His Highness King of Shu here?" Lin Wenyuan was stunned. His right hand, which was holding chopsticks, couldn't help but tremble. Although he was doing well in the business world with the help of the Flame Yellow Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wenyuan was still very respectful of the imperial power. He had never thought that he would have any interaction with the imperial family one day. "Old Master, it's true. His Highness King of Shu is outside the courtyard. He said that he has something to discuss with you." The servant's face was still in shock. Obviously, Li Ke's arrival had a great impact on him. "Old Master, His Highness King of Shu is now a student of Yanhuang College. My Hao is also going to Yanhuang College. In that case, they can be considered classmates. Do you think that His Highness King of Shu is here to look for Hao? Madam Lin said at this time. Lin Wenyuan frowned. After a while, he nodded and said, "Madam Lin is right. Men, go to the backyard and wake up that unfilial son. Wake Hao up. Come to the front yard to meet the guest." It was early in the morning. It was time for breakfast, but Lin Hao was not at the table. As for where he went, was there a need to ask? He was probably still sleeping. A few days ago, the academy released the results. Lin Hao was unexpectedly admitted to Yanhuang College. In the days before school started, this guy had been completely indulging. Cough, cough. His indulgence was not the same as the indulgence of other rich young masters. This guy took out all the novels he had accumulated in the past 6 months and read them every day and night. He went to bed very late every night, so he usually couldn't get up in the morning. Lin Wenyuan was too lazy to say anything about this. Yes. Old master. A servant girl who was serving at the side hurriedly followed the order and left. At this time, Lin Wenyuan seemed to have thought of something. He instantly stood up and said angrily to the servant just now, "Bastard, His Highness King of Shu came to visit. You didn't directly bring him in. How dare you stop him? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall?" Normally, people who came to the Lin mansion had to be notified, but Li Ku was different. He was a prince. Why would he need to be notified when he came to a small merchant's house? The servant hurriedly said, "Old master, I wouldn't dare. His Highness King of Shu insisted that he should be notified when he came to visit. That's why I came in to report." Lin Wenyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "Let's go. Come with me to welcome His Highness King of Shu." Out of politeness, Li Ku wanted to report first before coming in. However, Lin Wenyuan did not dare to put on airs. He was not qualified, so he had to go out to welcome him personally. Immediately, a large group of servants and servant girls in the front hall followed behind Lin Wenyuan and Madame Lin and walked quickly towards the gate. When they arrived at the gate, to Lin Wenyuan's surprise, there was no large group of palace guards outside the gate. There was only an elegant young man dressed in a scholarly robe. His clothes were not luxurious, but they could not hide the innate noble aura of the young man. Needless to say, that young man was Li Ku. It was hard to imagine that a prince would go out without a single guard. Lin Wenyuan hurriedly went up to him and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness King of Shu has graced my humble abode with your presence. I hope your Highness will forgive me for not going out to welcome you." Chapter 1755. Haha. Boss Lin, you don't have to be so courteous. This prince is visiting incognito today, why would you make such a big fuss? Outside the Lin mansion, Li Ku walked over with a smile and helped Lin Wenyuan up. He had woken up early in the morning and sent someone to Lantian County to ask for the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce President's seal from Han Yushi. After knowing that it was Li Zishuan's idea, Han Yushi did not suspect anything. She also knew that Li Ku was one of Li Zishuan's favorite students, so she gave the seal to the guard sent by Li Ku. After receiving the seal, Li Ku came to the Lin mansion alone. The reason why he came alone was because he did not want to make a big fuss. After all, Li Zishuan had told him last night that he could only plan this in secret and could not stand out in the open. As for the safety of leaving the Lin mansion alone, he was not worried. Firstly, this was Chang'an City, right under the nose of the emperor, so the security here was pretty good. Secondly, Li Ku was not some weak scholar. In terms of martial arts, he had been taught by famous masters since young. At such a young age, his martial arts were already quite good. Even if he met with danger, Li Ku was confident that he could escape. Oh. This old man understands. This old man understands. The news of Your Highness coming to the Lin mansion today will definitely not spread. Your Highness, please come in and talk. Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan, who had been in the business world for many years, immediately understood. He first promised Li Ku and then invited him in. Haha. Boss Lin, please. Li Ku laughed, thinking that this Lin Wenyuan was also a clever person. No wonder Li Zishuan was willing to let him work for the Chamber of Commerce. Under Lin Wenyuan's lead, the group came to the front hall. Lin Wenyuan ordered the servants to bring tea and then sent all the servants out. Haha. Boss Lin, you don't have to be so polite. This prince is visiting incognito today, why would you make such a big fuss? Outside the Lin mansion, Li Ku walked over with a smile and helped Lin Wenyuan up. He had woken up early in the morning and sent someone to Lantian County to ask Han Yushi for the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's president's seal. Knowing that this was Li Zishuan's intention, Han Yushi did not suspect anything. She also knew that Li Ku was one of Li Zishuan's most valued students. Thus, she handed over the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce's president's seal to the guard sent by Li Ku. After receiving the president's seal, Li Ku came to the Lin mansion alone. The reason why he came alone was because he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, Li Zishuan had told him last night that he was only allowed to plan this matter in secret. He absolutely couldn't stand on the surface. As for the safety of leaving the prince's mansion alone, he was not worried. Firstly, this was Chang'an City, right under the emperor's nose, so the security was pretty good. Secondly, Li Ku was no weak scholar. In terms of martial arts, he had been taught by famous masters since he was young. His martial arts skills were already quite good at such a young age. T to the 2 T to O. This old man understands. This old man understands. Your Highness' visit to the Lin mansion today will not be spread. Your Highness, please come in. Lin Wenyuan, who had been in the business world for many years, immediately understood. He gave his word to Li Ku and then invited him in. Haha. Boss Lin, please. Li Ku laughed. This Lin Wenyuan was a clever person. No wonder Li Zishuan was willing to let him work for the Chamber of Commerce. Under Lin Wenyuan's lead, the group of people arrived at the front hall. Lin Wenyuan ordered the servants to bring tea and then sent all the servants out of the hall. Chapter 1756. In the front hall of the Lin clan, Li Ku recounted to Lin Wenyuan the contents of the telegram Li Zishuan had sent him last night. Of course, in the process, Li Ku also gave Lin Wenyuan a brief explanation of the current situation between the Great Tang and the Turks. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Wenyuan pondered for a moment, then stood up and cupped his hands towards Li Ku, saying in a deep voice, "I am indebted to Marquis and His Highness for thinking so highly of me. Although this Lin is a merchant, I also know that the rise and fall of the country is related to the happiness of my generation. Without this peace and prosperity, how can a merchant like this Lin do business in peace? I can only become a slave of a fallen country. This Lin has also heard about the imperial court's recruitment of elite soldiers the day before yesterday. After hearing your Highness's explanation today, this Lin feels that the current situation is not optimistic. Although we merchants do not receive a salary from the imperial court, the only reason we can do business in peace is because your Majesty has created peace and prosperity for the people of the realm. Now that the country is in danger, no matter what others do, as long as I can help the imperial court defeat the Turks, this Lin is willing to use up all my wealth. Marquis and your Highness have instructed me to raise military funds, so this Lin will definitely do my utmost to gather all the merchants I can to raise sufficient funds for the frontline soldiers." The merchants of this era, especially those who had experienced the 5 barbarian rebellions and the chaos of the Sui dynasty, understood just how difficult it was to obtain peace and prosperity. Without peace, let alone glory and wealth, it would be difficult to even keep one's name. Lin Wenyuan's words came from the bottom of his heart and could be said to be powerful and resonant. Li Ku couldn't help but be moved. He stood up and cupped his hands towards Lin Wenyuan. Then, he said with a sigh, "This humble prince is deeply moved by Lord Lin's righteousness. The Yamacho truly did not misjudge you." Lin Wenyuan shook his head. "Your Highness praises me too much. This old man is just a crude man. How could I bear the weight of your Highness's profound righteousness? Lord Lin is too modest." Li Ku smiled, then continued, "You're right. Then I will leave this matter to you. Later on, I will go to the Datong Daily's editorial department and ask Li Yu to publish a notice from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce calling for merchants to raise funds for the military. Old Master Lin, you will use the name of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to mobilize all the personnel and resources within and outside the Chamber of Commerce. 3 days later, we will hold a donation gathering in hopes that the Chamber of Commerce will be able to raise enough funds for the imperial court." "Yes, Your Highness." Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and accepted the order. This was the first time the Lin family had accepted a mission from the imperial family. Lin Wenyuan immediately felt that he was shouldering an extremely glorious mission. If he succeeded, then the Lin family's status among the common people would rise, and he, Lin Wenyuan, would become the ancestor of the Lin family. No matter what, this matter had to be done beautifully. Lin Wenyuan said to himself in his heart. Li Ke brushed his sleeves and cupped his hands to bid farewell. Yamacho's message has been delivered. I will leave the rest to Boss Lin. I still have to make a trip to the workshop, so I will take my leave now. Lin Wenyuan hurriedly said, Farewell, Your Highness. Li Ke smiled and said, No need to send me off. I came here quietly, so I will leave quietly. There is no need to make a fuss. Here, this is the Wang residence's token. If you encounter any problems that you cannot solve during this period, you can use this token to find me at the Wang residence. As he spoke, Li Ke took out a token and handed it to Lin Wenyuan. Li Zishuan had left this matter to him, and whether this matter could be done well depended on Lin Wenyuan's ability. Therefore, Li Ke was very willing to help Lin Wenyuan within the limits of his ability. Lin Wenyuan was flattered and hurriedly took it with both hands. He said in fear and trepidation, Thank you, Your Highness. No need. Li Ke waved his hand and turned to leave. He really came here quietly and left quietly. After leaving the Lin residence, Li Ke rode his horse towards the east gate of Chang'an City. After dealing with Lin Wenyuan, his next stop was to deal with the editorial department of Datong Daily. He could just send a guard to explain to Li Yu and let Li Yu handle the rest. After all, Li Yu was in charge of the editorial department of Datong Daily. However, this was something that Li Zishuan had asked him to do. He was worried that his subordinates would not be able to convey the message clearly. Moreover, Li Ke had his own thoughts on this matter. He felt that it would be better to communicate with Li Yu face to face. When he reached Yongning Lane, Li Ke suddenly heard the sound of horses galloping behind him. He could not help but rein in his horse and turn around. He saw a black mass of imperial soldiers heading towards his direction. The people in the lead were familiar faces, Dugu Xian, Dugu Feiying, and Li Tai. Li Ke could not help but be startled. From the looks of it, people who did not know the situation would think that Li Tai was going to lead troops to the front lines. However, he knew his own situation. With Li Tai's physical fitness, it was already good enough that he could barely ride a horse. How could he lead troops to the front lines? Li Ke let his horse stop at the side of the road. When the troops behind him caught up, he said, Qing Ke. Where are you going? As Li Ke had been busy with the formation of the gold-robed guards, he had not entered the palace for a few days. Therefore, he did not know that Li Tai had entered the palace to bid farewell to Li Er yesterday. Little Ke, why are you here? Seeing Li Ke by the roadside, Li Tai was a little surprised and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Seeing that Li Tai did not answer his question, Li Ke had no choice but to reply, The Yamacho asked me to go to the workshop to do something. I was just about to leave the city. Qing Ke, where are you going with so many imperial soldiers? Li Tai replied, Hasn't the Yamacho always wanted to build a telegraph relay station in the north? Yesterday, everything needed for the telegraph relay station was prepared. So today I plan to bring the students and teachers of the Trump Card Project to the north to build the telegraph relay station. Now that the Tang Empire and the Turkic Khaganate are like fire and water, father and teacher Wenji are worried about our safety, so they have added so many guards. Hey, little Ke, you go to the workshop. I'm going to the academy now. It's on the way, so let's go together. With that, the little fatty kicked the belly of the horse and waved his hand to signal for the team to continue moving. Li Ke hurriedly urged his horse to follow. He looked at Li Tai and said with some dissatisfaction, Of course I know about the telegraph relay station, but I didn't expect Qing Ke to leave today. Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter in advance? If I had known, I would have gone with you to the north today. Even without Li Tai saying it, Li Ke knew that this trip to the north was very risky. If not for the fact that he had to take on several positions, he would definitely have gone with Li Tai. Hearing the concern in Li Ke's words, Li Tai's heart warmed. He smiled and said, Hey. Do you think I don't know that little Ke has a lot of things to do? Don't worry, with General Dugu and the others escorting us, there won't be any danger. Just wait for our good news in Chang'an. Chapter 1757. The two brothers chatted along the way and soon arrived at Yun Mountain. Li Ke had originally planned to go to the Datong Daily editorial office in the workshop, but now that he heard that Li Tai was going to lead the academy's research team north, how could he, as a brother, not send them off? As for finding Li Yu to discuss publishing a notice to raise military funds in Datong Daily, this matter was not urgent, because the Datong Daily that was sold in the market today had already been finalized yesterday. The notice to raise military funds would definitely not be published in time, so it could only be published in tomorrow's newspaper. Mr. Kong Gui, Mr. Wen Ji, everyone is here. The Academy Auditorium. Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the other senior members of the Academy had specially prepared a farewell ceremony for Li Tai and the others when they went north to build a telegraph relay station. At this moment, Mo Huai counted the number of students in the auditorium and then cupped his hands to Li Gang, who was leaning on crutches. Although the old man was now healthy, he was old and his health was deteriorating day by day. If he walked normally without anyone to help him, he would have to rely on crutches. Good. Since the children are all here, Mr. Mo, as the leader of the physics department, you should say a few words to them. In the field of engineering, other than the mountain head, the one they respect the most is you. Li Gang's face revealed a trace of relief and worry. After a moment, he turned to Mo Huai and said. The latter half of his sentence was not wrong. In terms of engineering attainments, other than Li Zishuan, there were few people in Yanhuang College who could compete with Mo Huai. To be precise, it was Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei. Mr. Wen Ji, you flatter me. Mo Huai cupped his hands and said humbly. He then turned to look at the 32 students who were about to go north to build the telegraph relay station and said in a deep voice, very good. Everyone is very punctual. Since everyone is here, I will say a few words first. Mo Huai paused for a moment. The students below the stage also quietened down and looked over. Mo Huai continued. You are all the most outstanding students of the academy, or perhaps your teachers. This time, you will go up north to build the telegraph. Qin Ke will be the chief commander, and Mo Chui will be the deputy commander. Please remember that the northern border is different from the hinterland of Guangzhou, and it is also different from Yanhuang College. No one is allowed to act alone outside. This old man has already assigned all of your missions to Qin Quebec. When the time comes, everyone must listen to Qin Ke's instructions. This old man hopes that you can set up the telegraph relay stations in Bing Province and Yun Province in the shortest time possible and return safely. In addition, unless it's absolutely necessary, you're not allowed to mention your mission to anyone else. Do you understand? Understood. 32 Yanhuang College students straightened their backs and answered loudly. Yes. Mo Huai nodded, and then his gaze swept across every student and teacher in the hall before he said, that's right. In terms of engineering, all of you are the best among the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. Usually, all of your knowledge is obtained from the teaching materials compiled by the Yamacho, but that is all written knowledge. This old man once remembered that the Yamacho once said, what is learned on paper is ultimately shallow, and what is learned must be experienced. This trip up north is a good opportunity for all of you to display and verify what you have learned. I hope that all of you can cherish this opportunity. While serving the country, you can also open up a path for those who are lagging behind in engineering. Understood. Hearing this, the students cupped their hands in acknowledgement. Mo Huai then looked at Li Tai and said, Qin Ke, although we have deduced the construction of the telegraph relay station countless times before, we will definitely encounter all kinds of problems when it is actually built. When the time comes, just send a telegram to the academy or directly to the Yamacho. We will provide support from behind. Li Tai cupped his hands and said, Tai understands. Thank you, sir. Mo Huai nodded and looked at Mo Chui, the future tycoon of the Mo family. Ahem, the boundary between Mo school and engineering is becoming more and more blurred. In fact, Mo Huai did not know if there was a need to continue the Mo family's legacy because Li Zishuan's engineering was more advanced and perfect than Mo school. He said, Mo Chui, you will lead the accompanying teachers from the academy this time. You must take good care of the children and ensure their safety. Mo Chui cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Yes." Mo Chui understands. Mo Huai nodded in satisfaction and said, "I've told you everything that needs to be told. Let Mr. Wenji have a few words with you. I don't know if you can make it in time for the new students of the academy this year." With that, he stepped aside and said to Li Gang, "Mr. Wenji, please." "Okay." Li Gang nodded and walked to the center of the stage with Wang Ji's help. He looked at the teachers and students of the academy below and said unhurriedly, "Mr. Mo's instructions were very thorough, so I won't repeat them. What I want to say is, children, this trip to the north is not only an opportunity for you to practice the truth, but also an opportunity for you to use what you have learned to spread engineering and serve the country. The telegraph relay station is related to the outcome of the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks. It is your honor and the Academy's honor to be able to bear this heavy responsibility at such a young age. But there is one thing you must remember. You must return safely. You are the foundation of Yanhuang College. This old man, Li Gang, will wait for your safe return in Yunshan and the Academy." With that, Li Gang cupped his hands solemnly at the teachers and students below the stage with a serious expression. In this special era and the current special situation, Li Tai and the others' trip to the north was given a special meaning. The atmosphere in the auditorium suddenly became more solemn. Affected by this atmosphere, the teachers and students were all moved and felt the great responsibility and mission on their shoulders. Their faith in this trip became even more firm. "Sir, rest assured. We will definitely return safely." Under the leadership of Li Tai, the 32 elite members of the elite engineering team cupped their hands towards Li Gang and said solemnly. Li Gang nodded and waved his hand. "Good. It's about time. Let's go." "Yes." With Li Gang's words, the Academy's research team left the auditorium one after another. After a simple gathering outside, they boarded the carriages and set off for the mountain gate. As for the 1,000 Imperial Army guards that Li Tai had brought, they waited at the foot of the mountain. "Qingke, take care." At the gate of the academy, Li Ku shouted at the carriages. "Little Ku, you take care too." Li Tai opened the curtains and waved at Li Ku, who was standing outside the car. Speaking of which, this was the first time the little fatty had left the capital since he was born. He hadn't thought much of it before, but at this moment of departure, Li Tai suddenly felt a strong reluctance to part with the academy, his fellow students, teachers, and his brother Li Ku. "Generals, I'll leave the safety of the people from the academy to you." Li Gang personally followed the carriages to the foot of Cloud Mountain. As the group set off, Li Gang cupped his hands at Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. Behind Li Gang, Mo Huai, Yen Silu, and the others also cupped their hands at Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. Dugu Xian hurriedly cupped his hands. "Teacher Wenji's words are too serious. This is what we should do. On this trip north, we brothers will use our lives to protect their safety. Teacher Wenji, please rest assured." Li Gang nodded and cupped his hands. "Then this old man will thank you in advance. Teacher is too polite. It's getting late. The army should be setting off. Teacher, we'll meet again." Dugu Xian cupped his hands in return and ordered the army to set off. "We'll meet again." Chapter 1758. The carriages moved and the horses neighed. 12 carriages carrying the teachers and students of the academy, as well as the necessary machinery and parts to build the relay station, headed northeast under the protection of more than 1,000 soldiers from the palace. Isn't that the Prince of Wei? Where are they going? Yunshan was located in the south of Lantian County. The group of people from the academy had to pass through Lantian County on their way north. When the group entered the city, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. When Li Tai opened the curtains and looked out, he was recognized by someone. It was Qin Shuozhen, who had gotten up early to buy the newspaper. With Li Tai's financial support, she and her sister, Qin Shuoyu, had already lived in the south of Lantian County. Of course, they rented a house. Qin Shuozhen was working as an apprentice in a medical hall in the city before school started. On one hand, she could learn some medical skills. After all, she was going to be admitted into the medical school of Yanhuang College. On the other hand, she could earn some money to support her family. Every day, she worked and rested. Her life was quite fulfilling. Early in the morning, Chen Shuozhen planned to buy the newspaper and go directly to the medical hall as usual. However, a group of carriages and many soldiers rushed into the city and headed north. A head popped out of the leading carriage. Coincidentally, it was someone she knew. Li Yu was puzzled. Of course, she knew Li Tai's identity. He was the Prince of Wei and also the most outstanding student in Yanhuang College. However, what were they doing? Were they going to fight a war? But why would it be Li Tai's turn to fight a war? She had never heard that the Prince of Wei knew martial arts. Coincidentally or not, Li Tai, who had stuck his head out of the carriage, also saw Chen Shuozhen in the crowd. It wasn't that Chen Shuozhen was a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts, but there was a saying that when enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Perhaps there was some kind of power that pushed the two of them to notice each other. Stupid girl, it's you? The carriages moved and the horses neighed. 12 carriages carrying the teachers and students of the academy, as well as the necessary machinery and parts to build the relay station, headed northeast under the protection of more than 1,000 soldiers from the palace. Isn't that the Prince of Wei? Where are they going? Yunshan was located in the southern part of Lantian County. The group from the academy had to pass through Lantian County on their way to the north. When the group reached the city, they attracted a lot of attention. When Li Tai opened the curtains and looked out, he was recognized by someone. It was Chen Shuozhen, who had gotten up early to buy newspapers. With Li Tai's financial support, she and her sister, Chen Shuoyu, had long since settled down in the south of Lantian County. Of course, they rented a house. Taking advantage of the fact that school hadn't started yet, Chen Shuozhen worked as an apprentice in a medical hall in the city. On the one hand, she could learn some medical skills. After all, she was taking the exam for the medical school of Yanhuang College. On the other hand, she could earn some money to support her family. Every day, she worked from dawn to dusk. Her life was quite fulfilling. Early in the morning, Chen Shuozhen planned to buy newspapers and go to the medical hall directly as usual. Unexpectedly, a group of carriages and many soldiers rushed into the city and headed to the north gate. A head popped out of the leading carriage. Coincidentally, it was someone she knew. Li Yu was immediately confused. Of course, she knew Li Tai's identity. The Prince of Wei was also the most outstanding student in Yanhuang College. But what was with such a big lineup? Were they going to war? But why would it be Li Tai's turn to go to war? She didn't hear that the Prince of Wei knew martial arts. Coincidentally or not, Li Tai, who had stuck his head out of the carriage, also saw Chen Shuozhen in the crowd. It wasn't that Chen Shuozhen was a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts, but there was a saying that when enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Perhaps there was some kind of power that pushed the two of them to notice each other. Stupid girl, it's you? Chapter 1759. Haha. Not only did Adjunct Li bring the unparalleled armor and the peerless godly weapon to the Black Armored Army, but he also brought all these training equipment. As the general of the Black Armored Army, I must thank Adjunct Li. In the Black Armored Army, on the second day of the new drill, many carriages loaded with goods arrived at the gate of the Black Armored Army early in the morning. Li Zishuan had sent a telegram to ask the workshop to customize the horizontal bars for the soldiers to do pull-ups. There were 200 horizontal bars in total. Although they were far less than the 5,000 bars in the Black Armored Army, they were enough for the soldiers to take turns doing pull-ups. Duan Jishuan couldn't help but smile at Li Zishuan beside him as he watched the carriages of military supplies being transported in. So what if he has some filthy money? He is just a son of a businessman after all. Qiu Xinggong couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Duan Jishuan praising Li Zishuan like this, and he mocked in his heart. He did not have a good impression of Li Zishuan to begin with. On top of that, Li Zishuan had managed to turn the tables on him yesterday. He could not wait to find a chance to kick Li Zishuan out of the Black Armored Troops. General, you are too kind. Li Zishuan saluted Duan Jishuan and said, I am now a member of the Black Armored Army. It is my responsibility to do something for the Black Armored Army. Duan Jishuan laughed and said, haha. You are too humble, Adjunct Li. Business is business, and personal wealth is personal wealth. Adjunct Li has spent so much money for the Black Armored Army that even I, as the general of the Black Armored Army, am ashamed. Let's not talk about the previous weapons and armor. I will report the training equipment to the Ministry of War and purchase it with military funds. I hope Adjunct Li will not refuse. The vanadium steel armor and the vanadium steel horse lance were specially made for the Black Armored Army by Chitsu Pavilion's new workshop. The cost was entirely borne by Li Zishuan. This was the promise that Li Zishuan had made to Li Er. Haha. Not only did Adjunct Li bring the unparalleled armor and the peerless godly weapon to the Black Armored Army, he even brought these training tools. As the general of the Black Armored Army, I really have to thank Adjunct Li. Inside the Black Armored Army, early in the morning, many carriages loaded with goods arrived at the gate of the Black Armored Army. These were the horizontal bars that Li Zishuan had sent a telegram to the workshop the day before. 2 sets of horizontal bars were specially made for the soldiers' training. Jishuan asked the workshop. There were 200 horizontal bars. There were 200 horizontal bars in the Black Armored Army. Although there were horizontal training. There were 200 bars, the Jishuan soldiers have the Jishuan training. It. Junked godly man. Qiu Xingong rolled his eyes at Duan Jishuan's praise of Li Zishuan. He mocked Duan Jishuan in his heart. He did not have a good impression of Li Zishuan to begin with. On top of that, Li Zishuan had managed to turn the tables on him yesterday. He could not wait to find a chance to kick Li Zishuan out of the Black Armored troops. General, you are too kind. Li Zishuan saluted Duan Jishuan and said, I am now a member of the Black Armored Army. It is my responsibility to do something for the Black Armored Army. Duan Jishuan laughed and said, haha. You are too humble, Adjunct Li. Business is business, and personal wealth is personal wealth. Adjunct Li has spent so much money for the Black Armored Army. Even as the general of the Black Armored Army, I am ashamed. Let's not talk about the previous weapons and armor. This time, I will report the training equipment to the Ministry of War. I hope Adjunct Li will not refuse. The vanadium steel armor and the vanadium steel horse lance were specially made for the Black Armored Army by the new workshop of Chitsu Pavilion. The cost was all borne by Li Zishuan himself. This was the promise that Li Zishuan made to Li Er. Chapter 1760. Shimo, Baolin, we have been in the Black Armored Army for 2 days now. How do you feel? After setting the challenge with Qiu Xingong, Li Zishuan came to the training area of the Wu Battalion and asked Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin, who had just finished their 10-mile-long run. Now, other than the Wu Battalion, there were also the A Battalion and D Battalion. However, from a personal point of view, Li Zishuan was closer to the Wu Battalion. On one hand, the soldiers in the Wu Battalion were all new recruits and he was also a new recruit. Naturally, the relationship between the two new recruits would be closer. Secondly, he knew a lot of people in the Wu Battalion. Sun Jiping aside, there was also Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin. This made Li Zishuan even more biased towards the Wu Battalion. How do you feel? Xiao Xian, I don't think I can stay in the Black Armored troops any longer. The first day was still okay, but yesterday I was so tired. I woke up early in the morning and had to do a 5-kilometer long run. After the run, I had to do combat training. If I wasn't careful, I would be beaten black and blue. That's not all. After that, I still have to do formation training, cavalry charging, mounted archery training, and after dinner, I still have to run 5 kilometers. No. I really can't stay in the Black Armored Army anymore. At this moment, Qing Chimo was lying on the grass with stars in his eyes. He had just finished the 10-mile run not long ago. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he couldn't help but complain. It was just that the voice of this ridicule was so weak. Yesterday was the first day of the new training in the Wu Battalion. Almost everyone was tortured half to death. Among them, there were more than 10 people who failed the training and were punished by not having lunch. After experiencing the pain of not eating at noon, Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin put in extra effort, especially during the 10-li long-distance run. Their legs were almost broken from running, and only then did they barely make it through. Chumo, Baolin, we have been in the Black Armored Army for 2 days now. How do you feel? After setting the challenge with Qiu Xinggong, Li Zishuan came to the training area of the Wu Battalion and asked Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin, who had just finished the 10-mile long run. Now, besides the Wu Battalion, there were also the A Battalion and D Battalion. However, Li Zishuan was closer to the Wu Battalion from a personal point of view. Firstly, the soldiers in the Wu Battalion were all new recruits, and he was also a new recruit. Therefore, the relationship between the two new recruits would naturally be closer. Secondly, there were many familiar faces in the Wu Battalion. Not to mention Sun Jiping, there were also Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin. Therefore, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be more biased towards the Wu Battalion. How do you feel? Xiao Xian, I don't think I can stay in the Black Armored Troops any longer. The first day was still okay, but yesterday I was so tired. I had to run 5 kilometers with my armor on. After the run, I have to do combat training. If I'm not careful, I'll be beaten black and blue. That's not all. After that, there's formation training, cavalry charging, mounted archery training, and after dinner, I still have to run 5 kilometers. I've never been so tired in my entire life. No. I really can't stay in the Black Armored Army any longer. Qing Chumo was lying on his back on the grass with stars in his eyes. He had just finished the 10-mile long run. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he couldn't help but complain. It was just that the voice of this ridicule was so weak. Yesterday was the first day of the new training in the Wu Battalion. Almost everyone was tortured half to death. Among them, there were more than 10 people who failed the training and were punished by not having lunch. After experiencing the pain of not eating lunch at noon, Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin put in extra effort, especially during the 10-li long-distance run. Their legs almost broke from running, and only then did they barely pass the hurdle. Chapter 1761. Your Highness, Wen Hao told me yesterday that he would be going north with his classmates today and would only be back in a few months. However, he did not tell me the details. Does Your Highness know? In the new workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, in the side hall of the Datong Daily Editorial Office. Li Ku, who had achieved his goal, was about to leave when he was stopped by Li Yu and asked by her. Li Ku paused and frowned. After a moment of silence, he turned to Li Yu and said, I do know a thing or two about this matter. However, this matter is a secret of the Academy and should not be leaked. Wen Hao did not tell you for your own good, and also for the sake of the teachers and students of the Academy. I hope Miss Li you can understand. He had memorized the Academy's confidentiality management regulations. The telegraph relay station was the Academy's second trump card project. It was a top-secret research project. Of course, it could not be told to outsiders. Li Yu's eyes flashed, but her expression was normal. She bowed to Li Ku and said, Li Yu understands. Thank you, Your Highness, for being honest with me. However, Your Highness, please tell me if the journey north is dangerous? Meng Wenhao was Li Yu's best friend. She could not ask about the details of the mission, but she wanted to know if it was dangerous. Li Ku paused and replied, Miss Li Yu, you don't have to worry about safety. There will be 1,000 Imperial Guards escorting them. Besides, Wenhao is carrying out a mission in the Tang Empire. The local provincial government will also protect them. Hearing this, Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief and said, Then I'm relieved. Thank you, Your Highness. I should be able to draft the notice before the hour of the afternoon. When the time comes, I'll send someone to deliver it to Your Highness. Li Ku smiled and waved his hand. There's no need for that. The fact that the Yamacho handed over the editorial office to Miss Li Yu proves that your ability is outstanding. I believe in your ability. After the notice is written, just put it on the Datong Daily tomorrow. I'll take my leave first. He was going back to Cheng and to deal with the Golden Robe Guard's official business. Sending the notice back and forth would affect his efficiency. Li Yu smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your trust." Your Highness, take care. Your Highness, Wen Hao told me yesterday that he would go up north with his classmates from the academy to do something today and would not return for a few months. However, he did not tell me the details. Does Your Highness know? In the side hall of the editorial department of Datong Daily in the new workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Li Ku, who had achieved his goal, was about to leave when Li Yu suddenly called out to him. Li Ku paused and frowned. After a moment of silence, he turned to Li Yu and said, "I do know a thing or two about this matter. However, this matter is a secret of the academy and cannot be leaked. Wen Hao didn't tell you for your own good, and for the sake of the academy's teachers and students going north. I hope Miss Li Yu can understand." He had memorized the regulations of the academy on confidentiality management. The telegraph relay station was the second trump card project of the academy. It was a top-secret research project. Of course, it could not be told to outsiders. Li Yu's eyes flashed, but her expression remained the same. She bowed to Li Ku and said, "Li Yu understands. Thank you for your honesty, Your Highness. However, Your Highness, please tell me if the journey north is dangerous?" Meng Wenhao was Li Yu's best friend. She could not ask about the specific mission of the academy's teachers and students going north, but she wanted to know if this mission was dangerous. Li Ku paused and replied, "Miss Li Yu, you don't have to worry about safety. This trip will be escorted by 1,000 imperial guards. Moreover, Wen Hao and the others are carrying out a mission in the Tang Empire. The local soldiers and horses will also protect them." Hearing this, Li Yu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Then I'm relieved. Thank you, Your Highness. I should be able to draft the notice for collecting military funds before 3 p.m. I'll send someone to send it to Your Highness." Li Ku smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need for that. The fact that the Yamacho handed over the editorial department to Miss Li Yu proves that your ability is outstanding. I believe in your ability. After the notice is written, just put it on the Datong Daily tomorrow. I'll take my leave first." He was going back to Cheng and City to deal with the Golden Robe Guard's official business. Sending documents back and forth would inevitably affect his efficiency. Li Yu smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your trust. Take care, Your Highness." Chapter 1762. Marquis's kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. If Marquis has any orders, we will do our best to fulfill them. Boss Lin, please tell us what we should do. As soon as Chao Wendong finished speaking, Liao Shifan stood up and cupped his fists. That's right, that's right. Helping Marquis share his burdens is a matter of course. But as for how to do so, I hope Boss Lin can give us a plan. We will definitely do as you say. The rest of the people also agreed. Everyone, please take a seat and listen to me. Lin Wenyuan saw that the time was right. He gestured with his hands and said, "Marquis intends to use the name of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to solicit donations from all the merchants of Great Tang. Although our Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce has only been established for a year, under Marquis's wise leadership, we have become the most influential chamber of commerce in Great Tang. Now that the country is facing a crisis, we have to share the burdens of Marquis and share the burdens of the country. Tomorrow's Datong Daily will publish a notice to raise funds for the military. At that time, all the merchants of the world will know about this from the newspapers. As for us members of the Chamber of Commerce, first, we need to mobilize the forces around us to contact the other merchants around us and spread the news in these 2 days. Second, in 3 days, Marquis has authorized me to hold a donation gathering. All the merchants who are interested in donating will attend. At that time, I hope that the members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce will take the lead in donating and set an example. Lin Wenyuan explained the plan that Li Ku had given him in detail. Everyone was silent for a moment before they agreed. So that's how it is. Don't worry, Boss Lin. Once I return, I will pay a visit to some of my friends in the capital. They have always admired the Marquis. I don't think they will refuse this fundraising event. Haha. I also have many business friends in the capital. When I return, I will contact them immediately. Our Zheng family has many business friends in Jiangnan. But the donation gathering is in 3 days. I'm afraid there won't be enough time. At this moment, Zheng Qianjun frowned and spoke. The Zheng family's Misty Rain Villa was famous for its influence in both the underworld and the underworld of Jiangnan. In the business world of Jiangnan, the Zheng family was a force to be reckoned with. As long as Zheng Qianjun's father, Zheng Yinheng, made a call, more than half of the merchants in Jiangnan would respond. However, Jiangnan was nearly 1,000 miles away from Chang'an. No matter how influential Zheng Yinheng was in Jiangnan, it was impossible for him to get the merchants of Jiangnan to come all the way to Chang'an for donations. Moreover, even if they were willing to come, they wouldn't be able to make it in time for the donation ceremony in 3 days. Young Lord Zheng's worries are not without reason. Jiangnan is a long way from Chang'an. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in time. Lin Wenyuan nodded. He looked at Zheng Qianjun and said, time is tight. We can only mobilize the merchants near the capital to raise a batch of military funds. We can show Marquis, the imperial court, and His Majesty the power of us merchants. Think about it, why would His Majesty agree to Marquis's request to gather merchants to raise military funds for the country? This is a great opportunity for us. Scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, we merchants have been looked down upon for hundreds of years. Everyone says that we only care about profits. But this time, when we raise military funds for the country, we want the world to see that we merchants are not petty people who only care about profits. We care more about righteousness, about the country's righteousness. After hearing Lin Wenyuan's words, Chao Wendong's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, Boss Lin's words have hit the nail on the head. Scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, we merchants have been prejudiced by the world for hundreds of years. If we want others to think highly of us, we have to unite ourselves and do things that others think highly of us. This time, when we raise military funds for the country, it is a good opportunity for us merchants to show our righteousness. I don't care about others, but the Chao family will donate no less than 20,000 strings of cash. As the largest silk and cloth merchant in the capital, Chao Wendong had always been working hard to establish a chamber of commerce to raise the status of merchants. However, his ability and influence were limited. He could only have the will but not the strength. Last year, after many twists and turns, Chao Wendong finally managed to hitch a ride with Li Zishuan and the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. In this year, he had watched the Chamber of Commerce expand bit by bit. The status of the members of the Chamber of Commerce had also gradually increased. This point might not be obvious in the Great Tang, but it was absolutely obvious in Lantian County. This was because Li Zishuan had implemented a complete set of protection systems for merchants in Lantian County. There was a special department of commerce to deal with disputes related to merchants. In Lantian County, the status of merchants was no longer at the lowest level of society. Everyone was equal. Lin Wenyuan's words made Chao Wendong realize that this matter of raising military funds was a good opportunity for merchants to increase their influence. Of course, putting this aside, if merchants wanted to do business peacefully, they needed a stable environment. And the prerequisite for this stable environment was that the Great Tang had to win the war with the Turks. Otherwise, not to mention doing business, in this chaotic world, it would be difficult for ordinary people to even survive. Due to these reasons, Chao Wendong was willing to put in a lot of money to support Li Zishuan's military fund-raising conference. Good. Boss Chao is indeed very bold. Lin Wenyuan's face lit up as he said, Boss Chao is so righteous, I admire you. Here, I will make it clear to everyone. For this military fund-raising, I will donate no less than 20,000 strings of cash. Of course, this is only this Lin's guarantee to all of you. As for how much you and other business friends can donate, Marquis and this Lin will not force you. Everyone should do what they can. No matter how much you donate, it's still a token of our sincerity. Good. Everyone inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, although everyone present had some wealth, not everyone could casually throw out 20,000 strings of cash like Chao Wendong and Lin Wenyuan. Strictly speaking, whether it was Chao Wendong or Lin Wenyuan, neither of them was so rich that they didn't care about 20,000 strings of cash. Taking out so much money all at once would still cause them some heartache. The reason they were willing to part with it was because they could see the big picture. So when they heard that Chao Wendong was going to donate 20,000 strings of cash, some people couldn't help but worry. Would this fundraising conference turn into a donation contest? Would one person donate more than the other? Lin Wenyuan's last sentence could be considered to have temporarily put everyone at ease. All right. It's getting late, and I've finished what Marquis asked of me. I'll have to trouble everyone to start contacting your friends in the capital today and publicize the fundraising conference in 3 days. Seeing that everything was over, Lin Wenyuan stood up. Good. Then let's go and contact them. Everyone stood up, clasped their hands and bade farewell. The secret meeting of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce ended just like that. Soldiers, listen to my command. 25 people in a row, get into formation. Lin Wenyuan brought the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce to discuss the issue of raising military funds. In the Black Armored Army's camp, where the Wu Battalion was training, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping were organizing the soldiers to carry out cavalry charging training. According to the first edition of the heavy cavalry drill compiled by Li Zishuan, starting from 3:00 in the afternoon, there would be 3 hours of cavalry charging training. All the soldiers would put on their helmets and armor, and their horses would put on their armor. They would practice charging techniques, and they would follow every order in a uniform manner. At this moment, Sun Jiping gave the order, and the 100 soldiers of the Wu Battalion immediately mounted their horses. 25 people in a row, and they quickly formed a horizontal line of heavy cavalry. There was a reason why they used a horizontal line instead of a column. This was because charging in a horizontal line could maximize the impact of the heavy cavalry. When 3 or 4 rows of heavy cavalry charged at the enemy at the same time, the enemy's solid defensive formation would quickly collapse. The cavalry could then scatter and turn to the side, and then regroup behind the other cavalry lines. They would then attack the next round of charging from the front line. Through this method, they could create a strong impact and continuously deplete the enemy's energy. Before Napoleon, the horizontal line was the basic form of all cavalry charging. In the entire 8th century, there was only one situation where the cavalry would charge in a column when breaking through the enemy's encirclement. Target, the wooden stakes 3,000 feet away, charge. In just a few breaths of time, the 100 heavy cavalry soldiers were quickly assembled. Sun Jiping nodded his head in satisfaction. This proved that their training yesterday was not in vain. Immediately, he pulled out the long sword at his waist, pointed at the rows of wooden stakes 3,000 feet away, and gave the order loudly. Kill. The soldiers did not respond loudly. Instead, they shouted the word kill in unison. The 100 cavalry soldiers began to charge at a fixed speed towards the wooden stakes in front of them. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. The essence of the heavy cavalry charging tactics was that every cavalryman had to maintain a uniform movement, and every warhorse had to maintain the same pace. Only in this way could the heavy cavalry exert the most powerful impact and give the enemy the greatest visual and auditory impact. Therefore, Sun Jiping also got on his horse at this time and moved forward with the first group of soldiers of the Wu Battalion. At the same time, he also shouted the slogan that Li Zishuan taught him to control the marching rhythm of the soldiers. Li Zishuan also made detailed rules about the marching rhythm of the heavy cavalry charging in a horizontal line in the heavy cavalry drill manual. At the beginning, the horizontal line should start moving as slowly as possible. This was to accumulate momentum. Then, it would turn into a fast trot. When they were about 300 meters away from the enemy, they would gradually increase their speed and turn into a fast trot. When they were about 20 to 30 meters away from the enemy, they would move forward at full speed. Stop! Li Zishuan, who was observing from the side, suddenly shouted when the first group of soldiers moved 20 to 30 feet away. Shoo! Thump! 100 cavalrymen immediately reined in their horses. The horses' hooves landed on the ground and made a series of uniform sounds. Li Zishuan rode forward and said sternly, "First row, 5th and 12th from the left. Second row, 3rd from the left. Third row, 10th from the left. Fourth row, 7th, 8th, and 21st from the left. Everyone that I just called out, step forward." Hearing Li Zishuan's unfriendly tone, everyone was silent for a moment. The soldiers that were called out hesitated for a moment, then they all moved to the side of the square formation and waited in fear for Li Zishuan's punishment. Li Zishuan looked at this annoying person indifferently and then said loudly, "The 7 of you were either half a step faster or half a step slower. You can't keep the same pace as the others. You guys stand aside and watch. The rest of you, return to your original positions and rearrange the formation." "Yes." The rest of the soldiers cupped their fists and answered. Immediately after, the front troops turned to the back and quickly returned to their original positions. At this moment, Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Field Officer's son, you will ride at the front and lead the team. The rest of you will follow behind Field Officer Sunday. Control your warhorses well and maintain the same pace as Field Officer Sunday. If there are any faster or slower horses, I will pull them out and let you all train individually." "Yes, General." Sun Jiping responded and rode to the front of the cavalrymen. Since Li Zishuan was helping him supervise from behind, all he needed to do was to lead the team from the front. The rest of the soldiers didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so strict that they couldn't even move their horses half a step faster or slower. For a moment, everyone was on full alert because if they wanted to meet Li Zishuan's requirements, they had to maintain a high level of concentration. This was not only a test of their individual reaction speed, but also their ability to control their horses. There was no room for slacking off. "Everyone, listen to my order and charge with me." Sun Jiping pulled out his long sword and pointed it at the wooden pole in front of him again and ordered loudly. "Neat and uniform." This was called neat and uniform. The momentum of the cavalryman charging team was slowly accumulating. "Ready to go." Da, 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 da. When they were about 300 feet away from the wooden pole, Sun Jiping's horse suddenly sped up. After a short adjustment of pace, the soldiers at the back quickly caught up with Sun Jiping's rhythm. The sound of horse hooves became neat and uniform again, and as they moved forward, the sound of horse hooves became faster and faster, just like the war drums during a battle. The drum beats became more and more frequent, to the extent that everyone had an illusion that their heartbeats were also getting faster and faster. Da, 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 da. When they were about 15 feet away from the wooden pole, the speed of the cavalrymen finally reached the maximum. However, Li Zishuan did not give the order to stop, so Sun Jiping naturally did not dare to give the order to stop. However, the hundreds of soldiers at the back were about to hit the wooden pole. If they did not stop now, they would definitely be thrown off their horses. For a moment, the originally neat and uniform troop finally had some messy sounds of horse hooves, and the formation of the cavalrymen also became a little messy. Why is Commander Li not giving the order to stop? At this speed, it will be too late to stop. Not only the cavalrymen on the field, but the other black armored army soldiers who were watching from the side were also secretly anxious. Li Zishuan's eyes were cold, and he did not say a word. He had no intention of stopping the cavalrymen at all. This was because he was very dissatisfied with the chaos that appeared in the cavalry charging team just now. In his opinion, the most important thing in a cavalry charging team was to be neat and uniform. If the commander did not give the order to stop, no one would listen. Even if there was a bottomless abyss in front of them, they still could not stop. Chapter 1763. 150 zhang, 100 zhang, 80 zhang, 70 zhang, 60 zhang. The cavalry charged forward at a very fast speed. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the wooden piles, Li Zishuan still didn't give the order to stop the charge. The other soldiers of the Wu battalion who were watching the battle from the side all had their hearts in their throats. They didn't understand why Li Zishuan still didn't give the order. Did he forget to give the order, or was he doing it on purpose? The cavalry that was charging forward with Sun Jiping was even more flustered. In such a short distance and at such a fast speed, if they didn't stop and hit the wooden pole, both men and horses would be injured. At this moment, when they were only 50 feet away from the wooden pole, someone finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Nay! 4 to 5 soldiers in the first row pulled the reins lightly, trying to slow down their horses. But when they slowed down, the people behind them didn't expect it. After all, everyone had time to react. When the soldiers at the back realized that the people in front of them were slowing down, it was already too late for them to slow down their horses. Pung! Ouch! When the rear army collided with the front army, the formation of the 4 or 5 soldiers in the first row who had slowed down at the beginning was thrown into disarray. They even had the tendency to affect the other troops around them. In just a few breaths, 20 to 30 soldiers were knocked off their feet. Sun Jiping of course heard the commotion behind him, but he didn't have time to care about it. Because he was only 30 zhang away from the wooden stakes in front of him. At this time, even if Li Zishuan gave the order to stop charging, it was already too late. The only thing he could do was to control his posture and try his best to avoid getting hurt when the horses hit the wooden stakes later. In the blink of an eye. The distance of 40 to 50 zhang was just a blink of an eye for Sun Jiping and the others with the speed of their horses. Pang, pang, pang. Nay, nay. Ouch! Under Sun Jiping's lead charge, more than 60 soldiers of the Wu battalion rammed into the wooden stakes in front of them. For a moment, people and horses were sent flying, and screams could be heard everywhere. The screams came from both the horses and the soldiers. But luckily, the horses were wearing square steel horse armor, and the soldiers were wearing vanadium steel plate armor. 15 zhang, 10 zhang, 8 zhang, 7 zhang, 6 zhang. The cavalry assault team was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. They were getting closer and closer to the wooden piles in front of them, but Li Zishuan still didn't give the order to stop. The other soldiers of the Wu battalion who were watching from the side all had their hearts in their throats. They didn't understand why Li Zishuan still didn't give the order. Did he forget to give the order, or was he doing it on purpose? The cavalry that was charging forward with Sun Jiping was even more flustered. In such a short distance and at such a fast speed, if they didn't stop and hit the wooden pole, both men and horses would be injured. At this moment, when they were only 5 feet away from the wooden pole, someone finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Whoosh! There were 4 or 5 soldiers in the first row who gently pulled on the reins, trying to slow down their horses. However, the moment they slowed down, the people behind them were not prepared. After all, everyone had time to react. By the time the soldiers at the back realized that the people in front were slowing down, it was already too late for them to slow down their horses. Bang! Ouch! The soldiers at the back bumped into the soldiers at the front. The formation of those 4 or 5 soldiers in the first row who slowed down at the beginning was instantly messed up. They even had the tendency to affect the other formations around them. In just a few breaths, 20 to 30 soldiers were knocked over. Of course, Sun Jiping heard the commotion behind him, but he didn't have the time to care about it. Because he was only 3 feet away from the wooden piles in front of him. At this moment, even if Li Zishuan gave the order to stop charging, it was already too late. The only thing he could do was to control his posture and try his best to avoid getting injured when the horses hit the wooden piles later. It was too late to say, but in the blink of an eye. The distance of 4 to 5 feet was just a blink of an eye for Sun Jiping and the others with their current speed. Bang, bang, bang. Nay, nay. Ouch! Under Sun Jiping's leading the charge, more than 60 soldiers of the Wu battalion crashed into the wooden piles in front of them. For a moment, people and horses were all sent flying, and screams could be heard everywhere. The screams came from both the horses and the soldiers. Fortunately, the horses were wearing square steel horse armor, and the soldiers were wearing vanadium steel plate armor. Chapter 1764. After saying that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and instructed in a deep voice, "Field Officer Sun, according to my standards just now, form a team of 100 people. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are not up for battle, they will be punished according to the military rules." "Yes, sir." Sun Jiping immediately stepped forward and cupped his fist. "All right. You are clear on the way to charge. I will leave the rest of the training to you. You must make sure that they are up to standard today." Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He was in the army and was only in charge of the training plan. He had to rely on the captains of each battalion to lead the troops. There was no need for him to do everything personally. "Yes, sir." Sun Jiping cupped his fist. 6th Battalion, charge. Da, da da, da da da. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching, Zai. Under Sun Jiping's command, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the command to stop when they were close to the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. This was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept such a huge loss. After saying that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and instructed in a deep voice, "Field Officer Sun, according to my standards just now, form a team of 100 people. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are not up for battle, they will be punished according to the military rules." "Yes, sir." Sun Jiping immediately stepped forward and cupped his fist. "All right. You are clear on the way to charge. I will leave the rest of the training to you. You must make sure that they are up to standard today." Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He had joined the army, so he was only responsible for customizing the drill plan. As for the specific people who would lead the troops and carry them out, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to personally attend to everything. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said. 6th Squad, charge. Da, 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 da. 121, 121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching, Zai. Under Sun Jiping's command, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes, without fear of death, again and again. Of course, they did not have to hit the wooden poles every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the order to stop when the team was close to the wooden poles. As for hitting the wooden poles, it was just a random situation. After all, with every collision, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. And this was just training and not on the battlefield. The black armored troops could not accept such a huge loss. After that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who do not meet the requirements and have them undergo individual training. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war, in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Jiping immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. "All right. Now that you are clear about the way of charging, I will leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must train them well." Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He had joined the army, so he was only responsible for customizing the drill plan. As for the specific people who would lead the troops and carry them out, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to personally attend to everything. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said. Sixth Squad, charge. Da, 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 da. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching, Zai. Under Sun Jiping's command, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes, without fear of death, again and again. Of course, they did not have to hit the wooden poles every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the command to stop when the cavalrymen were about to hit the wooden poles. As for hitting the wooden poles, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden poles, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. And this was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army could not accept such a huge loss. After that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who do not meet the requirements and have them undergo individual training. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war, in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Jiping immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. "That's enough. You are already clear on the way to charge the cavalrymen. I will leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must make sure that they are trained properly." Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He was in the army and was only in charge of customizing the training plan. As for the people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied. Sixth Battalion, charge. Da, 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 da. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching, Zai. Under Sun Jiping's command, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes, without fear of death, again and again. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden poles every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the command to stop when the cavalrymen were close to the wooden poles. As for hitting the wooden poles, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden poles, there would be horses and soldiers getting injured. This was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't afford to lose so many soldiers. After that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war, in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Jiping immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. "That's enough. You are already clear on the way to charge the cavalrymen. The rest of the training will be left to you. Today, you must make sure that they are trained properly." Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He had joined the army and was only responsible for the preparation of the training plan. As for the people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied. Sixth Battalion, charge. Da, 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 da. 121, 121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching, Zai. Under Sun Jiping's command, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes, without fear of death, again and again. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden poles every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the command to stop when the cavalrymen were close to the wooden poles. As for hitting the wooden poles, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden poles, there would be horses and soldiers getting injured. This was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't afford to lose so many soldiers. After that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war, in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied immediately. "That's enough. You already know how to charge the cavalrymen. I will leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must train them well." Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He had joined the army and was only responsible for the preparation of the training plan. As for the people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied. 6th Battalion, charge. Da, da da, da da da. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching, Zai. Under Sun Jiping's orders, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes again and again without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the order to stop when they were about to hit the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. And this was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept so many losses. After that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war, in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied immediately. "That's enough. You are already clear on the way to charge the cavalrymen. I will leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must make sure that they are trained properly." Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He was in the army and was only in charge of customizing the training plan. As for the people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied. 6th Battalion, charge. Da, da da, da da da. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching, Zai. Under Sun Jiping's orders, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes again and again without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the order to stop when they were about to hit the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. And this was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept such a huge loss. After saying that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, "Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one request, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being afraid of war, in the military rules." This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied immediately. "That's enough. You are already clear on the way to charge the cavalrymen. The rest of the training will be left to you. Today, you must make sure that they are trained properly." Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He had joined the army and was only in charge of customizing the training plan. As for the specific people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied. 6th Battalion, charge. Da, da da, da da da. 121, 121. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching, Zai. Under Sun Jiping's command, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the order to stop when they were about to hit the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. And this was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept such a huge loss. After that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being timid in the military rules. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied immediately. That's enough. You already know how to charge the cavalrymen. I'll leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must train them well. Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He had joined the army and was only in charge of customizing the training plan. As for the specific people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied. 6th Battalion, charge. Da, da da, da da da. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching, Zai. Under Sun Jiping's orders, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes again and again without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the order to stop when they were about to hit the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. This was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept such a huge loss. After that, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping again and said in a deep voice, Captain Sun, according to my standards just now, 100 men in a battalion. Pick out those who don't meet the requirements and do individual training later. I only have one requirement, and that is to follow orders and be uniform. As for those who are timid or not, they will be punished according to the crime of being timid in the military rules. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied immediately. That's enough. You are already clear on the way to charge the cavalrymen. I will leave the rest of the training to you. Today, you must make sure that they are trained properly. Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and said. He was in the army and was only in charge of customizing the training plan. As for the people who would lead the troops, he still had to rely on the captains of each battalion. There was no need for him to do everything personally. This general obeys. Sun Jiping cupped his fists and replied. 6th Battalion, charge. Da, da da, da da da. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. In the afternoon, on the drill ground of the Black Armored Army's camp, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion became the most eye-catching, Zai. Under Sun Jiping's orders, the cavalrymen charged towards a row of wooden stakes again and again without any fear of death. Of course, they didn't have to hit the wooden stakes every time they charged. Most of the time, Sun Jiping would give the order to stop when they were about to hit the wooden stakes. As for hitting the wooden stakes, it was just a random situation. After all, every time they hit the wooden stakes, there would be injuries to the horses and soldiers. This was just daily training and not on the battlefield. The Black Armored Army couldn't accept such a huge loss. Chapter 1765. Reporting to the general, it is said that the Wu battalion lost more than 10 war horses during the afternoon training, and 40 to 50 soldiers were slightly injured. At night, the day's training ended, and the soldiers had their dinner. At this time, Zhang Kangnian quietly came to Qiu Xingong's tent and bowed to him with cupped fists. The black armored army was now in a closed training period. During this period, not only were the ordinary soldiers not allowed to go out, even the high-ranking officers had to stay in the camp day and night. Unless the emperor summoned them or there was an important court meeting, even Duan Zhishuan was not allowed to leave the camp. What? Training can cause the loss of war horses and soldiers? What are they training for? Qiu Xingong frowned and asked. He was puzzled. In the afternoon, he spent most of his time in his tent going through official documents. Previously, he was mainly in charge of the daily training of the black armored troops. However, after Li Zishuan came, he stole his job. Thus, his position as the second-in-command of the black armored troops was changed to a civilian position. Some of the official documents, rations, and logistics were all handed over to him, so he was still very busy every day. In his opinion, the daily training in the camp would at most cause the soldiers to fall off their horses and get some scratches. How could there be a situation where both the soldiers and the horses were injured? This was not going to the front line to fight a war, nor was it going into the mountains to hunt. Replying to the general, the Wu battalion was mainly doing cavalry training in the afternoon. It is said that when the soldiers in the Wu battalion were about to reach the obstacles, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping did not give the order to stop. So many of the soldiers and their horses crashed into the wooden stakes. That was why there were so many casualties. Zhang Kangnian replied with a smile. After that, he bowed to Qiu Xingong and said with a flattering face, "Ah." Although the details of the competition between the Wu battalion and the 2nd Battalion in 10 days is not confirmed yet, but the Wu battalion has suffered casualties before the competition. To us, this is really a good thing. The 2nd Battalion will definitely win this competition, so I congratulate the general in advance. Qiu Xingong's face was filled with astonishment at first, but soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up into an arc. Everyone could tell that he was rejoicing in other people's misfortune. After a moment, the old man suddenly straightened his face and said, "Why are you congratulating me? If you want to congratulate someone, you should congratulate Sun Tao. He is the commander of the 2nd Battalion." Replying to the general, the Wu battalion's training in the afternoon lost more than 10 war horses, and 40 to 50 soldiers suffered minor injuries. At night, the day's training ended, and the soldiers had their dinner. At this time, Zhang Kangnian quietly came to Qiu Xingong's tent and bowed to him with cupped fists. The black armored troops were currently in a closed training period. During this period, not only were the ordinary soldiers not allowed to leave, even the high-ranking officers had to stay in the barracks day and night. Unless the emperor summoned them or there was an important court meeting, even Duan Zhishuan was not allowed to leave the barracks. What? Losing war horses and soldiers? What training are they training? Qiu Xingong furrowed his brows. He was puzzled and asked. In the afternoon, he spent most of his time in his tent going through official documents. Previously, he was mainly in charge of the daily training of the black armored troops. However, after Li Zishuan came, he stole his job. Thus, his position as the 2nd-in-command of the black armored troops was changed to a civilian position. Some of the official documents, rations, and logistics were all handed over to him, so he was still very busy every day. In his opinion, the daily training in the camp would at most cause the soldiers to fall off their horses and get some scratches. How could there be a situation where both the soldiers and the horses were injured? This was not going to the front lines to fight a war, nor was it going into the mountains to hunt. Replying to the general, the Wu battalion's training in the afternoon was mainly for cavalry charging. It is said that when the soldiers in the Wu battalion were about to reach the obstacles, Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping did not give the order to stop. So many of the soldiers and their horses crashed into the wooden stakes. That was why there were so many casualties. Zhang Kangnian replied with a smile. After that, he bowed to Qiu Xingong and said with a flattering face, "Ah." Although the details of the competition between the Wu Battalion and the 2nd Battalion in 10 days have not been confirmed, but the fact that the Wu Battalion has lost soldiers before the competition, to us, it is really a joyous matter. The 2nd Battalion will definitely win this competition. I congratulate the general in advance. Qiu Xinggong's face was filled with astonishment at first, but soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up into an arc. Everyone could tell that he was rejoicing in other people's misfortune. After a moment, the old man suddenly straightened his face and said, "Why are you congratulating this old man? If you want to congratulate someone, you should congratulate Sun Tao. He is the commander of the 2nd Battalion." Chapter 1766. Hey! These bastards dare to speak ill of little Xian behind your back. Just you wait, little Xian. Watch how I, old Cheng, teach them a lesson. Outside the Wu Battalion's tent, Li Zishuan and Ching Chimo both heard what the soldiers were saying. Ching Chimo's face darkened as he rolled up his sleeves, only to find that he had come out with his upper body bare. He didn't have any sleeves at all. Then, he slapped his head in exasperation and rushed towards the tent in front of them. Although he was also very tired from the training these past 2 days, and if it was someone else who joined the army, he, Ching Chimo, would definitely be cursing behind their backs. But the person who joined the army was Li Zishuan, his brother. How could he allow others to speak ill of his brother behind his back? Obviously, this was a typical case of siding with family over reason. If he chose someone, he would protect him even if he was condemned by everyone. Stop! Li Zishuan grabbed Ching Chimo and tried to dissuade him. Chimo, don't be rash. This is the Black Armored Army's camp, not Chang'an City. It's against the military rules to fight in private. But Ching Chimo pointed to the tent and anxiously stamped his feet. No buts. They are talking about me, not you. Besides, I think what they said makes sense. Li Zishuan interrupted Ching Chimo and said lightly. Calm down, Commander. Most of the soldiers are rough men in the army. They speak without thinking. Plus, they are simple-minded and can't understand your good intentions. Please calm your anger, Commander. Sun Jiping hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was expressionless. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled and helped Sun Jiping up. Jiping, why do you say that? Am I so petty in your eyes? I wouldn't dare. Sun Jiping quickly bowed. Haha. That's enough. I'm just teasing you. Let's go in and take a look. Li Zishuan patted Sun Jiping's shoulder and walked towards the tent. Squad leader, I think we have to separate things. It's true that the Marquis of Yong is a good official who has helped many people, but it doesn't mean that he's a good soldier. If we continue to train like this, I reckon that before we even enter the battlefield, we will already be covered in injuries. Why don't you go and talk to Commandant Sun? Shut up. Ding Dolly, you brat, aren't you tired after a whole day of training? He quickly went to bed. He still had to continue training tomorrow. If you're not sleepy, then get on the ground and do 100 push-ups before you sleep. Yes, yes, yes. Who said I wasn't sleepy? He was going to sleep now. He was going to sleep now. But the push-ups that Li Kanjun made us do are too torturous. My arms have been sore for the past 2 days. If I don't make your arms sore, how can I prove that my new training method is effective? Just as the soldiers in the tent were discussing softly, Li Zishuan entered the tent and continued the soldier named Ding Dolly's words with a smile. It's Kanjun Li. Everyone in the tent was taken aback. They hurriedly got up from their beds and staggered toward Li Zishuan, then saluted him with a fist salute. Greetings, Kanjun. Nobody expected Li Zishuan to visit their camp in the middle of the night. They were anxious, especially a big man with a scar on his face. He was trembling and had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. He dared not look at Li Zishuan at all. It's not training time now, so you don't have to be so courteous. Li Zishuan raised his hands and said to everyone. The tent wasn't spacious, and each tent had 10 people living in it. The beds inside took up about 70 to 80% of the space in the tent. When Li Zixuan and his group walked in, it seemed even more crowded. "Thank you, Kanjun." Everyone saluted with a fist salute and then stood up straight. "You are Ding Dali, right?" It was precisely because the tent was small that Li Zixuan quickly noticed the strange expression on the scarred man's face. He walked forward and asked with a smile. Reporting to Kanjun, I am Ding Dali." Seeing that Li Zixuan recognized him, Ding Dali suddenly trembled and almost knelt down in front of Li Zixuan. Just now, he was still worried that Li Zixuan might not have heard what he said before. He still had a sliver of hope in his heart, but at this moment, Li Zixuan directly recognized him from among the 10 people. This completely shattered his wishful thinking. He thought to himself, Li Zixuan must have heard those words outside the tent, and now he's here to settle accounts. The Ding Dali now was completely different from the Ding Dali who dared to talk back to the heavens and the earth. Li Zixuan quietly looked at the person in front of him and didn't immediately speak. This silent atmosphere gave Ding Dali endless pressure, causing him to be unable to breathe for a moment. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself twice. Who asked him to talk so much behind his back? Who asked him to talk so much behind his back? With Li Zixuan's current position in the imperial court, if he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Thinking of this, Ding Dali's back was also wet with sweat. "Why is there so much sweat on your face? This Kanjun only heard that you were injured. Could it be that you're sick?" Li Zixuan patted Sun Dali's shoulder and asked with a face full of concern. No, your subordinate is not sick. Perhaps it's because the weather is too hot." "Yes, it's because the weather is too hot." Ding Dali quickly raised his arm and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead as he denied it. "That's good." Li Zixuan nodded, then pointed at the couch in front of him and said, "Go and sit down. This Kanjun will take a look at your injuries." "Ah." Ding Dali was stunned when he heard this and did not react for a long time. Could it be that Li Zixuan did not come to find trouble with him? How could this be? What This Kanjun wants to treat your injuries. What are you still standing there for? Sun Jiping, who was at the side, could not stand it anymore. He slapped Ding Dali's head and reprimanded him in a bad mood. How could I trouble Kanjun? Your subordinate is only suffering from minor injuries. Moreover, the military doctor has already bandaged this subordinate's injuries. I dare not trouble Kanjun." Ding Dali finally came back to his senses. He quickly waved his hand at Li Zixuan and rejected him. Li Zixuan recognized this nameless soldier the moment he came in and immediately came over to take a look at his injuries. He had reason to suspect that Li Zixuan had heard those words outside the tent and came in to take the opportunity to punish him in the name of treating his injuries. It was not impossible for him to directly lose an arm or break a leg. It had to be said that although this fellow's appearance was boorish, his heart was full of tricks. Not to mention anything else, even if Li Zixuan wanted to take revenge on him, there were tens of thousands of ways. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Sit down. This Kanjun is just taking a look. Moreover, don't forget that other than martial arts, this Kanjun also knows medical skills. Li Zixuan would never have thought that this man in front of him would have so many tricks up his sleeve. He pointed at the couch in front of him and said, "Ding Dali, get over there and sit down. This Zhangjuan's medical skills are superb. I don't know how much virtue you've accumulated for you to be so lucky to be able to treat your injuries." At that moment, a tall man standing next to Ding Dali kicked him and said snappily, Yes. Squad leader, I'll go sit down now." Ding Dali hurriedly crawled to the couch and sat down. Then, he said to Li Zixuan, "Thank you for joining the army. This subordinate's leg is injured." Then, Ding Dali pulled up his pants and saw that his right knee was wrapped in a few rounds of white cloth. The white cloth was very new, so it was obvious that it was freshly bandaged. Li Zixuan also sat down. He took a look and asked, "Where exactly is the injury?" "Point it out to me." Since Ding Dali's injury was already treated, there was no need for him to take apart the bandaged wound again. Here. Ding Dali pointed at his calf 2 inches below his right knee and told Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan gently placed his hand where Ding Dali pointed at. The latter was initially worried that Li Zishuan would poke at his wound, but to his surprise, when Li Zishuan's palm landed on the wound on his leg, he did not feel the weight of Li Zishuan's palm at all. The expected situation did not become a reality. Luckily, you didn't hit your knee, or else you'd have to lie in bed for half a month. Your bruises and wounds should be healed in 2 days. Li Zishuan glanced indifferently at Ding Dali before he spoke. Through his inner strength, he could penetrate the gauze and see the injury on Ding Dali's knee. It was just as Sun Dali had said. It was just a small injury. There were some bruises around the wound. Although there was a cut, it was not deep. It was just a scratch. Thank you, Kanjun. Ding Dali breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his fists at Li Zishuan. He didn't expect that Li Zishuan would actually come to treat his injuries. This made him feel somewhat conflicted. Kanjun, your medical skills are really good. You didn't even remove the white cloth, and you already know that there's a bruise on Dali's leg. Sanjuan's medical skills are still as brilliant as before. The tall man, who was the squad leader of the 10 men, cupped his fists at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was puzzled. Why? Did you know me before? The squad leader immediately cupped his hands and answered, Commander, I was previously on duty in the Right Sentinel, and I accompanied General Cheng to the north to rescue you a while ago. On the night of the battle with the Turks, I saw you treating the soldiers' injuries like you did today. When the academy was attacked and its confidential information was stolen, Li Zishuan mobilized his troops in the north to stop Wuxia, but he did not expect the Turks to set up an ambush and enter Longmen Pass. Fortunately, Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Wang Renbiao, and the rest led the army to help in time, so Longmen Pass was saved and Li Zishuan was saved. However, that night, the imperial court's main army and the Turks' 50,000 wolf cavalrymen fought a life-and-death battle at Yonghe Pass, which resulted in heavy casualties. After the battle, Li Zishuan shuttled through the soldiers' tents to treat the injured soldiers. He was busy for the entire night and left a deep impression on many soldiers. Li Zishuan did not expect to meet his comrade from Longmen Pass here. He patted the squad leader's shoulder and asked excitedly, "What's your name? You were in the Right Sentinel before, what a coincidence." "Hey. I'm a soldier under my father, but why are you in the Black Armored Army?" Ching Chimo's interest was piqued, and he leaned forward to look at the squad leader seriously before he asked, "You're right." The squad leader cupped his hands at Li Zishuan and Ching Chimo. "Colonel, my name is Wang Rong, and I'm from Jianghu. During the locust plague in Jianghu this year, I'd like to thank the Sky Rooster Brigade for providing timely relief." "Oh. You don't have to thank me. The Sky Rooster Brigade went north to provide relief because I was following His Majesty's order." Li Zishuan waved his hand. Afterward, seeing as they had stayed in the tent for quite some time, he stood up and said, "All right. You should all rest early. I know that your daily training is tougher than before, but if you want to become stronger, if you want to become the invincible black armored troops that will strike fear into the hearts of your enemies, you have to put in more sweat on the training ground. 10 days later, the 5th camp will compete with the 2nd camp. Let's see if you'd like to be stepped on by the 2nd camp and never be able to raise your heads, or be stepped on by them." Then, he turned around and walked out of the tent, ignoring the stunned faces of the soldiers in the tent. Jeeping, go to the next injured soldiers' camp. Chapter 1767. Join the army. It's late. Why don't we stop looking at the rest of the tents? Everyone suffered minor injuries anyway. It's not a big deal. The night was getting darker. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Li Zishuan and his men had already visited over 30 tents. Sun Jiping said to Li Zishuan at this time. Ching Chimo thought that there would be something fun when he came out. However, after following a few tents, he realized that there wasn't anything fun. He told Li Zishuan and went back to sleep. Speaking of which, this guy was Li Zishuan's personal guard. This kind of personal guard was really incompetent. However, Yuqi Baolin didn't leave. He quietly followed behind Li Zixuan. You said it yourself. There are a few above. There's no reason to leave them behind. Let's go. Let's hurry up and finish inspecting the rest of the soldiers. Try not to disturb the rest. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, Jiping, you lead the way. Let's go to the next tent. Yes. Join the army. Sun Jiping saw that Li Zixuan had made up his mind. He didn't try to persuade him anymore. He cupped his fist and replied. Then, he turned around and walked towards a tent in the northwest corner. Actually, he more or less understood Li Zixuan's way of doing things. The harsh training in the E battalion this afternoon made the soldiers have some complaints about Li Zixuan. Especially the soldiers who were injured because of the training. They more or less complained about Li Zixuan in their hearts. Regarding this, he had heard the report from his men in the evening. Therefore, at this time, it was necessary to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. Li Zixuan visited the tents of the injured soldiers tonight and checked their injuries. This was an action to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. 42 injured soldiers have been visited. It's late now. Join the army, go and rest. Half an hour later, Li Zixuan and his men finally finished visiting the remaining injured soldiers. After walking out of the tent, Sun Jiping cupped his fist and said to Li Zixuan. Join the army. It's late. Why don't we not watch the rest of them? Anyway, they're all just lightly injured. It's not a big deal. As the night deepened, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Li Zixuan and his group had already visited more than 30 tents. Sun Jiping said to Li Zixuan. Cheng Chimo originally thought that there would be something fun to do, but after following a few tents, he realized that there wasn't anything fun to do, so he informed Li Zixuan and went back to sleep. Speaking of which, this guy was Li Zixuan's personal guard on the surface, and this kind of personal guard was really incompetent. Yuqi Baolin, on the other hand, didn't leave. He quietly followed behind Li Zixuan. You've said it yourself. There's no reason to leave them behind. Let's go. Let's hurry up and finish inspecting the remaining soldiers. We should try our best not to disturb the rest of the soldiers. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, Jiping, you lead the way. Let's go to the next tent. Yes. Join the army. Sun Jiping saw that Li Zixuan had made up his mind, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. He cupped his fist and replied, then turned around and walked towards a tent in the northwest corner. Actually, he more or less understood Li Zixuan's way of doing things. After today's harsh training in the E battalion, the soldiers were quite dissatisfied with Li Zixuan. Especially the soldiers who were injured because of the training, they more or less complained about Li Zixuan in their hearts. Regarding this, he had heard a report from his subordinates in the evening. Therefore, at this time, it was time to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. Li Zixuan visiting the tents of the injured soldiers and checking on their injuries was an action to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. 42 injured soldiers have been visited. It's not early anymore. Join the army, quickly go and rest. Half an hour later, Li Zixuan and his group finally finished inspecting the remaining injured soldiers. After walking out of the tent, Sun Jiping cupped his fist and said to Li Zixuan. Chapter 1768. General, I heard that the Wu battalion lost more than a dozen war horses yesterday, and more than 40 soldiers were slightly injured. The war between the Tang Empire and the Turks hasn't even started yet, but our men and horses have already been lost on the drill ground. Don't you think that this is a little inappropriate? The next morning, before the soldiers started their training, the high-ranking officers of the Black Armored Army had already gathered in the commander's tent. At this moment, almost everyone was present except for Li Zixuan. After waiting for a while, Qiu Xingong walked up to Duan Jixuan and clasped his fist. Everyone in the tent was stunned. They knew that Qiu Xingong was going to use this opportunity to make things difficult for Li Zixuan. Although everyone knew what was going on, no one jumped out because they wanted to see Duan Jixuan's attitude first. How could Duan Jixuan not see through something that others could see clearly? His eyebrows moved slightly, but his expression was calm as he said, I know a little about this matter. Yesterday, Adjunct Li was testing whether the soldiers of the Wu battalion would obey orders unconditionally, so he didn't give the order to stop the charge in time. As a result, the war horses collided with the wooden stakes, which led to the casualties. However, the soldiers and war horses were all wearing armor, so most of them were only slightly injured. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Duan Zhishuan was also present when the Wu battalion was training yesterday. He approved of Li Zishuan's method of training. What was the most important thing in the army? It was to obey orders. If the soldiers couldn't even obey orders, how could they be called soldiers? They might as well be called bandits. On this point, Duan Zhishuan felt that Li Zishuan's philosophy was the same as his. General, you can't say that. This is not the way to drill soldiers to obey military orders. Since ancient times, this Qiu has never heard of a general who would order his soldiers to ram their horses into wooden stakes. Seeing Duan Zhishuan being so biased, Qiu Xingong couldn't sit still anymore and quickly refuted. Great General, I heard that yesterday, the V battalion lost more than a dozen warhorses and more than 40 soldiers were slightly injured. The war between the Tang and the Turks hasn't even started yet, but our men and horses have already been lost on the drill ground. Don't you think this is a little inappropriate? The next morning, before the soldiers had even started their training, the higher-ups of the black armored troops had already gathered in the commander's tent. At this moment, almost everyone was present except for Li Zishuan. After waiting for a while, Qiu Xingong stepped forward and cupped his fists towards Duan Zhishuan. The faces of the generals in the tent turned cold. They knew that Qiu Xingong was going to use this opportunity to make things difficult for Li Zishuan. Although everyone was well aware of this, no one jumped out because they wanted to see Duan Zhishuan's attitude first. How could Duan Zhishuan not see things that others could see clearly? His eyebrows twitched slightly, but his expression remained the same. This general has some understanding of this matter. Yesterday, Adjunct Li was testing whether the soldiers of the V battalion would obey the military order unconditionally, so he didn't give the order to stop the charge in time. As a result, the warhorses crashed into the wooden stakes, resulting in the casualties. However, the soldiers and warhorses were all wearing armor, so most of them were only slightly injured. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Yesterday, when the V battalion was undergoing the charging training, Duan Zhishuan was also present. He was very supportive of Li Zishuan's method of training. What was the most important thing in the army? It was to obey the military order. If the soldiers couldn't even obey the military order, how could they still be called soldiers? They might as well be called bandits. On this point, Duan Zhishuan felt that Li Zishuan's philosophy was the same as his. Great General, you can't say this. This is not the way to drill soldiers to obey military orders. Since ancient times, this Qiu has never heard of a general who would order his soldiers to ram their horses into wooden stakes. Seeing Duan Zhishuan being so biased, Qiu Xingong couldn't sit still anymore and quickly refuted. Chapter 1769. General, what do you think of this competition? Li Zishuan asked Duan Zhishuan in the commander's tent of the black armored army. Duan Zhishuan put down the booklet in his hand and raised his head. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes as he laughed. Haha. Li Zishuan's competition method is indeed novel. I have never heard of an army going into battle without rations. This method can train the soldiers' ability to survive in the wilderness and also allow the generals and soldiers of both sides to display their strengths in the competition. I think this method is very feasible. I will get someone to make a few copies of this booklet and distribute them to the generals of each battalion. Just now, Lieutenant Li only gave you a general introduction. This booklet specifies what you can do, what you can't do, what counts as a violation, and what counts as a victory during the competition. The commanding generals of each battalion, especially the commanding generals of the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion, should study it carefully. Don't violate the rules during the competition. Otherwise, you will be punished according to military law. The rules that Li Zishuan proposed not only included military formations, wilderness survival, but also military strategy. Duan Zhishuan's eyes lit up. Compared to this, the previous military exercises were too one-sided and superficial. He wanted to use this opportunity to see the results of this method. If it was good, Duan Zhishuan planned to implement it in the Black Armored Army in the future. Yes, sir. Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, Zhang Kangnian, Lu De, and Sun Jiping. The 5 captains cupped their fists and accepted Duan Zhishuan's order. However, the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion requires them to leave the city. It's no small matter for an army to leave the city. I need to report this to the Emperor first. After the Emperor approves, the competition between the 5th Battalion and the 2nd Battalion is set. Before this, the 2 battalions will need to be well trained and prepared. General, what do you think of this competition method? In the commander's tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan looked at Duan Zhishuan and cupped his fists. Duan Zhishuan put down the booklet in his hand and raised his head. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes. He laughed. Haha. Li Zishuan's competition method is really novel. I have never heard of an army going into battle without rations. This method can not only train the officers' and soldiers' ability to survive in the wilderness, but it can also reproduce actual combat to the greatest extent, allowing the main generals and officers of both sides to display their strengths in the competition. This general believes that this method is very feasible. I will get someone to make a few copies of this booklet and distribute them to the generals of each battalion. Just now, Lieutenant Li only gave you a general introduction. This booklet specifies what you can do, what you can't do, what counts as a violation, and what counts as a victory during the competition. The commanding generals of each battalion, especially the commanding generals of the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion, should study it carefully. Don't violate the rules during the competition. Otherwise, you will be punished according to military law. The rules of the Black Armored Army's rules. The previous military exercises in the armies were of armies. Militaries armies. He wanted to use this opportunity to see the effects of this method. If the results were good, Duan Zhishuan planned to implement it in the Black Armored Army. Yes, sir. Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, Zhang Kangnian, Lu De, and Sun Jiping. The 5 captains cupped their fists and accepted Duan Zhishuan's order. However, the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion have to leave the city for the competition. It's no small matter for the army to leave the city. I need to report to the Emperor first. After the Emperor approves, the competition between the 5th Battalion and the 2nd Battalion will be set. Chapter 1770. Lantian County. Although this was just a small county next to Chang'an, the scale of the city was far from the capital, Chang'an City, but the scale of business here was slowly catching up with Chang'an City. The center of Tang Dynasty's business was quietly shifting towards Lantian County. Behind all this, it was all because Li Zishuan was the lord of Lantian County. Under his guidance, Lantian County established a Department of Commerce to take over the cases of merchants and maintain the business environment in the city. The merchants, who were originally at the bottom of society, received equal political treatment with ordinary citizens in Lantian County. This political treatment not only referred to their social status, but also their children could attend Lantian County's official school. To the merchants of the world, this was an opportunity that they could only dream of. Therefore, in the course of time, there were more and more shops, inns, and restaurants in Lantian County. Therefore, today's announcement in Datong Daily, Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is organizing a donation drive, caused a stir in Lantian County that was not smaller than Chang'an City. Boss Zhang, what do you think of the news today? In a silk shop, 2 middle-aged men were chatting. What do I think? What can I think? This matter was initiated by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, which means that it was instructed by Marquis. We can do business in Lantian County, and our business is getting more and more prosperous. Isn't it all because of Marquis's grace? Just based on this old man will donate a few hundred strings of cash to this donation drive. Boss Zhang is so righteous. That's exactly what I was thinking. Marquis's treatment of us merchants is indescribable. If not for Marquis, would my little brat be able to attend an official school? I only hope that the little brat can work hard and get into Yanhuang College in a few years. Then, I will have nothing else to ask for in this life. For this donation drive, if not for anything else, for Marquis, I will donate 500 strings of cash. Lantian County. Although this was just a small county adjacent to Chang'an, and the scale of the city was far inferior to the imperial capital, Chang'an, the scale of the business activities here was slowly catching up with Chang'an. The business center of the Tang Empire was quietly shifting towards Lantian County. Behind all of this, it was all because Li Zishuan was the lord of Lantian County. Under his guidance, Lantian County established the Department of Commerce, which specialized in taking over the cases of merchants and maintaining the business environment in the city. The merchants, who were originally at the bottom of the social ladder, received equal political treatment with the common people in Lantian County. This political treatment not only referred to their social status, but also their children could also attend Lantian County's official school. To the world's merchants, this was an opportunity that they could only dream of. As a result, the number of shops, inns, and restaurants in Lantian County increased. Therefore, today's announcement on Datong Daily, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce intends to hold a fundraising event, had caused a stir in Lantian County that was not any smaller than Chang'an City. Mr. Zhang, what do you think about the news in today's newspaper? In a silk shop, two middle-aged men were chatting. What do you think? What can I think? This matter was initiated by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, which means that it was incited by Marquis. For us to be able to do business in Lantian County, and our business is getting more and more prosperous, isn't it all because of Marquis' grace? Just based on this old man will donate a few hundred strings of cash to this fundraising event. Mr. Zhang is so righteous. That's what I think as well. Marquis' treatment of us merchants is indescribable. If not for Marquis, would my little brat be able to attend an official school? I only hope that the little brat can work hard and be admitted to Yanhuang College in a few years. Then, I will have no other wishes in this life. For this fundraising event, if not for anything else, for Marquis, I will donate 500 strings of cash. Chapter 1771. Your Majesty. General Duan requests an audience. After the morning court session, Li Er had just arrived at Ganlo Hall when a chamberlain quickly walked in and cupped his fists. In recent days, most of the officials had been busy preparing for the war with the Turks. This involved the cooperation between the various yamens, and most of this was done in private. There were very few matters that needed to be discussed in the imperial court, so the morning court sessions had been dismissed early in the past few days. Hm. Duan Jishuan? Summon him in. Li Er's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly ordered the chamberlain. Yes, Your Majesty. The chamberlain cupped his fists and left. After a while, Duan Jishuan quickly walked in and bowed to Li Er. This old official greets Your Majesty. Haha. You may rise, Minister Duan. Li Er smiled and raised his hand to Duan Jishuan. Duan Jishuan straightened up and Li Er went straight to the point. Minister Duan, do you have any business in the palace today? Currently, the various barracks in Chang'an were undergoing close training and the generals of the various armies were stationed in the barracks. If there was no urgent matter, they could not leave the barracks. Now that Duan Jishuan had come to the palace, it meant that he had something to report. Your Majesty, this old official does indeed have something to report. Duan Jishuan cupped his fists and said, ever since Li Kanjun joined the Black Armored Army, a new set of training exercises has been introduced. However, some of the generals in the barracks have doubts about this new set of exercises, so only 3 of the 5 barracks are using the new set of exercises for their daily training. In order to prove which is better, General Chiu and Li Kanjun plan to have a competition between the 2 barracks using the new set of exercises and the old set of exercises. These are the specific rules of this competition. Your Majesty, please take a look. Duan Jishuan then took out a small booklet. It was the detailed explanation of the competition that Li Zishuan had given him in the morning. Your Majesty. General Duan requests an audience. After the morning court session, Li Er had just arrived at Ganlo Hall when a chamberlain quickly walked in and cupped his fists. In recent days, most of the officials had been busy preparing for the war with the Turks. This involved the cooperation between the various yamens, and most of this was done in private. There were very few matters that needed to be discussed in the imperial court, so the morning court sessions had been dismissed early in the past few days. Duan Jishuan? Summon him in. Li Er's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he hurriedly said to the inner attendant. Here. The attendant cupped his hands in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Not long after, Duan Jishuan walked in quickly. He bowed to Li Er and said, "This old subject greets your majesty." Haha. Minister Duan, you may rise. Li Er had a slight smile on his face and raised his hand towards Duan Jishuan. Duan Jishuan complied and straightened his body. Li Er went straight to the point and asked, "Dear official Duan, what business do you have in the palace today?" Now, all the barracks guards in Jianghu were undergoing close training, and the chief generals of each army were also stationed in the barracks. They were not allowed to leave the barracks unless there was something important. Now that Duan Jishuan had come to the palace, it meant that he had something to report. Your Majesty, I do have something to report. Duan Jishuan cupped his hands and said, "Ever since Li Kanjun joined the Black Armored Army, a new set of training exercises has been introduced. However, some of the generals in the barracks have doubts about this new set of exercises, so currently, only 3 of the 5 barracks are using the new set of exercises for their daily training. In order to prove which one is better, General Qiu and Li Kanjun intend to have a competition between the 2 barracks using the new set of exercises and the old set of exercises. These are the specific rules of this competition. Your Majesty, please take a look." After that, Duan Jishuan took out a small booklet from his bosom. It was the detailed explanation of the competition that Li Zishuan had given him in the morning. Chapter 1772. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hang up all these red lanterns in the residence. You guys, go and see if there's anything left to clean. If the guests come tomorrow and find the house dusty, you won't have a good time. Why is there an old chair here? Hurry up and leave. Change everything to a new mahogany chair. You. I'm talking about you. Go to the kitchen and see if all the ingredients have been bought. Lan Province, Yong County, Provincial Governor's Residence. At this moment, the entire Provincial Governor's residence was bustling with activity. Red satin, lanterns, and ribbons decorated the entire residence, and it was brimming with joy. Tomorrow was the day of Provincial Governor Wang Renbiao's wedding, and the bride was the woman of his dreams, Li Jingchu. Speaking of which, it was truly not easy for this pair of ill-fated lovebirds to end up together. A few days ago, Princess Tong had tried to break them up because of Li Jingchu's lowly status, and the 2 of them had almost gone to the Yellow Springs. Fortunately, Li Zishuan had sent an urgent letter to Lan Province, allowing him to reverse Princess Tong and Wang Yu's attitudes. Otherwise, Princess Tong and the elders of the Wang clan of Taiyuan would never have agreed to this marriage. Master, Princess Royal, the residence has been cleaned up. We're just waiting for the bride to enter the house tomorrow. The 2 of you can rest assured. In the backyard, Wang Yu was chatting with Princess Tong in a pavilion. At this moment, a maidservant came over and bowed to Wang Yu and Princess Tong and Go and keep a close eye on it. Although this is Lan Province, as the eldest son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, nothing can go wrong with his wedding. Otherwise, we will lose face for the entire Wang clan. Princess Tong glanced at the maidservant and sternly said, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hang up all these red lanterns in the residence. You guys, go and see if there's anything left to clean. If the guests come tomorrow and find the house dusty, you won't have a good time. Why is there an old chair here? Hurry up and leave. Change everything to a new mahogany chair. You. I'm talking about you. Go to the kitchen and see if all the ingredients have been bought." Lan Province, Yong County, Provincial Governor's Office. At this moment, the entire provincial governor's manor was bustling with activity. Red silk, colorful satin, lanterns, and streamers decorated the entire manor. It was brimming with a joyous atmosphere because tomorrow was the wedding of their provincial governor Wang Renbiao, and the bride was Li Jingchu, whom Wang Renbiao yearned for even in his dreams. Speaking of which, it was not easy for this pair of ill-fated lovebirds to end up together. A few days ago, Princess Tong and tried to break them up because of Li Zishuan's lowly status, and the two of them almost died together. Fortunately, Li Zishuan wrote a letter and rushed to Lan province in a timely manner, thus reversing Princess Tong and Wang Yu's attitudes. Otherwise, Princess Tong and some of the elders of the Wang family of Taiyuan would never have agreed to this marriage. Master, eldest princess, everything in the manor has been cleaned up. We're just waiting for the bride to enter the manor tomorrow. Don't worry. In the backyard, Wang Yu was chatting with Princess Tong, and in the pavilion when a woman who looked like a servant girl came over and bowed to Wang Yu and Princess Tong, and keep a close watch. Although this is Lan province, my cousin is the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Nothing can go wrong with his wedding, or else he will lose face for the entire Wang family. Princess Tong glanced at the servant girl and sternly said. Chapter 1773. Your son will remember father's teachings today and will never forget them. In the sweet nectar hall, after hearing Li Er's heartfelt advice, Li Qingxian cupped his hands and said solemnly. Li Er nodded his head approvingly. Li Qingxian's heart skipped a beat and he cupped his hands towards Li Er again. Father, your son has previously subscribed to a portion of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce's shares and Strange Culture's shares. Now, I can be considered a member of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Although the Eastern Palace has not been involved in the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce's business for the past year, Little Xian still had people send over the Eastern Palace's dividends every month. Now, your son can take out about 30,000 strings of cash. For this donation drive, your son would like the shopkeeper of the Royal Shop, Craftsman Pavilion, to donate 30,000 strings of cash. Firstly, although your son is not in the business world, I still hold shares in the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and can be considered a part of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Now that Little Xian is using the name of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to call for the Great Tang's merchants to raise funds for the country, your son should respond. Secondly, these days, father has been working hard on the northern expedition and has not been able to sleep at night. Your son and mother are both worried about your health. This 30,000 strings of cash can be considered your son's contribution to the army. I hope it can share your worries. The Craftsman Pavilion in the west of Chang'an City was a shop run by the royal family. In fact, in the past dynasties, the main members of the royal family, such as the emperor, empress, crown prince, and so on, although they would not openly engage in business, they would secretly send people to run some shops to make up for their expenses. However, this money was a hidden income after all. No one would speak of it openly, especially as the crown prince. That was even more so. Think about it, why would you, a country's crown prince, earn so much money in private for? Could it be that you want to secretly cultivate power and usurp the throne and rebel? But today, in front of Li Er, Li Qingxian had openly revealed his little treasury. This kind of father-son relationship could not be said to be fake. Your son will remember father's teachings today and will never forget them. In the sweet nectar hall, after listening to Li Er's heartfelt advice, Li Qingxian solemnly cupped his hands and said. Li Er nodded approvingly. At this moment, Li Qingxian's heart stirred. He cupped his hands towards Li Er and said, Father, I have previously purchased a portion of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce's shares, as well as the shares of Strange Culture. Now, I can be considered a member of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. Although the Eastern Palace has not been involved in the business of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce for the past year, Little Xian still sends over the dividends that belong to the Eastern Palace every month. Right now, I can take out about 30,000 strings of cash. For this donation drive, I would like to ask the shopkeeper of the Royal Shop, the House of Craftsmen, to donate the 30,000 strings of coins. Firstly, although I am not in the business world, I still hold shares in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and can be considered a part of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Now that little Xian has used the name of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to call on the Great Tang's merchants to raise military funds for the country, I should respond. Secondly, these days, Father has been working hard on the northern expedition and has not been able to sleep at night. Mother and I are both worried about Father's health. This 30,000 strings of cash can be considered as my contribution to the army. I hope that it can share Father's burdens. The House of Craftsmen in the west of Chang and City was a shop run by the royal family. In fact, in the past dynasties, the main members of the royal family, such as the emperor, the empress, the crown prince, and so on, although they did not openly engage in business, they would secretly send people to run some shops to earn some money to make up for their expenses. However, this money was after all a hidden income. No one would speak of it openly, especially if it was the crown prince. That was even more so. Think about it, as the heir to the throne of a country, why would you secretly earn so much money for? Could it be that you wanted to secretly cultivate power and usurp the throne and rebel? But today, in front of Li heir, Li Qingxian had openly revealed his little treasury. This kind of father-son relationship could not be said to be fake. Chapter 1774. General, are you looking for us? Sun Tao and Zhang Kangnian walked in from the side tent of the black armored army and greeted Qiu Xinggong. Yes. Qiu Xinggong put down the document in his hand, raised his head and said to the two of them, "Sit down." "Thank you, General." The two of them cupped their fists and bowed. Then, they knelt down on the cushions on either side. Qiu Xinggong opened his mouth and said, "General, the army just came back. They said that His Majesty has agreed to the competition between the two camps in 9 days. Sun Tao, are you confident in this competition?" "General, in terms of strength, the soldiers of the second camp are better than the soldiers of the Wu camp. Therefore, I am confident that I can defeat the Wu camp." Sun Tao cupped his fists and said without hesitation. This guy always liked to be straightforward. He didn't like to beat around the bush and he didn't like to be humble. He felt that if he could defeat the Wu camp, he would definitely win. "Good. I didn't misjudge you." Qiu Xinggong was overjoyed. He laughed out loud and said, "Sun Tao, as long as you can defeat the Wu camp, I will reward you generously." "Thank you, General." Sun Tao bowed and said. Seeing the two of them so optimistic, Zhang Kangnian couldn't help but interrupt. "General, I think that this competition is not as simple as it seems. Li Zishuan has always been cunning. Before he made the rules of the competition, it is impossible for him not to know the difference in strength between the two battalions. The reason why he dared to propose this competition in front of so many generals means that he must have made thorough preparations. We have to be on guard against him. Also, I have been worried about one thing. Will Li Zishuan participate in this competition personally? According to rumors, he is a master of martial arts. If he participates in the competition, there will be many uncertainties." Hearing this, Qiu Xinggong's face instantly turned serious. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Kang Nian, your worries are not unfounded. In the morning, this old man thought that I had guessed the little tricks that kid was playing behind the scenes. I didn't expect that I had overlooked such an important point. In a while, this general will go and tell the general that he must not let this kid participate in the battle personally. He is an adjutant of the army, not the general of the Wu battalion. General is wise." Zhang Kangnian smiled and bowed to flatter Qiu Xinggong. The only person he could rely on in the black armored army was Qiu Xinggong. His future also depended on Qiu Xinggong. That was why he was so hard-working when he came up with a plan. "There is one more thing." Qiu Xinggong focused his attention and looked at Sun Tao, continuing, "Sun Tao, in the next few days, there will be an additional combat training for the B battalion. As for the specifics of the training, you can secretly go to the A battalion in the afternoon to take a look. Just as they train, the B battalion will also train accordingly. Do you hear me?" Hearing this, Sun Tao was shocked. He widened his eyes and said, "Ah? General, didn't we agree to follow the original training method?" If we suddenly, wouldn't we will for the ridicule? Besides, if I sneak peeked, if I get caught. Qiu Xingong glared at him and said in annoyance, "What are you laughing at? Li Zishuan wasn't the one who created this combat training. The military had it for a long time. Letting the 2nd Battalion train in close combat techniques is to ensure that you won't panic when you encounter wild beasts in the competition 9 days later. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to hunt your prey, you might even be chased by the wild beasts in the forest. If that happens, you don't need to compete anymore. Just admit defeat and don't embarrass me." Seeing that Qiu Xingong was angry, Sun Tao shrunk his neck and admitted defeat. "Yes, yes, yes. Yes, sir. Adjutant, you are very observant. To be able to see through Li Zishuan's rules so quickly, I am really impressed." At this moment, Zhang Kangyan finally understood what Qiu Xingong meant when he said that he had guessed the little trick the kid was trying to pull behind his back. He was referring to the combat training recently promoted by the Wu Battalion. Thus, with a smile on his face, he gave Qiu Xingong another compliment. "And this might just be one of the ways Li Zishuan tampered with the rules of the competition. The two of you need to think about it carefully for the next 2 days. If you discover that the rules of the competition are disadvantageous to us, report to this old man immediately." Qiu Xingong nodded his head and ordered. "Yes, General." Sun Tao cupped his fist and replied in a muffled voice. Zhang Kangyan rolled his eyes and said, "General, I feel that instead of looking for problems with the rules passively, why don't we take the initiative to attack and let Li Zishuan be busy with his own matters? When the competition starts, we can win without a fight." "Oh. Tell me, how should we take the initiative to attack?" Qiu Xingong was shocked and asked quickly. He. I have a plan that can make the hearts of the Wu Battalion fall into chaos before the start of the competition." Zhang Kangyan smiled evilly. This guy was also very alert. He knew that the tents in the camp weren't soundproof. In order to prevent what he was going to say from being heard by others, he stood up and walked to Qiu Xingong and whispered, "Tell me quickly." Qiu Xingong's eyes flashed and he couldn't wait to ask. At this moment, Sun Tao also couldn't help but stand up and move closer to the two of them. Zhang Kangyan smiled and whispered, "General, the training in the Wu camp is very strict, and there are so many soldiers who were injured yesterday. There must be a lot of people who have complaints about Li Zishuan. We can send people to the Wu camp to sow discord between them and Li Zishuan. This will affect the rest of the soldiers in the Wu camp. When there are too many of them, Li Zishuan will lose his prestige in the Wu camp and even in the Black Armored Army. Once the morale of the soldiers is disrupted, even if Li Zishuan is still alive, he will still lose this competition. If this can cause a mutiny in the Wu camp, then Li Zishuan's days in the Black Armored Army will come to an end. At that time, it will be easy for us to win the competition." It had to be said that this guy was too cunning. He didn't have the confidence to fight force with force, so he wanted to use tricks. He. Good plan. Good plan. After listening, Qiu Xingong pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed. Sun Tao couldn't help but say, "General, I think that it is impossible for the 2nd camp to lose this competition. Zhang Kangyan's plan is completely despicable and not what a real man would do. I don't think it is necessary. If we want to win, we should win fair and square." This fellow had a straightforward temperament and would say whatever came to his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Kangyan's face instantly darkened and he almost vomited blood. "Sun Tao, you bastard. I am obviously helping you. Don't be so ungrateful. How can you be so sure that the 2nd camp will win this competition? If we lose, can you bear the consequences?" Zhang Kangyan pointed at Sun Tao and said in exasperation. "Humph. Why can't I bear the consequences? If we lose this competition, Sun Tao, am willing to bear the consequences. If we win with this scheme, then I would rather lose to the Wu camp." Sun Tao snorted and turned his head away and said angrily, "Shut up." Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer and interrupted Sun Tao, We must win this competition. If we lose, Li Zishuan will be able to control the black armored army from now on. By then, both of you can forget about having a good life. Sun Tao, you don't have to get involved in the matter of sowing discord in the Wu camp. Just focus on training the second camp soldiers. Leave this matter to Kang Nian. Yes. General. Although Sun Tao was extremely unwilling in his heart, in the face of the powerful Qiu Xingong, he could only swallow this reluctance into his stomach. Qiu Xingong looked at Zhang Kangnian and ordered, Kang Nian, go back to the camp and pick a few smart men. It would be best if they know the people from the Wu camp. Let them sneak into the Wu camp during lunchtime and secretly instigate the soldiers who were injured yesterday. Let them be dissatisfied with Li Zishuan. Zhang Kangnian clasped his fist and said, Yes, sir. Good. All right, all of you are dismissed. Qiu Xingong nodded and waved his hand. Jiping, how was the training in the morning? Noon, outside the cafeteria of the Wu camp, a group of burly men squatted on the empty ground and wolfed down the unappetizing big pot of rice. Li Zishuan, Sun Jiping, Qing Chimo and the others squatted together again. Li Zishuan took the opportunity to ask Sun Jiping during the meal break. In the morning, he was called over by Zhang Shigui and Lu De. According to Zhang Shigui, he was the Black Armored Army's adjutant and not just the Wu camp's adjutant. Since the A camp and D camp had also chosen to use the new training method, then as the adjutant, he couldn't just be biased towards the Wu camp. Therefore, he mainly guided the A camp and D camp's training in the morning. Oh, the morale of the soldiers is better than yesterday. They are also more serious in their training. It must be the effect of last night's patrol. Sun Jiping swallowed the food in his mouth and replied. That's good. Li Zishuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. There were two sides to everything. If there was a good side, then there would naturally be a bad side. Although high-intensity military training could increase the strength of the soldiers in a short period of time, it could also cause the soldiers to be conflicted. Once there were more and more people who were conflicted, then the morale of the army would be messed up. Once the morale of the army was messed up, then even the best training method would be useless. Li Zishuan's new training method was actually a risky move. If it wasn't done well, then it would be inviting trouble to himself. But looking at the current situation of the Black Armored Army, if they wanted to form a fighting force in a short period of time, then they had to take the risk. But the current result was still good. It seemed like it was still necessary to give the soldiers some thought. Li Zishuan thought to himself. This guy wanted to do a job again. Does the army have a map of the Nyosho mountain area? After coming back from his thoughts, Li Zishuan asked again. Sun Jiping thought for a while and nodded, I do have this, but I don't have it here. You can go ask the general will definitely have it. Good. Then I'll go find General Duan later. Li Zishuan nodded and said, in these 2 days, I'll make a sand table based on the map of the Nyosho mountain area. As for the training of the Wu battalion, you have to worry more about it. If I have time, I'll come over to take a look. After the sand table is done, if you have nothing to do at night, you can come to my tent to deduce the art of war. The Nyosho mountain he was talking about was not the famous scenic spot around Nanjing in the future. The Nyosho mountain he was talking about was located in the southwest of Chang'an. It was a branch of the Zhongnan Mountains and also belonged to the Qinling Mountains. It was under the jurisdiction of Chang'an County and was about 30 li away from Chang'an City. Chang'an County belonged to the hinterland of the Wei River Plain. It was located at the south of the 800 li Qinchuan. To the south was the Qinling Mountains and to the north was the Wei River. In the Tang dynasty, soil erosion was not so serious. There were towering trees everywhere. At the foot of the Zhongnan Mountains was a primeval forest. The reason why Li Zishuan chose the Nyosho mountain as the location for the Wu battalion and E battalion was also very thoughtful. First of all, although there were many mountains near Chang'an, there were more hills. There were not many mountains that were of a large scale. If you counted carefully, there were only Mount Li and Nyosho Mountain. But in the area of Mount Li, there was the Emperor's Palace. Normally, when the emperor organized a hunting trip, he would come here. In this era, instead of saying that Mount Li was a primeval forest, it was better to say that it was a large tourist attraction. It was not suitable to have a military exercise here. But the Nyosho mountain was different. There was no emperor's palace here. Usually, there were no traces of people. There were many kinds of wild animals in the forest, such as jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. It was a good place to train the army. When marching to war, it was important to pay attention to the right time, the right place, and the right people. Before this, Li Zixuan had only heard that there was such a mountain in the southwest of Chang'an City. However, he had never been there personally. Naturally, he did not know the specific terrain. Therefore, he needed to understand the terrain of the Nyosho mountain before the competition. Only then could he formulate targeted tactics. Sand table? Join the army. What is this sand table? Sun Jiping was confused. Back then, Li Zixuan had made a sand table for the academy. It could be said that Li Er was completely stunned. Later, Li Jing wanted to promote the sand table in the army. However, in the past year, there was no war in the Tang Empire. The sand table had no place to be used. It only existed in the study rooms of Li Er and Li Jing. Naturally, Sun Jiping had never heard of it. Hey! I know this sand table. Using sand to build the terrain of a place, it looks like the real thing. Qing Chimo laughed and showed off. As a student of the academy and the son of Qing Yaojin, he naturally knew what a sand table was. Well, it's similar to what Chimo said. Jiping, you'll know when it's done. When the time comes, let's deduce how to march and arrange the army on the sand table. Li Zixuan nodded. Yes. Join the army. Sun Jiping quickly replied. Join the army, the general wants you to go to the commander's tent. At this moment, a soldier came over and saluted Li Zixuan respectfully. The general? Li Zixuan was puzzled, but he did not hesitate. After putting the bowl in his hand beside Qing Chimo, he stood up and said, Okay. I'll go now. Chapter 1775. General, are you looking for me? The journey from the Wu barracks kitchen to the Black Armored Army's marshal's tent was about a mile long. Li Zixuan walked quickly and arrived at the marshal's tent in no time. He saw Duan Zixuan sitting at the head of the table and Qiu Xingong sitting at the side. He cupped his fist and bowed to Qiu Xingong. I hope I didn't disturb Marshal Li's lunch. Duan Zixuan chuckled and said with a kind face. Qiu Xingong frowned. He felt that Duan Zixuan's attitude towards Li Zixuan had changed greatly, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. General, you must be joking. Military affairs are more important. What's a lunch? Li Zixuan was also curious. Qiu Xingong didn't call him over just to ask if he had eaten, right? How boring would that be? Thinking of this, he cupped his fist and asked, General, is there anything I can help you with? Take a seat first. Duan Zixuan pointed to the cushion at the side and glanced at Qiu Xingong meaningfully. It's not me who is looking for you, it's General Qiu who is looking for you. Xingong, since you're the one who raised the question, you should talk to Marshal Li. Duan Zixuan was old and shrewd. He wasn't willing to be used by Qiu Xingong. This was a direct conflict between Qiu Xingong and Li Zixuan. He only wanted to be the judge and didn't want to be stuck between the two. Qiu Xingong's face stiffened. The reason why he directly looked for Duan Zixuan and not Li Zixuan was because he wanted Duan Zixuan to help him facilitate this matter. Now that Duan Zixuan directly pushed him out, his attitude was very obvious. Ahem. I'm here today for one thing. I hope Marshal Li can clear up my doubts. Since Duan Zixuan had already put it this way, Qiu Xingong had no choice but to speak up as well. He looked at Li Zixuan with a slightly unnatural expression and said in a deep voice, regarding the competition 9 days from now, Li Kanjun has already explained the specific rules of the competition to the generals in the army. However, I wonder if Li Kanjun plans to personally participate in this competition? Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with understanding. This old man was worried that his participation would affect the game balance, so he came to complain to Duan Zhishuan. Marshal Qiu, do you think that I should participate in this competition? Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with ridicule as he looked at Qiu Xingong and asked. Qiu Xingong's face froze. After a moment of silence, he cleared his throat and said seriously, this competition is between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion. It is also a competition between the old and new training methods of the Black Armored Army. Adjunct Li is an adjunct of the Black Armored Army, not the general or sergeant of the 5th Battalion. So for the sake of fairness, I think. Haha. Actually, Marshal Qiu doesn't have to worry. I have never thought of participating in this competition personally. Li Zishuan didn't wait for Qiu Xingong to finish speaking and interrupted him when he heard Qiu Xingong's dignified words. Qiu Xingong's expression instantly became abnormally ugly. Li Zishuan's words could be considered as directly tearing apart the disguise on his face, causing him to become a complete villain in front of Duan Zhishuan. How could he not be angry? Taking 2 deep breaths, Qiu Xingong suppressed the anger in his heart and regained his composure. He looked at Li Zishuan and said with a fake smile. Marshal Li must be joking. What is there to worry about? I'm just thinking about the fairness of the competition. I'm not biased towards any side. Oh. So General Qiu is so selfless. I'm in awe. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said with a smile. However, there was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. It was obvious that he was mocking Qiu Xingong. Then, without waiting for Qiu Xingong to react, he continued. However, in this competition, even though I won't be personally fighting with the 2nd Battalion soldiers, I will be in the Wu Battalion's tent to help them strategize. Just like what General Qiu said, this competition is a competition between the new and old training methods of the Black Armored Army. As the Marshal Qiu, I am in charge of the training of the army. The Wu Battalion is the executor of the new training method. It shouldn't be out of line for me to help them strategize, right? Qiu Xingong, who was about to explode in anger, couldn't help but frown when he heard the second half of Li Zishuan's words. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't have taken Li Zishuan seriously. Not to mention letting Li Zishuan strategize for the Wu Battalion, even if Li Zishuan were to fight alongside the Wu Battalion soldiers, he wouldn't have cared. Because at that time, in his eyes, Li Zishuan was just a brat who didn't know anything about military affairs. So what if he had a body full of bravery? On the battlefield, individual bravery was useless. But now, after seeing Li Zishuan's performance in the Black Armored Army, Qiu Xingong was starting to panic. New training methods, tactics, unity, etc. These were not things that a brat who had just entered the army for a few days could do. Under such circumstances, he didn't dare to let Li Zishuan participate in the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the Wu Battalion. He didn't dare to take the risk. Of course not. While Qiu Xingong was hesitating, Duan Zhishuan opened his mouth and said calmly, I have said from the start that the daily training of the Black Armored Army will be arranged by Li Zishuan. This competition will be a test of the new and old training methods. As the one who proposed the new training methods, Li Zishuan should participate. Grand General. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong was shocked. He wanted to stop Duan Zhishuan, but Qiu Xingong waved his hand and interrupted, Xingong, Li Zishuan has already agreed that he won't participate in the battle personally. Can't he just stay in the commander's tent and strategize? This matter is settled, there is no need for further discussion. I think this is very fair. Duan Zhishuan couldn't forget what Li Er said to him in the Sweet Dew Palace this morning. Although the competition between the 2nd Battalion and the 5th Battalion hadn't started yet, the competition between the new and the old drill codes had already been decided by Li Er. Since Li Er was so supportive of Li Zishuan, there was no reason for him to help Qiu Xingong suppress Li Zishuan. Yes. Grand General. Then. I will take my leave. Seeing Duan Zhishuan's determined face, it was obvious that there was no room for discussion. Although Qiu Xingong was frustrated, he couldn't say anything more and could only leave. After all, he still had a backup plan. Inside the commander's tent, there was only Li Zixuan and Duan Jixuan left. "Thank you, Grand General." After Qiu Xingong left, Li Zixuan stood up and cupped his fist to thank Duan Jixuan. Duan Jixuan laughed and waved his hand. "I am just doing my job impartially. Why does Li Zixuan need to thank me? Actually, you didn't have to give in just now. For this competition, even if you were to participate in the battle personally, it wouldn't be wrong. This is because the overall strength of the 2nd Battalion is much higher than the Wu Battalion." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "The difference in strength between the 2 battalions does exist, but this difference is gradually decreasing. After 9 days, this difference might be negligible. Furthermore, my martial arts skills are much higher than all the soldiers in the battalion. If I were to participate in the battle personally, it would be a bit of a bully. It is enough for me to be able to command from the rear." No matter what, Li Zixuan was a grandmaster late-stage martial arts expert. There were only a few people with such strength in the entire Tang Empire. It could be said that he was now standing at the top of the pyramid in martial arts. Although a grandmaster realm expert could not fight against an army of 1,000, in a small-scale battle, a single grandmaster realm martial artist was enough to change the outcome of the battle. That was why Qiu Xingong was so concerned about whether Li Zixuan would go up or not. However, this competition was mainly to compare the new and old training methods. If Li Zixuan were to participate in the battle personally, even if he won, it would be difficult to prove anything. Because a grandmaster late-stage martial arts expert would affect the balance of the game too much. Since Li Zixuan is so confident, then I won't say anything more. But Li Zixuan, don't worry. Even if the Wu Battalion loses this competition, you will still be in charge of the training of the black armored troops." Duan Jixuan nodded. Then he smiled mysteriously and whispered to Li Zixuan. Hearing this, Li Zixuan was shocked. He said, "How can that be? We had an agreement that if the Wu Battalion loses this competition, the new training method will be abolished and the training of the black armored troops will be handed over to General Qiu." A man's words carried enormous weight. How could he go back on his words? "General, please don't blame me for being unjust." Duan Jixuan patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and said solemnly, "Li Zixuan, this is not my idea. It is His Majesty's idea." Li Zixuan didn't understand. He asked, "What do you mean by that?" Duan Jixuan explained, "His Majesty approves of your new training regimen. He believes that if we want the newly expanded black armored troops to become a fighting force within 2 months, the previous training regimen will definitely not work. We can only try your new training regimen. Therefore, even if the E Battalion loses this time, the black armored troops will still use the new training regimen." Hearing this, Li Zixuan suddenly understood. At this time, he couldn't help but admire Li Er's foresight and decisiveness. If it was another emperor, he might not be able to see the current situation and problems of the black armored troops at first glance. Even so, a gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. Since we have agreed to the bet, we have to accept the loss. If the Wu Battalion loses the competition 9 days later, I will still abdicate my position. As for His Majesty, I will explain it to him personally." After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan still held his fists and said. But then he changed the topic and said, "But I am confident that I can beat the 2nd Battalion. The Wu Battalion will definitely not lose this competition." Hearing Li Zixuan's words, Duan Jixuan was speechless for a moment. After a while, he sighed and said, "All right. Since Adjunct Li insists and is so confident, then I will believe you." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your trust, Grand General." Then, he suddenly remembered that he wanted to ask Duan Jixuan for something. He held his fists and said, "Grand General, I heard that you have a map of the Nyosho mountain area. I wonder if you can lend it to me?" Map of the Nyosho mountain? Duan Jixuan was stunned at first, but he reacted quickly. He laughed and said, "Haha. Not bad, not bad. The art of war is about the right time, the right place, and the right people. Before the battle, you should first familiarize yourself with the terrain. Adjunct Li is gradually getting better in the art of war." "You flatter me. Since the location of the competition is at the Nyosho mountain, then I will definitely familiarize myself with the terrain of the Nyosho mountain area. Li Zishuan smiled and held his fists together. Haha. That's how it should be. Qiu Xingong nodded and said, I do have a map of the Nyosho mountain area. It should be more or less accurate. I will ask my guards to send it to your tent later. Li Zishuan's face lit up. He quickly held his fists together and said, Thank you, Grand General. After embarrassing Qiu Xingong and obtaining the map of the area around Mount Nyosho, Li Zishuan had achieved his goal of this trip. Therefore, he cupped his hands and bid farewell to Duan Zhishuan in satisfaction and returned to the tent area of the Wu Battalion. It was noon. It was the time for the soldiers to eat and rest. He also wanted to return to his tent to rest for a while. Dali? So you are here. It's not easy to find you. When Li Zishuan went to the commander's tent to look for Duan Zhishuan, a few soldiers quietly snuck into the Wu Battalion's dining hall. As every soldier in the black armored army was wearing the special vanadium steel plate armor made by the workshop, if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell if they were soldiers from the Wu Battalion. One of the soldiers found a man with a scar on his face near the pile of firewood in the north of the dining hall. He then squatted down and greeted him softly. General Bai? What are you doing here? The man with a scar was none other than the first injured soldier Li Zishuan met last night, Ding Dali. Hearing the voice, Ding Dali turned his head and looked over. He was slightly stunned. He swallowed the food in his mouth and said in surprise. This was because the person in front of him was an old acquaintance. To be more precise, it was his old superior. Ding Dali used to be a squad leader in Zhuowuwei, while the man with the surname Bai was called by Shanhai. He was a general in their camp. After being selected to join the Black Armored Army, Ding Dali was assigned to the V camp, whereas the man with the surname Bai was assigned to the B camp. In the Black Armored Army, although there was no explicit rule that stated that soldiers were not allowed to go to other battalions, but under normal circumstances, soldiers would rarely visit other battalions. Hey! Didn't I hear that you were injured yesterday? So I came over to take a look. Also, we are in the Black Armored Army now. I am no longer a general. You can just call me Shanhai. Bai Shanhai patted Ding Dali's shoulder and said with a concerned face. Hee hee. It's just a small injury, just a small injury. It's just a scratch on my leg. The military doctor said that I will be fine in 2 days. Ding Dali was flattered by the sudden concern from his old boss. He scratched his head and chuckled. This idiot did not know that one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Bai Shanhai rolled his eyes. Seeing that there was no one around, he moved closer to Ding Dali and whispered, Dali, how did you get injured? Can you tell me about it?